well. And we are live. All right. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone, depending on where in the world you're joining us from. And thank you for joining the day one of Trust over IP 5th Anniversary Virtual Symposium. Great to see everyone here. We're also live on YouTube and LinkedIn Live, so welcome to everybody joining us from there as well. Now, first, we have some great panelists lined up and some great sessions for both days, but let me just take a minute or two to do some housekeeping. First of all, I would like to emphasize that everybody is welcome in our community, and we strive to create a safe and welcoming environment. So please follow our code of conduct when interacting with each other on this symposium, as well as on the broader community. You can find our code of conduct on our website and on our wiki. This symposium will be held under the antitrust policy, which you can also find on our website. It's being recorded, and you'll be able to find the recording on our YouTube channel, and we'll slice it up and we'll also timestamp it so you can find the parts that are the most relevant and interesting for you. And for select sessions, you will also have slides which we can download from the YouTube in the comment section as well. Now we encourage everyone to stay active, ask the questions when we open the floor. So please feel free to raise your hand and I'll unmute you. You can ask your questions. And you're also welcome to use the chat button or the Q&A box to ask your questions. Now, without further ado, I would like to hand over to Daniela, the LF Decentralized Trust Executive Director, to open and say a few words.
Excellent. Thank you, Tomasz. Thank you for all the work that you've done to put the symposium together. We have 2 days of fantastic content that I'm very excited about from the Trust over IP community. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Daniela Barbosa. I'm the Executive Director of the Linux Foundation Decentralized Trust umbrella, which is where Trust over IP is one of our 17 projects. And as I like to say to Drummond, one of our special snowflakes that are fantastic to look at. I have been, part of the Trust over IP community since I joined the Linux Foundation in 2017, and shortly after Trust over IP was formed, and been really, supportive of a lot of the work, the cross work that has happened over the years between Trust over IP and the code projects that at the time were under what was then known as the Hyperledger Project and the Hyperledger Foundation as well. It's really endearing to see what's happening in the market in regards to decentralized identity and the work that the community is doing. I was recently just talking, actually yesterday, to a vendor in this space, and they told me that their book of business is completely full through the end of 2026 in working in digital identity projects. This is all because of the technologies and the standards and the specifications that our communities have been working on for years and have really hardened to put into practice. The sessions over the next 2 days are really going to talk about the advancements of the projects that are hosted, the working groups that are hosted, but very importantly, the achievements of each individual that participates and contributes to Trust over IP, and a lot of the other foundations in the ecosystem that we work very closely together in as well. So, first and foremost, I want to thank the steering committee. When we joined forces in September of 2024, seems like a lifetime away. So a little bit over a year ago, the steering committee really had to step up to do a lot of work that takes to run a foundation in the way that Trust over IP is done. So we want to thank everyone. I know you'll hear from Scott and Drummond and Carly, but there are many others behind the scene that have done a lot of work. We are here to share the work that you've done, to get people involved. So, throughout the day, if you see things that are interested, as Tomasz said, these things are recorded. Make sure that you share them with your friends, your partners, your customers, to make sure that people understand the great work that's happening. And more importantly, the advancements that we are able to bring to the market, to the ecosystem in this space. So I want to also thank some of the members that have been supporting the work that we do. Linux Foundation Decentralized Trust, LFDT, where the Trust over IP project is under, is a member-funded organization. We survive and we have all the resources that we do thanks to all our members. And many of our members you can see on our website, but in particularly the members that have been supporting Trust over IP over the many years and continue to be members supporting members like FutureWave, for example, Key State Capital, Glyph, and Accenture, and others as well. So without the support of our members, we're unable to do things like this symposium and support all the work and great work that the Trust over IP projects and working groups are done. So enough out of me. I am so excited to hear the rest of the work today. And I would like to introduce Drummond Reed, Scott Perry, and Carly Humana, who will take us through the steering committee's work and kick us off for the next 2 days. So thank you so much, and thank you for all your contributions and your participation in Trust over IP and across the entire Linux Foundation projects that are working on these very important technologies that, as I like to say, are going to help us. They're going to help our children and they're going to help our grandchildren. And we want to make sure that, it's privacy preserving and it's all the work that we've been doing over the last few years here at the Linux Foundation. So over to you. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Carly. Sorry, Daniela. So, the three co-chairs, myself, Carly, and Drummond, we decided to have some introductory remarks regarding and representing the steering committee, which we are all co-chairs of, to kind of give some personal thoughts around how we came to this point where we're celebrating 5 years of our existence. So Trust over IP it was born 5 years ago, but its origins started over 20 years ago. And I think, the folks that have been attending the Internet Identity Workshop are part of the community that kind of birthed the Trust over IP Foundation in its infancy. And so I want to thank, Kalia and Phil Windley and Doc Seals for really, moving forward with the movement and the continuity of that thought leadership, which really led us to take the action step to create Trust over IP. But there was another interim step that really kind of truly birthed Trust over IP, and that was the Sovereign Network. And while the Sovereign Network is going to be decommissioned, the thought leaders and the governance framework and the governance working group, which I was an active part of over 5 years ago, really kind of had created a lot of the thought leadership into developing the dual stack that we'll go over in more detail for our community in the next couple of days. So I wanted to thank the Sovereign Network and all of the folks that really, brought that leadership in. We are grateful to the efforts in putting together the working groups and allowing that the seeds of the thoughts that we brought forward with Trust over IP in that. But, as we got together, over 5 years ago, we created some innovative thoughts around the architecture of the new decentralized internet. And what I've been finding personally is the information that we started with initial working groups and the design of the Trust over IP stack, now the world is catching up. And we decided we needed a symposium to really show the world, how that process is now catching up. The thought leadership and the activity by so many of the community members that started with Trust over IP and is working feverishly into participating in our working groups and task forces to create that kind of leadership that the world is now taking from. I remember, originally we came up with a lot of ideas. The world was not ready for it at that time. Right now, the world is ready. all of those speakers that you're going to hear in the next couple of days, they are now driving new, activity that the world is now absorbing. So I wanted to also thank our two leaders within Trust over IP, our first program manager, David Luchuk, and our first executive director, Judith Fleener, for their leadership in driving Trust over IP. Finally, I wanted to again thank Daniela Barbosa for giving us a home and a vehicle to continue our important work. Finally, I wanted to, give a shout out to my colleagues on the screen right here, Carly Whitema and Drummond Reed, who really have, we're trying to provide the leadership that's needed in order to drive all of the thought leadership and the activities that we're sponsoring for Trust over IP going forward. So I'm going to pass the ball to Carly. I'm glad that she could get some time out of other things. Oh no, I'm going to pass it to Drummond, and he'll take the ball from here. Thank you very much, and I hope you'll enjoy our sessions in the next couple of days.
Thank you very much, Scott. And I'm super excited to be here. Scott's absolutely right. The origins of Trust RIP do go way back, and many of us were involved with Sovereign. And I put in the notes, I've actually attended all 41 of the Internet Identity workshops, and all of our work goes back to that. In addition to everyone Scott has thanked, I want to call out one more exceptional individual who's contributed to the founding of Trust over IP, and that's John Jordan, the head of digital trust for the government of British Columbia, who got special permission from the government to serve as the executive director of Trust over IP, and did an amazing job for about the first half of our lifetime, despite amazing physical challenges. So and the other co-founders when we got it started early on, Dan Gisolfi, Daryl O'Donnell. It was really a lot of folks that shared the insight that this was needed. And so I want to take a minute to just point out the, what I've called the core DNA that we've been working on this whole time. I will quickly share my screen to just, you're going to see slides and talks about these things all the way through. But I want to give you a sense of, I want to answer a really simple question. Well, why is it taking 5 years? and how much longer do you expect it to take? Okay. So you're going to hear a talk from John Phillips, who's done magnificent work down under, he and Joe Spencer at a company called Seizu in Australia. And he helped drive the development of our third iteration of the diagrams we use to explain the Trust RP stack. But this is the one I use most often these days because it just gets across the very simple idea that what we recognized, our founding inspiration for starting Trust RP was to say, if we want to solve trust on the internet at scale, where it literally solves the problem that trust was not built into the original internet protocols and architecture for very good reasons, then we need a stack similar, actually modeled directly after the 4-layer TCP/IP stack that gave us the internet. And this stack would run on top of that stack. That's why John Jordan coined the term Trust over IP. It's a little bit of a misnomer because, in fact, the stack can run over any transport protocol. So it can run over, Bluetooth or NFC or 5G or whatever. But we wanted to play on voice over IP, so John came up with Trust over IP. But these 4 layers are super important. You're going to hear talks about standards and technologies that we've developed at each of these layers. And then you're also going to hear that the vision from the outset, and Scott and I were the original co-chairs of our governance stack working group, because we said, trust is not just produced by technology. It can never be produced just by technology. It has a human element, and that comes down to governance. And governance is a living thing. That's why Scott introduced this idea of I call it the figure eight, where you define it, and then you run it, and then you go back and constantly are doing risk assessment. And Scott will run you through that on one of the talks that he's going to be giving. So this core concept has not changed one iota in the last 5.5 years. And it's again patterned after. This is a diagram from one of the original talks given about recognizing why did the internet work? Why did the TCP IP stack be so successful? And the keystone is this one layer right in the middle called the spanning layer. And we recognized we would need a spanning layer in trust over IP. We knew right from the outset. Some of the 27 companies that joined and the architects that were part of this agreed and said, you know what, we're going to have to do that. But it's not going to be, we're basically going to need to come up with these 4 layers. And we knew that the core protocol, the single most important protocol we had to design was a trust spanning protocol. Well, we had a lot of folks say at that point, oh, you want to do a protocol at that, it's going to take you a long time. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we were playing long game. We are playing long game. We knew it would take us a while. And in fact, when we published this diagram, it's on our website on the page on evolution of the trust RP stack. And we said, we know we've got to go through this. We've got to go through design principles. And we had a good, I'd say 30 plus members work together for about 6 months just on a design principles document that I don't have the chat right now, but I'll put it in the chat that is also linked off of our website in order to just say, okay, what if we're going to design this stack, what do we need to do to have and there are 17 principles in that document that have stood true, and we refer to them constantly as we do that. It then took another 18 months to work out the overall technical architecture for the complete stack. And again, we've got a whole specification we've done on that. I'll stick that in the chat when I'm done. And only at that point could we then turn around and say, okay, now what is the work we need to do? And for the individual protocols on the technical side of the stack. And that's the smaller arrows you see up there. These two, now we can put names on them. Back at the time, we were just saying this is how it's going to evolve. One, of course, is a trust spanning protocol. I co-chair that task force in our technical stack working group with Dr. Sam Smith and Wenjing Chu. And you're going to hear from both of them in this in the talks today. And the other one we can point to now is the Trust Registry Query Protocol from our Trust Registry Task Force. You're going to hear a talk from Daryl O'Donnell, the co-chair of that task force. And those two actually started, TRQP actually started earlier than that because of the COVID pandemic and the need for decentralized trust registries for COVID credentials. So in any case, we had to, trust TSP has been a 2-year effort. TRQP has been almost 4 years now, at least 3.5. And it is just reaching now the 2.0 stage, at which point we can finally start building the classic tools you need, interoperability testing, conformance test suites, and implement these. And you will hear about all of those happening in the talks that are coming today. So I'm really looking forward to showing off the whole picture of how this has evolved and why it's taken 5 years. A lot of folks may know that with quote unicorns, things that take quite a while to really take off. The typical span of expectations, venture capitalists and others, is 7 years. So if we're 5.5 years into it, we're just entering the stage where it's really going to get interesting as these technologies get adopted. So that's just what I wanted to cover in terms of a large-scale introduction. And Carly, I want to turn it over to you to talk about the work of the ecosystem and governance working group.
Thank you, Drummond. Thank you, Scott. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our 5-year symposium here at Trust Over IP. It's been a great 5 years. I've been around since the very beginning. So it's been a very exciting time. I'm currently at another conference. Lanyards are not typically part of my wardrobe. But one of the great things about Trust Over IP has been the accessibility. And I'd like to encourage, if you're in the attending here today and you've always maybe been wanting to partake in, say, Linux Foundation projects or other open source projects, certainly we have a lot of room for people who are excellent at coding. But also there's whole realms of work at Trust Over IP about how, for example, what are the human factors that are influencing or being influenced by the technologies? What are the human needs that we can serve? What are risks of technologies, etc.? So there's a great opportunity for all kinds of open participation here at Trust Over IP, as well as if you're perhaps more junior and you're looking to get to build a reputation or have a toe dip into this kind of ecosystem. There's certainly lots of roles that we encourage everyone to come out and check out and come to our meetings. So with regards to a very wonderful working group that's been quite accessible and successful over the years, we had the ecosystem working group, ecosystem foundry working group from the very beginning. And there we were talking about the different types of ecosystems, and we had a very wonderful and long-running speaker series. Many of those videos you can find up on YouTube. Now, also Scott Perry was chair of the governance working group, governance stack, and recently these two have become merged into the ecosystem and governance working group. We certainly welcome everyone to come out to our talks. We've had the presentations of, for example, Bhutan, identity systems. All of these have been wonderful for the community to try and visualize where the technologies of Trust Over IP can apply to and where they're going to in the future. So with that, then, I would like to introduce the short video that we have created that takes some highlights from these different presentations and talks about our journey from the 5 years at Trust Over IP. So Thomas, if you have that video queued up or able to play it.
Yes, absolutely, Carly.
Awesome.
Get that started. Sound.
Yeah.
More recently, of course, we've seen the advent of generative AI and images like this. And I have a confession to make. Yes, the image of the Pope fooled me. Of course, I was wrong. And if I'm supposed to be an expert in this and I was wrong, well, it just shows you how convincing the generative AI space can be.
Whatever trust infrastructure we had been relying on in the past are not working. And I think, there's a more colorful way to say it. It is like the emperor has no clothes.
But identity weaponization is a key part of any violent exchange based on ethnic, religious, or any other kind of identity markers.
Lots and lots of big trusted brands that were getting breached every day. And alongside us, lots of individuals are feeling incredibly vulnerable, scared to click on a link, worried that they would be phished or socially engineered.
Digital credentialing infrastructure as early as 2015 called DigiLocker. Today we have about 7 billion verifiable credentials in across the country, decentralized, on 300 million people. And when vaccination came, 1 billion people got vaccinated. Indian vaccination certificates are all verifiable with digitally cryptographically signed QR code.
And so the fifth king's gift to the people is self-sovereign identity. So they get back their control over their data and their identity.
We are one actor within a broader ecosystem. So we're trying to align ourselves with other strategies and work that's going on that's related.
We've built an identity and payment platform which essentially guarantees trust on both ends of a transaction.
So we have some very strict ethical guidelines that drive our work, addressing participants' vulnerabilities in very focused ways by understanding exactly what those vulnerabilities are, empowering agency, understanding how agency has been removed, and then reintroducing or regenerating that narrative agency. Balancing power relationships and how power is used. And of course, the combination of all of those things helps to build that collective resilience.
When we look at 190 countries and 8 billion people, 250 million businesses, we need to put people at the center, and people need to have them drive their economic progress. And that requires a new set of underlying trust infrastructure, digital infrastructure, and so on. And many of the efforts all of you are doing, and some of us are doing it, very complementary and much needed for what we need to see in the next decade and 2 decades around the world.
I gotta say, Carly, that is one amazing video. We want to credit that was put together by Shweta Rao, and in an amazingly short period. She was really, I just, the first time I saw that, how was it possible that she did that so quickly and across all the many talks that you've had in ecosystem and governance?
And if anyone is interested in checking the sources for all those videos, they're available up on YouTube. There's the Linux Foundation Decentralized Trust YouTube channel, and there's also the older Trust over IP YouTube channel. So all of these continue to be available for reference.
So we have just a couple of minutes, but I wanted to just let everybody know that during some of the breaks, we'll be featuring some of our what we call bite-sized trust segments, small little vignettes driven and narrated by our narrator Carly, and I hope you just stay and listen to some of them. It's a new way of communicating some of the concepts that we've been driving for Trust over IP, and trying to attract a different audience associated with these new concepts. So that's another addition that maybe you didn't expect, because it's not really promoted as much, but it'll happen during the breaks. So I think we're all ready to pass the ball back to Tomas and ready to start our first session.
That's right. Thank you so much, Scott, Carly, and Drummond. And yes, now it's time for our first session, and I'm happy to announce Yvette Cano and Nitza Gonzalez from the Web of Trust, who will be sharing this great talk with us. So Yvette and Nitza, now you can come off mute and we can start your session.
Hi, Thomas. Thank you so much. Just let's do a very quick fact check. You can hear me all right? You can see me all right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I see Nisa as well. I'm gonna send a request to share my screen now.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you should be able to do it now.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Okay. And oh, you can see it all right?
Yes. Yes, looks good.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. Now we can get started. Today I'll be presenting alongside my colleague, Nisa Gonzalez, about the decentralized digital identity. What has happened in the last 5 years, celebrating this 5 years of Trust over IP, and where we stand today. So before we get started with the content, we actually want to do a little survey, a little pulse check on the room about how do you feel about the upcoming next 5 years. So you can either scan the QR code that's on screen, you can go on menti.com and put the code, or you can open the link that we're going to be sharing on the chat. There you go. You can see the link. This small survey is only going to take you like 3 minutes, mostly to take the pulse about how everybody's feeling about the years that are to come. We're going to be sharing the results at the end of this conference, and also we'll be sharing on our social media. So we'll be sharing it constantly during the session, so you can fill it in at any session. Like I said, it's not going to be very long. All right. Okay, so let's get started. So to begin, the reason why we're here is because we have a multi-trillion-dollar problem that is identity fraud. We probably all experienced it at some point, whether it is being being personally attacked for scams or target, or even having your very old email that you set up in high school part of a data breach. It happens all around us. It happens all the time. And the truth is that 91% of organizations reported an identity-related breach in the past year. It's an incredibly high number. I think it's even higher. A lot of organizations might not even know they were in an identity-related breach the past year, because the average time to identify and contain a data breach is around 9 months. And a lot of damage can be done in 9 months. I mean, a lot of damage can be done in 1 week, in 1 month, let alone 9. The global cybercrime cost is projected to reach more than 10.5 trillion by the end of 2025. And the fraud landscape is evolving. We can see here with increasing frequency and volume, the deepfakes, synthetic identities, the data breaches, phishing attacks, digital document frauds. And the deepfake attempts occurred at a rate of 1 every 5 minutes in 2024. So by the end of this conference, there's probably going to be already 10 or 5, just in hours, right, in 2025. The deepfakes account for 40% of all biometric frauds, and the most vulnerable document type, to no surprise, is the national ID cards. And national ID cards account for 40% of document fraud, followed by driver's license, passports, tax ID, and residence permits. And this is to no surprise, because a lot of national ID is not designed to international travel. Therefore, it does not need to adhere to international guidelines. It has fewer security features, robust guidelines, and it's easier to target. It also happens in a lot of countries that the ID card is in circulation with an older version. So you have 2 versions at the same time, making them a prime target. Maybe they've been around for a long time, enough time that there's many templates online, and it just becomes very easy to forge. And for the longest time, it was these digital documents that were the focus of this fraud, these forgeries. But there was a very significant shift in 2024, because for the first time ever, the fraudsters are creating more digital forgeries than physical counterfeits. They're accounting for more than 50% of all document fraud, and this number is expected to skyrocket as technology keeps evolving, to the point that by 2029, the global cost of cybercrime is estimated to reach 16.63 trillion. It's a very big issue that we have at hand, because it's very evident that the internet is missing an identity or a trust layer, right? The way that the internet was originally designed as this decentralized networks for computers to exchange data, not for people, not for us or organizations, to securely identify themselves. But then as it evolved from this academic and military tool into the backbone of global commerce, finance, healthcare, governance that we have today, identity and trust, they just remained application level concerns. They needed to be solved ad hoc by the developers. And this was actually a conscious decision made back then, that the key management was just too hard for users. And it just led to the mess that we have today, this $1 trillion problem, because we have a patchworks of loggings, passwords, cookies, the centralized identity providers that we already know create these honeypots that just makes it easier to target. These systems enable access and personalization, yes, but they also created single points of failure that put security, privacy, and trust at constant risk. And even though we were talking about national IDs and documents, in reality, the problem is way much bigger than that. because there's currently no way to create a globally verifiable data in a truly secure way. And when we're talking about data, we're talking about everything: your financial transactions, your personal ID information, medical records, the AI output and training data, even your shopping and consumer behavior, the transportation and the movement partners. All of this is just not secure. We have insecure key exchanges and share secrets just everywhere. So it's important to think as of decentralized ID as something bigger than just passports and driver's license, or maybe just signing documents, because what we have to remember is that once we solve identity, we can replace all these shared secrets, all these passwords, this API key, etc., and all this communication, because the problem is way bigger than just proving who you are, say at an airport, right? It's about all of our data everywhere. And with that in mind, um there is this crescent and growing trend towards the opposite, a more centralized digital identity solution that's just creating this massive risk. But we now know, and if we're here, it's because we know that this paradigm is finally shifting. The centralized digital ID offers a path for stronger security. It has greater privacy and a more resilient way of handling personal and organizational data. We still have a long journey ahead. The momentum is real. More companies, projects, consortia, individuals, all of them that we mapped here in the Web of Trust map are working together towards a safer and most trustworthy internet. And if you're here at the symposium, if you're listening this, it's because you believe that privacy belongs to the people, just like we heard at the opening remarks. We we deserve a better internet, right? The internet can and should be better. There's trust over IP matters, and the credential management can be transformed. With that said, that's what we were trying to capture when we built the Web of Trust map. All of the organizations, consortia that are actively working and putting in the effort to solve this $1 trillion problem. And with that in mind, I'll hand it over to Nisa, the head of data of the Web of Trust map, who will give us a view of the global landscape, and how has it looked in the past 5 years, and what communities are actively building toward these shared goals.
Great. Thank you, Vet. I think that it's since we're celebrating 5 years of Trust over IP, it's a perfect opportunity to look back and see how much has been accomplished in the decentralized identity industry. So that's my focus today, just basically going through that memory lane with you and then going over a bit more about where we stand today. So to contextualize, and I think Yvette has already done part of that contextualizing why we're here, but to understand as well what had already happened before 2020, before Trust over IP was founded. We had already seen other major organizations being funded, like the Sovereign Foundation, like Decentralized Identity Foundation, like Evernym, for example. We had already seen the W3C establish the working groups for verifiable credentials for decentralized identifiers, and even have the verifiable credentials data model already as a recommendation. We also saw the Carry white paper being published. We saw Hyperledger Codebase had been created. EU had already been launching the ESIF lab with the introduction to the ESIF as an innovation program. And Internet Identity Workshop had already been discussing decentralized identity for years. So even though before 2020 there were a lot of work being done, a lot was conceptualizing still decentralized identity and trying to understand and trying to get the idea straight, right? So what we saw in 2020 and 2021 moving forward is acceleration. So if we move forward a bit, please. What we're going to see during this period is that something changed with the acceleration. We saw COVID during 2020, and COVID became a major catalyst for the need to verify something or someone digitally across borders without actually, being everything centralized. We saw a lot of exploration in three main verticals, which were health, travel, and education. We saw trials, for example, like the Yara Travel Pass, verifying in airports. We saw enterprises like IBM focusing on digital health pass or digital credentials. And we also saw one major, one of the largest deployments, which was KUV in Korea. By 2023, they had a million users, and we're already working towards interoperability in EU. But COVID itself accelerated this attempt of making sure that, the digital interactions were safe. And we also saw an industry growth of 109, which is truly impressive. If we see this graph from, we can see in 2018, we started with some projects. 2019, we saw it double, but by 2020, even we saw that 28 being doubled as well. So 2020 had a major impact in which 45 projects were already being launched that year, and it continued to grow, which is very exciting. So from that point forward, what we started to see as well was the institutionalization and standards being more mature. So for example, we saw the European Commission already proposing the framework for LD wallet, which basically was a major milestone because it validated SSI at a political scale. And even though that, not necessarily all of the projects on SSI have to be government related, right? But it is a great milestone to have that. It created the necessity that the countries had to provide, SSI frameworks and enforce the industry alignment. We also saw Trust over IP published in the version 1 of Technology Architecture and Governance Framework, which was basically the blueprint for governance in the industry. It gave a common language, shared terminology, concepts, but it also helped enterprises understand how can they build using perhaps different technologies, but under the same model and enable a bit more interoperability within the ecosystem. So a big applause for Trust over IP, which was a major blueprint for the industry. And then we also saw the standardization as well. We continue with the standardization with W3C approving decentralized identifiers as a recommendation in 2022. And we also saw OpenID for verifiable credentials white paper being published, as well as the MDL standard. So we continue to see how there's a need in the industry to make sure there's more structure, more standards, and make sure that everyone is in the same page, basically. Moving forward from that, we started to see even more deployments, which means basically that from this point forward, we're leaving the labs, we're leaving the pilots and hackathons, and we're moving to launching and deploying already. One of the biggest examples is Bhutan launching its first national SSI-based ID, which is, I just saw it as well in the video Trust over IP just showed as well, which was a major milestone. And we also saw the LD wallet large-scale pilots begin. We saw consortia being formed, like Potential, Nobi, DC4EU, EWC, making sure that these use cases were viable all throughout Europe. We saw wider adoption of MDLs in USA from different states adopting to Samsung and Apple getting involved as well with the standard. And we also saw Latin America and Oceania launching the majority of their existing projects during those years. So there's a lot of developments during this year, mostly focusing on making sure that the projects are getting out there. And then what we saw was regulatory hardening, where we saw already more countries making sure that they were enabling this technology through regulation. We saw finally the formalization of eIDAS 2.0 finally be adopted, which required mandatory LD wallets in all the member states, making sure that the technical security and interoperability requirements were all aligned and having specific deadlines, making sure that those wallets were going to be available. And then the Swiss EID referendum we saw this year that basically created the legal basis for state-issued electronic identity. So overall, what we saw between 2020 and 2025, and the overall understanding is basically COVID acceleration, COVID accelerating digitalization. We saw standards maturing. If we can go to the next slide, we'll see that. Governments began adopting decentralized identity as well. And for the first time, the industry was finally measured. So where do we stand now in 2025? Yvette had already given a bit of an introduction, but right now, and as I mentioned, now we're able to measure how big the industry is. And we're able to understand really where do we stand, what has been happening and how big is the industry. Well, for example, we saw now that we have over 130 DID methods going from more simple, practical, a bit less secure methods to now having also ledger-based methods. So we have 5 major that the projects have been aligning to, for example, the ID web, the ID key, DID soft, DID indie, and DID peer, which is very interesting to see. From that amount of DID methods, these are the ones that projects are starting to adopt the most. And like I said, what's interesting in this is seeing DID web or DID peer, DID key from practical, more or less secure, going to the ledger-based sovereign and indie. We also saw and understood what the major infrastructure of these projects are, focusing on the blockchain side of things. Most of the projects are adopting Ethereum as their infrastructure. We saw Sovereign having a major impact, which we saw the shutdown this year, but still can recognize that they have a great infrastructure in the industry. We saw EPSI Network, Polygon, and Indicia Network being the ones that are being mostly adopted as well. And from all the standards and from all the conceptualizations, finally, we got to a point where the major standards that are being adopted are the W3C VC data model and the DID data models were from W3C. But we also saw a rise in another standard, which is the OpenID for verifiable credentials, where more than 20 projects are adopting this standard as well. Undeniably, the W3C standards are the ones that are mostly adopted, with more than 100 projects aligning towards it, but it is still recognizable that OpenID for verifiable credentials is starting to get more adopted now. And moving from 2020, where there was a lot of experimentation with health, travel, and education, we got to a point in which we're exploring so many use cases other than those, where we can see now use cases in supply chain, in telecommunications, in real estate, banking. We've seen it for years, but still we have various that keep expanding. For example, you can see finance is the biggest one, but we see healthcare and education that did expand. But the main thing here is focusing on the amount of use cases that are starting to be created with the use of decentralized identity as well as a major catalyst. And we saw in 2025 an emerging vertical, which is very interesting to see how now we're thinking about AI and how can we have verifiable identities for the AI systems? How can we make sure that AI agents require credentials, or where does the content come from? We need verification for this. And so we see some companies already trying to solve this problem. Perhaps we don't have it solved right now, but there's already people working on it. For example, there's Checked, there's Billions Network, there's Indicia Proven. So this is a new vertical that's emerging, or has had more acceleration in 2025, and we're looking to see how it's going to be solved. And we move forward now to see a bit more what's going on a regional level. What's interesting is that the industry, of course, has been involved in this last 5 years, which has been great, but it has not been a single global story. It has been very different all throughout different regions. So as you can see, we have Europe, America, and Asia being the major players where the most amount of projects are being deployed. And we have Europe, which is focused a lot on regulation. Asia, they had a lot of deployments even before 2020, mostly focusing on adoption. We have North America, which basically focused on standardization, on the market and the use cases. But we also see how there's also missing adoption in different regions. For example, Oceania, though they have various use cases that have a lot of innovation that are very interesting to me as well, going from financial with Connect ID to even indigenous history, where they're trying to use decentralized identity to preserve their history. They still have not grown as much. They have around 10 projects, or we have 10 projects mapped, at least in the Web of Trust map. Then we have Latin America and Africa that mostly focus on government modernization, but also humanitarian responses that are very low as well. So we can see in general that the major players tend to be Europe, Asia, and North America, but we're still missing a lot coming from those other regions. So basically, in general, what we saw from 2020 to 2025 was we're coming from fragmentation, from conceptualization, from everyone doing their own thing, to now having a global movement, to having more infrastructure, to having more structure. So now we have a globally coordinated multi-vector vertical ecosystem, and that we are now able to measure.
Thank you, Nisa. for those really insightful findings of the Web of Trust map. You can also help us grow, expand, and evolve this project. It is publicly available. You can go on weboftrust.org. You can access, you can play with the data, explore. You can also check your project, see if they're there, see if the data is accurate, submit suggestions if you think there's some information that we missed. You can get more insights from the report we published in September, the Web of Trust Map, Global Infrastructure of Decentralized Digital Identity. And now you can also get full access to the data with the API. You can go weboftrust.org. You can also /report and read the report directly, or see all the other resources that we have available. You can submit new projects. If you think your project is not there, submit it. There's a form. You can suggest it. Maybe it's new as a new project. Maybe we missed it. But we want this to be a resource of the community, and data is only as useful as it is contextualized. And in this highly evolving landscape, the context is always changing. So we need the help of the community to make sure that this is as updated as it can be. Like I said, you can also get access to all the data with the API, webtrust.org/API, and you can just request an API key. It will write to your email, and then you can play with the massive data set that we have. You can create your own version of it. You can add more information. There's infinite possibilities about what is possible. And this wouldn't be possible without our core contributors that very kindly share their expertise, their knowledge, and their time to help us make sure that this data was as as accurate as it can be. So now that we're reaching the end, we have nothing else to say but to thank Trust RP and the Linus Foundation for inviting us, for giving us the time to present. And if any of you want to reach out, here's your contact. And last, we can see the results of the survey that we shared. So let me just quickly pull up the file. Let's see how everybody feels about this. Let's give me a second to pull up the results. We had there's still time while I load it if you haven't participated yet to see this. Let me see where is Zoom. There we go. All right. So describe the last 5 years of the centralized identity in one word. We have more people thinking that it felt amazing. We can also see a lot of it was exciting, it was evolving, it was nascent, explosive. We also see opposite feelings, like it was a little bit of a chaos, it was slower than expected. There's some centralization. It was a roller coaster. So I think it's a little bit all over the place because a lot was happening, just like Nisa showed us. Now, how do people feel about how do people feel about the future of decentralized identity? And the bigger feeling is that people feel hopeful. It's going to be tremendous. It's exciting. It's big. Might be regulated, but a lot of people are optimistic. They feel secure. The thing is going to be necessary. About how much growth potential do you expect for the centralized identity in each of the regions over the next 5 years? We can see that we have a tie between North America and Asia, which with most people betting that they're going to see the most growth potential, closely followed by Europe by just 1 point. And then South America, somebody just voted and we can see how it's just updated in real time. Now Asia's on the lead. Then we see that we have Oceania and Africa. So we'll have to check in 5 years to see how right we were about this. And finally, what are the industries that you believe will drive decentralized identity adoption in the next 5 years? Almost everybody agrees that it will be public administration, followed by finance, trade, healthcare, and education in that order. So we're going to check in 5 years. We're going to see how true our prediction was. What do the experts in this room think is going to happen? And then we'll see if what time has to tell. So we'll be sharing this also on our LinkedIn. There's still time to participate if you want to share it with your friends. And we'll see how people online react to this. So thank you so much once again, Tomasz, and back to you.
Thank you very much, Yvette and Nita. We're a little bit early, so we do have 4 minutes if somebody has any questions. Otherwise, we can also turn it. Okay, I think there's a hand up. No? Okay, hand back down.
No, it's only because you press the button. So first, Yvette, Nisa, the work on the Web of Trust map is just amazing. When you premiered it, I think it was last spring. It was jaw-dropping how much information is in there. If someone wants to go and contribute, hey, I know about something that's going on, how exactly do they do that? Can you just briefly walk them through what would they do so they know anyone watching this or the recording goes, oh, I can go do whatever it is?
Of course, that's a great question. I'll just take advantage of these 4 minutes and just quickly share the Web of Trust map. It's interactive, everything is connected. You can see all of this. So say, for example, you are a part of the Decentralized Identity Foundation and you say, hey, actually, we updated our mission statement. That's no longer what it is. You just click on suggest changes and immediately it prompts you this little form that you can fill in with new suggestions. The only thing that we always request is a source link. We just want to make sure that everything is properly sourced. You can see all of our sources, but you can also suggest changes. If you say, for example, hey, actually, this protocol has been updated, et cetera, et cetera. So absolutely every single value that we have on the map can be edited, can be suggested, and you can also explore, take a look, play with this. I think it's very easy to fall into a rabbit hole, but we hope that people just like it, use it, and share it.
Thank you very much. That's a great answer. I do encourage people to play with it live because it's mind-blowing just how much information is there and how, like you said, it's a rabbit hole. It's very deep.
That's great, and it was really cool to see that. So thank you so much, Nisa and Yvette, for the presentation, and Drummond, thank you for this question. It's a very relevant one for sure. Okay, so on to the next talk. We have. We have Eric Schouten and Scott Perry that are going to talk about C2PA and CAWG. So let me just turn it over to you. I will spotlight you here. And over to you, Eric and Scott.
Sorry. May I share screen?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. I will do that. And
I thought I was sharing, but that's okay.
oh yeah, I updated the deck just a little bit, so if you don't mind, I'd prefer to use mine.
Okay. All right, I'll stop sharing.
Okay. And let me just set up, I'm setting up so I have a second machine here so I can see what's going on and I can see audience reactions if I need to. Okay, so yes, so Scott and I are here to talk about the work that we do in two different organizations that help promote the idea of digital provenance in digital media. And these organizations I'll talk to in a bit are the C2PA and the CAWG, which we often call the COG. So I think many of you know me, but in case you don't, I'm Eric Schouten. I am a principal scientist and identity architect at Adobe, and the Content Authenticity Initiative is my primary area of work. And Scott, do you want to give a quick introduction of yourself?
Sure. So, I'm Scott Perry. So I have been getting involved. I got involved in the C2PA a year and a half ago as they were taking their content specification, which we're going to talk about, and looking to create a conformance program around that. So I was advising them. And then since I'd say June of this past year, I have taken on the role of administrator of the C2PA conformance program. In addition, As COG, which was a separate entity, and we're going to talk about how that formed, came about, and looking for a home, I became co-chair of the Creator Assertions Working Group with Eric.
Great. So let's go ahead and get started. So this first slide talks about the organizations that are involved. And there are three that I have three C's because they are, I'll start with C as the name. The first two on the top here are technical standards organizations. The C2PA, the Coalition for Content Provenance and Authenticity, defines technical standards for what and how, and it is its own joint development foundation organization under Linux Foundation. The second is the Creator Assertions Working Group, which was initially an independent informal organization under the Community Specification License, and more recently has been a working group within Decentralized Identity Foundation. And then separately, there's a business alliance called the Content Authenticity Initiative, which is basically takes up advocacy for the idea of content provenance, and so aims to educate both content creators and the content consuming public about the value of content provenance. It is sometimes confusing, but this is also the name of the business unit that I am a part of at Adobe, from which we participate in all three of these organizations. So at Content Authenticity Initiative, we bill ourselves as restoring trust and transparency in this age of artificial intelligence, which is perhaps a daunting task since AI is becoming increasingly capable of creating content at roughly the same quality as humans do. And so I'll talk a little bit about, what it is that we're trying to solve. And, simply put, the problem is that content that you come across on the internet can travel in essentially unforeseen paths to unforeseen recipients, and perhaps from unforeseen content creators. So it becomes really difficult to know what it is that you're actually seeing and how it was made. And so, one example of this, and there are, an infinite number of them, but this is a screen grab that I took from a video that went around a couple years ago that purports to show the Pope at the time, pulling a tablecloth out from under some very valuable antiquities. And, when you come across a piece of content like this, you might have some questions about who made it, how did they make it? Is their statement about who this is authentic? Did they use AI to make it? Did someone else change that content after the original material was created? And these are all things that we aim to help answer. And we call this a tamper-evident digital nutrition label. And so it provides at its core tools for digital content creators to describe and sign their work. And when we talk about content creators, we kind of split this, and you'll see the split coming through in subsequent slides, between the hardware and software products that help you create the content, and then the identity of the individual or organization who is operating those products, and who may also want to be identified as a content creator. So this really leads to the ultimate question: who is taking accountability for the content that is being produced and published? And in our world, we talk of two entities again. In C2PA, that is the claim generator, which is the hardware or software tool involved in creating the content. And then in COG, we talk about what we call a named actor, which is the individual or organization who are involved in creating that content. So a C2PA claim generator can talk about content that's developed or information that's developed at time of creation. And so, for instance, a cell phone might know its location, its time, based on independent signals that it has. An editing tool might know the actions that were taken, or was artificial intelligence used and in what way to help create that. Similarly, an editing tool might know what other pieces of content were incorporated into the content during that act of creation. A named actor can talk about who they are, which is a very important part of this overall ecosystem. It can also talk about events or locations that are depicted in that content. So for instance, a news reporter might want to say, this occurred at a particular newsworthy event, which is also what I mean by metadata. Might involve other people portrayed or involved in the creation. So because there are two responsible parties, we say that there are two signatures involved in each act of creation. So the claim generator uses a program that Scott will talk to here in a moment, which is the conformance program, which says we are a piece of hardware or software that implements C2PA rules in good faith. And that is implemented with traditional PKI, but what is new as of earlier this year, and Scott will talk to the details of this, is that the certificates, the X509 certificates, have a C2PA specific key usage, and they are not intended to be interoperable with other certificates as you might be familiar with for instance, email or web traffic. In COG, we take a little bit different approach because there's a very wide variety of content creators who might be of interest, and they are likely to bring different kinds of credentials when they want to identify themselves. So instead of the single approach to signature that is built into C2PA, we have a flexible framework which anticipates the idea that many different kinds of credentials might be used, and they might have different mechanisms for signing over a description of the content. And we'll talk to that a few slides later. And the other thing that's important to say here is that for the content creator to identify themselves, that is an opt-in action. So the COG specification as shown here is completely optional. So I'm going to do a quick description of the data model of the C2PA core specification. And then that'll set the groundwork for a couple of different pieces that we'll talk about later on in our presentation. And let me just stop for a moment and ask if there are any questions thus far. If not, then I will proceed with the data model. So we start by saying that we have a piece of digital media that we want to describe. And in the C2PA specification, this is referred to as an asset. So it's a single digital media content, typically a single file, which could be a still image, could be a motion picture, could be recorded audio, could be a PDF document, and in concept could be many more kinds of digital content, but those are the ones that we've emphasized thus far. And that asset, we want to describe it, so the metadata that we put together about that content is what we call a C2PA manifest, and I'll zoom in on that in a moment. But one of the things that's really important to talk about, since we're talking about provenance here, is very much like those of you who are developers are familiar with how Git commits accumulate over time and are statements about what has changed in a body of work over time. Similarly, C2PA manifests can accumulate over time. So if Drummond hands me a photo and I do some artistic production on it and I publish that, you could see, for instance, a manifest from Drummond at the original point of capture, or maybe his phone at that original point of capture. And then my work in Photoshop afterwards would be signed as a second manifest. And that can recurse infinitely. There's no limit on the number of those. And let me just mention a term here. So the outermost piece of content we call the active manifest. That's the file that you are viewing right now. Any of the other pieces that were brought into it are referred to as ingredient manifests. So diving into that manifest data model now, the core building block that we have in C2PA is what we call an assertion. And the fun thing about assertions is that they're basically arbitrary content. The C2PA defines a number of assertions, but has built a framework that is extensible so that people from other sources, which, hello, COG, can provide other bindings of names to description of how you interpret that. So it's basically a key value pair of a string name to arbitrary binary content. And so some examples of things that we define in the C2PA is what the capture device itself observed at time of capture, if that's relevant. What were the actions taken by the hardware or software involved? For still images and perhaps video, you can have a thumbnail of that content encoded as a binary, and that would travel forward as that piece of content gets consumed in other subsequent manifests. And then ingredients themselves are described by assertion references as well. And again, this is an extensible mechanism. The really important thing here is that we must have what we call a hard binding assertion, which is a cryptographic description of the rest of that asset. And that serves to provide evidence that this manifest was intended to describe the exact binary file that you are looking at. And prevents transplant attacks that say, you know, I have a perfectly valid signature from somebody. I'm going to use it to describe this other piece of content that original author did not intend to produce. I see, okay, there's a question about live streaming, but Scott has answered that. Okay. And then moving up from that list of assertions, every manifest has exactly one claim, which is basically a list of those assertions and a description of the claim generator tool that was used to build that manifest. And then, as I mentioned a few slides back, the claim generator uses its X509 certificate to issue a cozy signature over that claim data structure. And that's what provides tamper evidence to say, we know we can detect if any of these data structures were altered from what they were at the time of signature. And also evidence that it was, in fact, the conforming product that we intended it to be when this was produced. So that's a whole lot of words about how the data structures are, but what does that mean in practice? So over on the right-hand side of this screen, I have shown an example from a few months ago of what we call inspect as part of the Adobe Content Authenticity experience. And this is an example of taking data from various assertions in the claim data structure and rendering them into a user presentable experience. We've evolved this a little bit since then, but the core idea is that all of this information that is visible to those of us who are developers and standards authors can be presented in a user comprehensible fashion. And there are, you know, not only ours, but several other implementations that do exactly that. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Scott, who will talk about what the conformance program does to ensure that we have tool generators that are operating in good faith. So Scott, go ahead.
All right, thanks, Eric. Appreciate that. So hopefully everyone can hear me and we can look at this. So you know, one of the questions, you know, you may be thinking is, why is this topic relevant to the Trust over IP Symposium? And, you know, there's two answers for that. One, first of all, is the fact that the Trust over IP project had a governance methodology that it created, you know, almost 5 years ago, and put it out there for ecosystems to consider to advance transparency and accountability over a set of actors that a governing body wanted to hold accountable for. And so this is the original kind of the expansion of the trust triangle that Trust over IP had come up with to make it more of a governance rectangle, so to speak, adding the issuer, holder, and verifier triangle aspects, and then adding governance to it by adding a governance body to oversee issuers and holders and verifiers in a specific ecosystem driven by a published governance framework which addresses risk and the certain requirements that it's holding the accountable parties within it, and then demonstrating that by identifying actors that have satisfied the requirements of the governance framework or the conformance program in a trust registry. So this is the model that was put out many years ago by Trust over IP. And that model worked very, very well with the C2PA. So C2PA, and if you can go to the next slide, had a different set of actors, but that works in the marketplace. So the governance framework works for many different ecosystems that are trying to hold defined actors accountable and to provide at least more transparency on what the governance framework is doing, so that related parties, relying parties, can make trust decisions on whether to rely upon the ecosystem holding its actors accountable. And so, the slight differences around what the traditional model used for verifiable credentials in the previous slide is we had a holder, right? In the C2PA world, and this affects all digital objects, period. The scope is immense. It deals with the digital asset as basically the target, where we're applying, and the digital asset can be in wide variety of different media types. It can be in music and images and videos and movies and a variety of different media types that want to have provenance data digitally and cryptographically attached to it. Because once you create that digital attachment at its source, and then append to it as you go, you get, a confident ledger of actions attached to it. So the C2PA needed to work with companies that were generating products, generating digital objects at its source, and needed to work with them at its source to get the signing capabilities, where as you're creating the object, you are then also digitally signing that manifest that Eric had talked about. Okay, so the major players within the C2PA conformance program are the generator products, ones that generate digital objects at its source. We have validator products that validate the signing credentials and the manifest to validate certain components that are cryptographically bound and demonstrate that both, yes, the signer actually signed it and that there hasn't been tampering after its signature. And so the C2PA used a very, if you can go back, very well-established,
there we go,
conformance, scheme using X509 certificates and certification authority, which are trusted entities that issue these types of signing certificates to generator products. And we are holding accountable certification authorities. They have to be past certain aspects that we have published within our certificate policy, and they have to demonstrate that they are willing to adhere to that, as well as and they can only issue these C2PA specific signing certs to generator products, which also pass through our conformance program. And they are noted both on trust registries in the middle called CA Trust Lists. We also have a timestamp authority trust list and conforming products lists, which demonstrate generator products and validator products that have satisfied the C2PA conformance criteria. Okay, next slide. So we hold claim generators and validator companies accountable. We hold certification authorities accountable for the policy, and all of this is transparent and public. You can go to the c2pa.org, go to the conformance page, go to program details, and you'll see our GitHub repository, which demonstrates transparently all of the requirements that we're holding all the players accountable. Now, there the CHPA has already considered, there's different ways where generator products can be implemented, some more securely than others for different, more secure use cases. And they have established 4 levels of implementation assurance and have actively delivered on 2 of them, which are also, the requirements of those are also public. And so we are managing the CA and the conforming products list. As an administrator, I am working with applicants that want to be on the trust list and working with them through the process. All participants have legal assurance. We have a standard set of legal agreements for the 3 roles that we expect all participants to adhere to, that would meet their requirement to either the certificate policy or the content specification, content credential specification. Next slide. So these are the aspects initially that we've put forth since the middle of this year. And I can tell you it's just the start. When you start just getting and inviting participants to be in, and then you look at, depending on levels of assurance that you want to put out to the marketplace, you can then ratchet up or add more assurance measures. But initially, we have legal agreements, trust lists, we have 2 levels of assurance, implementation assurance, but mostly, at the current time, we are holding people accountable to their assurance and self-assertion that they're meeting both the certificate policy and the CHPA content credential specification. Next slide. So as we evolve, we expect to add more levels of assurance. There are many different types of use cases that want and demand more assurance around the confidence that folks have around the issuance and the attachment of that digital ledger attached to digital objects. And so we are working, we'll plan to work in 2026 on building out different levels of assurance. And we are looking at more independent attested conformance that generator products are actually meeting the spec, as opposed to just, yeah, we're meeting it, we assert that we're meeting it, but we're looking at more independent assurance associated with that. Next slide. So what I'm going to walk through is the governance meta model of the Trust over IP project. And we'll talk a little bit about how the C2PA's conformance program uses that methodology, and it works beautifully. Okay, and I invite those that are looking at ways to create and add governance and conformance to the ecosystems that they're promoting to use the Trust over IP governance meta model and toolkit around it. So the process starts with a risk assessment. Okay, it sets the scope for what a governing authority in an ecosystem could actually address within its actions. And so if you're not considering risk, you really don't have a clarity around what your mitigating factors are addressing. And so it starts there. Next slide. And so in the C2PA, we had an organization, a task force called the Threats and Harms Task Force within the C2PA that created a starter list of risks that they felt were needed in the marketplace to be addressed by the C2PA content credential specification, as well as other risks in the marketplace that we had to address within the conformance program. And we identified that here. We used the governance meta model toolkit, which added a couple of risk assessment tools that we used, and it worked beautifully. And so we posted really our risk assessment, and obviously within this model that Drummond had mentioned earlier in his talk about the constant review of things, the C2PA will constantly be reviewing risks and tweaking specification requirements to address those risks. Next slide. So the next slide is once you have the risks and the mechanisms that a governing authority can take to actually mitigate the risk, not eliminate the risk, but to address it in a way that's acceptable to relying parties that are outside of the ecosystem, that are depending on some of the assertions made within manifests that Eric had mentioned. We need a set of these requirements laid out and communicated publicly in the marketplace so confidence can be gained around that. Next slide. So in Trust over IP, we have the model for these are all of the topics. And obviously, as ecosystems look at it for their own personal view, they are going to make their determinations on what of the generic topics apply to their ecosystems. But this is a pretty wide range of a lot of the things that relying parties want to know about the governing authority, the ecosystem, and the mechanisms within the governance process to reduce risk that the ecosystem deems is out in the marketplace and they are choosing to mitigate. So the C2PA took this model and applied its own governance framework attached to that. Next slide. And you can see a lot of the trust over IP governance meta model topics apply directly to the C2PA. And so I invite folks to review the governance framework of the C2PA, which is available at the c2pa.org, and you drill down, get the program details. We have all of our policy documents and requirement documents all placed in and available so that the relying public and the participants that are involved in that have access and understand with clarity what we're trying to present to the marketplace. Next slide. So after we've established the rules, right? And things don't work only with rules. You have to have mechanisms to hold parties accountable to the rules. And that creates more confidence in the marketplace that individuals can rely upon digital objects that have these manifests attached because they are attached to a conformance program that's actively operating and reinventing itself, as new risks are being introduced in the marketplace. And so the governance meta model of the trust over IP can bring in a variety of different actors to help in the conformance of governance requirements. They could bring in auditors, they can bring in certification bodies. Certainly that's very active in the marketplace for a variety of different conformance schemes. So next slide, and then we can see what the C2PA is doing. So C2PA had a set of trust assurance mechanisms that it applied for its implementation of the generator products. And we are now also working on specifications for the implementation of validator products so that that validators and generators can meet certain requirements to address risk. And those are identified in some of the governance documents that the C2PA has presented. But they came from templates that were part of the governance toolkit of the Trust over IP. And I'd invite folks to go to our deliverable page on Trust over IP to look at those freely available tools and templates. Next slide. So as we sit with the C2PA conformance program, the C2PA had established what they called an interim trust list just to facilitate the process of CAs, issuing certificates to generator products. but those trust lists were not governed. And what's absolutely critical in this marketplace is starting, January of 2026, this interim trust list that has been available since the C2PA content credential spec has been around, which is about four or more years, that goes away, or it is frozen at the earlier version of the C2PA spec, which was really at 1.4. So going forward in January 2026, the conformance program will take on the content credential specification at version 2.2 and later, and already has established trust lists. We have flavors of actors within the CA trust list. We have public CAs like SSL.com and DigiCert. We have enterprise grade CAs that are facilitating and issuing certificates to their own generator products like Google. And we have mom and pop CAs that have to also meet our certificate policy and legal agreements in order to issue their own certificates to their own products. And we also have a conforming products list. And we have now a number of products, and we've been grateful for the participation of Google, which has now a number of products on the list. We see emergence of smartphone manufacturers such as Vivo and Xiaomi that have added products on that. We have Adobe products. We have Adobe product that's a validator product that's now on our list. And we have a lot of interest from major manufacturers, from camera manufacturers to music generator, companies, all aspects who are kind of sitting around and saying, is this a real thing? They are now saying, yes, this is a real thing. And this is a consolidated effort globally around the largest tech firms to come up with a consistent standard that we can all work with. And I believe in 2026, that list will consist of major manufacturers issuing generator products. Thank you. Next slide. So we have a funnel to get involved in the conformance program. We need a process, and it has to be available and the same for every company, whether it's large companies like Google or mom and pop companies. We treat all of them the same. They have to fill out a form, which is part of the c2pa.org's conformance page. They can get a link to an expression of interest form, say, yeah, I'm interested in participating, and then we ask them to sign a legal agreement depending on the role that they want to play. Then they have to fill out an intake form, which specifies the attributes that they want to see their records attached to, both on the CA trust list or the conforming products list. And if they are a generator product, they have to assert themselves against our implementation security requirements and make sure that they are meeting them from a design and architecture standpoint before we update their record on our trust list. Next slide. So as I wanted to introduce back to Eric, I wanted to let people know that even though the Creator Assertions Working Group is now operating under the Decentralized Identity Foundation, and we thank them for taking that on, it is really a joint operating process with Trust over IP. And Trust over IP members can be member of COG, that group within DIF. So we invite everybody, as you learn more about what we're doing in the Creator Assertions Working Group, I invite all Trust over IP members to become members of COG and DIF.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Scott. So I'm going to spend the next several minutes talking about the work of the COG, the Creator Assertions Working Group. We spun this up in early 2024 to create technical standards about what people and organizations would want to say about their content. And this was sort of coincident with the C2PA adopting the focus of what's available on device only as their scope for work of the C2PA spec, starting with 2.0. So we started off doing this as sort of an informal process under the community specification license process, and then we realized that we needed to have the stature and infrastructure associated with a larger standards development org. And so we became part of Decentralized Identity Foundation in March of this year. And as Scott said, that is a joint participation agreement. So any of you who are Trust over IP members can apply for a contributor license regardless of what organization you're with. And you'll be welcome to join the COG meetings. And we'll talk a little bit later at the end of the presentation about when and how those occur. So anyway, so the COG develops, if you go back to that data model slide that I had where I talked about assertions, we develop currently 4 assertion standards. Really for practical purposes, 2 of those are the ones that we really spend the bulk of our time on. And those are the identity assertion, which binds digital identity credentials to the content created by or on behalf of the credential subjects. And then a metadata assertion, which allows user-generated metadata, such as the context information I talked about earlier, to be included in a C2PA manifest. I'm going to start with the identity assertion. That is really the 80 or 90% of where we spend our time in the COG meetings. And as I said earlier, it's a framework. And what this really allows, and you'll see a couple different instantiations of this, and there are more that we're working on. But it says, if you have a digital credential that describes what we call a named actor, a content creator or editor or publisher, so on and so forth, and we know who that credential is issued by, and we have a description of a particular piece of content, we can develop what we call a signer payload, which describes that content, use a digital signature from that credential holder to say this credential subject produced or published or whatever role they chose to describe themselves had that role for this piece of content. And so, you can think of this as, let's take one of our partner organizations, the BBC, the news organization. That would allow them to say, this piece of content is an authentic piece of BBC reporting, and this other piece of content, which has no such signature, is at least suspect. And as this becomes more widely used, then it creates a sort of a baseline for content to have individual or organizational identity attached to it. So as I said before, this fits into that payload description of, or the description overall of the C2PA manifest. So this framework becomes one of those assertions that is available in a C2PA manifest. And it provides a tamper evident binding that says this credential subject produced this piece of content. Similar to what we did with the hard binding in the C2PA data structure, we also require that the identity assertion include the hard binding. So it prevents somebody from taking that description that says, hey, I'm Eric Scutton and I produced this photo, and putting that in another photo, which I did not produce. That would cause the tamper evident references to fail validation. So this is a new trust signal separate from the C2PA claim generators trust signal. It's about who created this content. And the core structure here is what we call a signer payload. I'm not going to go into the technical details of what that looks like, but it's basically a reference to other assertions in that same C2PA manifest that allow you to claim credit for particular parts of that. And in particular, by claiming credit for the hard binding assertion, that provides a mechanism to say, I produced this specific asset. I see some questions here. I'm going to look over on my other screen to see if there's comments that I should be addressing. Looks like they're addressed. So if anybody has a question, I'll pause for a moment and you can voice that, and then I'll continue. Okay. So this framework currently has two flavors. And I see I have a reference to a past presentation that is not happening here. There's no breakout session 2 today. So we do a version of this that is basically a mirror of the X509 infrastructure for the claim generators, except that here we are intending to allow typically institutional content creators such as news media to identify themselves using an X509 certificate. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a few minutes. And then we have a variation or a vocabulary of the W3C verifiable credentials format, which we call identity claims aggregation. And I'll talk about that starting on, I think, the next slide, where that allows individual content creators to link social media, website, other identity signals about themselves, package those up into an identity that can be used to describe their content. And again, this framework is extensible. So there is quite a lot more work coming that we are planning to do over the course of the next year to broaden the reach of this mechanism. So let's talk about individual content creators. And an interesting thing happened when we went out a year or so ago from Adobe and did market research with content creators that we work with and asked them, when you think about how you identify yourself on the internet, what are the kinds of things that you want people to know about you? What do you think of as your content, as your individual creator credentials? And the kinds of answers that we got are not the kinds of things that you hear in the hallway at an IAW or other, or any of the working groups that we have here. They're talking basically about their social media, their website, and I put in gray identity documents because that is it is a controversial topic. There are some content creators who are very, very eager to have a government-backed identifier associated with their content, and some who are absolutely opposed to that for a wide variety of reasons. But there's a structural problem behind this that is really critical, which is all of these are credentials that can be observed or gathered temporarily, but none of them have autonomous signing capability, or at least they didn't at the time that we started this process. And so the solution that we came up with was, let's use an independent or a third party, a platform vendor or similar, to aggregate those signals, observe them, and then attest to those on behalf of their customers. And I want to be plain that this is what we consider a bridging technology. While more forms of individual autonomous credentials come up to speed and become more widely adopted. So what that looks like really is, let's say I, as a content creator, want to have a particular social media site, my website, maybe my government-backed identifier, recorded and saved on behalf of me as a customer of what we call an identity claims aggregator. So I initiate federated logins or whatever other mechanisms that are appropriate for these signals with that claims aggregator, which remembers who I showed myself to be and stores that for later use. And then when I go to create content, the software tool creating it then plays back those signals into an identity assertion and builds a credential that contains that description, the specific description of the particular piece of content that I have created, and then signs with a credential owned by the claims aggregator, which says, I'm such and such service, and I attest to the fact that this person has demonstrated these signals, and this person has also shown that they've created this particular piece of content. And that gets recorded in, I'll talk to you in another slide, a W3C verifiable credential issued by that claims aggregation service that contains all of those signals. And this is an example of what that might look like. So going back to that same content authenticity experience that we run at Adobe, when somebody comes along and has made those attestations on the left in their preferences screen and linked particular accounts to their Adobe account in this case, when they've come back and created content, what's displayed on the right then is a roughly analogous, although a different user in this case, a roughly analogous playback of those signals with that particular piece of content. And that data is sourced from the COG identity assertion. So here's the instantiation of that framework for this. So it's a verifiable credential with those aggregated identity signals issued by the claims aggregator and binding it to that description of the particular piece of content. I'll talk just very briefly to what we do for organizational identity today. And that is basically a replay of the C2PA's approach to X509 certificates. And that follows all of the normal issuance procedures. I'll talk in a moment about what we're doing for governance of these credentials, which is very different from what C2PA is doing. This was in the COG identity assertion, that first version that was ratified in August of 2024. The claims aggregation went into our 1.1 version that was in May of this year. So here's an example again of data sourced from that COG identity assertion for an organizational credential and the kinds of things that we can do with that. So here you'll see that we've taken a piece of content and we've shown that the identity assertion can prove that this was content produced on behalf of the BBC. And then if the BBC then provides additional context about that, then that context can be sourced from the COG metadata assertion. So let me talk about current work. We have just literally Monday of this week ratified the 1.2 version of our identity assertion, and we're about to do the 1.2 version of our metadata assertion. So this slide is actually a bit out of date. It was by likely very soon, I mean 2 days ago. We have established an interim trust model for the COG X509 identity assertion. It is largely based on the existing and public governance for SMIME certificates. And the reason that we did that is that it is a fairly close match to the governance that we would establish if we were taking the time to build out our own governance infrastructure. And yet the only thing that's sort of a mismatch is that SMIME certificates must have an email address. We really don't care about the email address, but it's otherwise a very good fit in terms of the organizational identity vetting that is required to issue one of those certificates. So we've done that. We've added this as an interim trust model with an expiration date in early 2027. And then we've also added guidance for referencing logos and icons that are contained within those certificates. The metadata assertion is likely to be ratified shortly, and this is work done in partnership with many professional media organizations. So we have representation from the music industry, from motion picture, which really is talking about if you have, for instance, a major motion picture, you have potentially thousands of participants and contributors to that final body of work. And what we want to do here is to provide guidance for how you identify those people without then having 1,000 identity assertions with 1,000 separate signatures that are required in order to adequately describe that. So we've provided a mechanism for that is practical and we think scalable to that kind of situation. And then we're also adding guidance about using the identity assertion to attest to that authorship of the metadata assertion. This is likely to come up in our next meeting on December 1st for ratification. So I mentioned that there are a number of upcoming works, and I also see that we're running low on time. So I'm going to do a little bit of a speed run through this to make sure that there's room for questions after we're done. So this is work that is just now starting in the COG working groups. We've had some good proposals on how we can do broader integration with more generic W3C verifiable credentials and presentations. Very explicit intent for us to integrate and partner with the First Person project that Drummond is helping to lead, so that individual content creators can use those credentials to describe their content. And then there are a couple of other things that we have been sort of struggling with. The way that C2PA manifests in general are built, really locks in a snapshot of identity. And it's certainly possible that some content creators might want to have a new name if they, marry or go through other life events that results in a different identifier than the one that they used at the time of a content creation. How can those signals follow them and follow their content? That's a question that we're aiming to address. And then another thing that we're hoping to provide is a mechanism for content creators to publish a piece of work anonymously and then later use some kind of signal that was buried in that to retroactively identify themselves with that content. So I talked about this a little bit in the previous summary, but this is really intended to allow content creators more autonomy in managing their identity signals, to use the same signals across multiple authoring tools, and to have their own autonomy about when to disclose aspects of their identity over time. So with that, here is the pitch. As I mentioned earlier, COG is now part of Decentralized Identity Foundation. It is a joint participation agreement with Trust over IP, so any of you who are members here are automatically welcomed. You just need to fill out DIF's intellectual property rights paperwork to make sure that we're protected for things that you talk about. These meetings are held every other Monday at the times shown here, and our next one is a little under 2 weeks from today. And we would love to hear from new members bringing new forms of credentials about how bring us the next set of content creators and what their credentials are. So with that, I'm going to open it up and ask if there are questions about it. I see that chat has been active. I haven't had a chance to scroll back to see what was said. So maybe if there are things that are unanswered, people could speak up and replay those verbally.
Yeah, I think we were addressing the chat questions. So is there anybody that has any vocal questions that they wanted to present? We have some additional time to talk about the C2PA as well as the COG.
Actually, okay, I do want to add one other thing. I didn't include it in the slide deck, but we have had a number of conversations with people associated with the Life ecosystem. And there's a fairly active consideration of how can VLAIs be used to provide another form of organizational identifier in this ecosystem. So that is work that will certainly be considered in 2026 and may come to a future version of the spec as well. Drummond, you had a hand up.
Well, ironically, that's the question I was going to ask about. Tying into that. And I will put in a plug. We will talk in the presentation on the first person project later today that you mentioned. We'll talk about how first person credentials could be used for exactly what you're talking about, to provide both the credentials and the signature capability. That's all.
Yeah, it seems like a very natural fit, and we certainly aim to make that work.
Yeah, so one of the things that we did have a couple of minutes, I wanted to kind of share the layering approach to attribution of a digital object. So, the C2PA, it sounds all great, but they're very focused, as Eric had mentioned, regarding products, generating manifests at its origin. That creates what I consider a canvas. We have the hard binding that we need between the digital object and the manifest. And then the C2PA does not want to be involved in organizational or individual attribution, but they wanted to create the foundation for that. And so the COG stepped in, and now we're addressing both metadata, anything that you could attach, in a variety of ways. So we have to work with industry, because industry has already established all kinds of different, metadata tags and identity schemes to identify different products as it relates to schemes like the Dublin Core, to identify types of products. So we're accommodating all of those things. And then the other question comes down to about digital rights. And so we didn't mention, but obviously, one of the big relying parties of C2PA and COG is an organization called JPEG Trust, which has created an ISO standard as it relates to taking the signals that the C2PA and the COG has created within these assertions and creating profiles that could then be transferred into persuasive cases under jurisdictions to affix certain decisions made on who made this product or who has the rights associated with it. And so I think the combination between the C2PA, COG, JPEG Trust, industry, and jurisdictions will advance over the next couple of years to create the fill out the canvas that we're attempting to do within this whole ecosystem.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Eric and Scott. And if there are any questions, I think we still have a minute or two. And I was actually just looking also on the questions on LinkedIn and YouTube. I see some positive feedback on LinkedIn. People are saying, thank you for a wonderful session. Excellent ways to crowdsource inputs, but no questions so far. But for those of you watching the live streams, please do feel free to use the comment section to ask your questions. Eric, did you want to? Oh, you're muted right now, Eric.
Yeah, since you mentioned LinkedIn, I just wanted to give a shout out that they are the most active among social media properties in incorporating and respecting content credentials in content that's posted by their users.
Great. Thanks, Eric. Oh, and I see that Drummond has a question.
Browser support are the browsers going to support content credential verification? So it's sort of built into a user's daily experience of the web.
Well, we're certainly pushing them in that direction, and as Scott noted earlier, we've had quite active participation from Google. I don't know specifically about anything regarding Chrome and a potential integration other than we at Adobe have produced and published an extension that can go into Chrome that does allow you to verify content credentials.
Yeah, we are seeing, both the browsers and the extension creators, there will be avenues for that. So I do expect to see that happening because it's just another avenue that you can affix attribution.
Cool, thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, we are right on time. Great, thanks again, Eric and Scott. And we are ready for our next session with Henk and Cor. So Henk and Cor, the floor is yours. There we go.
Thank you.
There you go. Eric, Henk, would you like to share your slides?
I thought I just did.
Don't believe so. It's still my. There we go. Now yours are on.
I'm seeing them. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
All right. I try to do it again then.
Good,
there
good.
we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So this is a quote. Hello, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity to present the stuff that we are very proud of. We've been working on it for 2 years with the group, and it's called Spec Up T. And this statement of Daryl O'Donnell has haunted us for 2 years. Trying to manage terminology on the internet is hell. And we thought, wow, that can't be the case. Will be pretty easy to solve this. So we'll tell you in half an hour the story. And the main takeaway of this is you can now, after these 2 years that we've been building, you can go for consensus today. And what do I mean by that? Every working group within Trust over IP has its own focus, its own scope, but we also share a lot of terms together. And how great would it be that we have some consensus about terms, especially when we use exactly the same terms, but we think of a different meaning behind them. So that's what we can do from today with SpecUp-T. And that's my main takeaway of today. I'll guide you through why you should use that, who was involved, who can use it, how you can use it. And what you see here is the main players. We'll go through them quickly. My name, by the way, and why should you listen to this story of mine? I've been actively working with SpecUp-T together with Core, the developer. And I'm the one who ate the dog food. I've created 7 specifications in SpecUp-T, and they're all interrelated, and you will see that later. Blockchain Bird, that's my donation vehicle. That has also, apart from the hours that I've put in, also put in over 100K in dollars. Who are we behind it? That's the Concepts and Terminology Working Group. So that's the group that is busy with terminology. And of course, you know that, so I won't go too deep in it, but our work includes tools for defining, editing, and understanding terms that we share, including glossaries. So there we've got 2 words, specifications and glossaries. So the glossaries are built with exactly the same tool as the specifications, and it's all called SpecUp-T. So the first why has SpecUp come to be and later SpecUp-T. So SpecUp is originated from DIF, a Decentralized Identity Foundation, and Daniel Buchner. And he wanted to create an easy peasy technical specification. And we want to thank Div and Daniel Buchner for that, because we've worked further on that result. And I think they have about 100 specs that are run on SpecUp-T. On SpecUp. We wanted more. In the Concepts and Terminology Working Group, we wanted much more. We wanted text, images, references, terms. We wanted a single page. We want it all web-based. We don't want to be working in a terminal and giving command line commands. We wanted to have it versioned, so if somebody changes a definition, we want to know. We want to harvest definitions. That means we want to use definitions of other people that might be more an owner of that definition or more knowledgeable about that definition. And of course, when we write specifications, we need normative and informative, the difference between normative and informative links and references. And then we'd really like to have a GUI, graphical user interface, to manage this all. The harvesting definition is an interesting one, because we don't want to be dependent of somebody. So for example, if I link to a definition of drum and read in the main Trust over IP glossary, I then want to be totally independent of that definition as soon as Drummond changes it, or he takes the whole glossary away, for example. He wouldn't do that. But we have to be prudent here, and that is what SpecUp-T does. We always have local copies of our definitions that we've referenced at a certain point in time. So one last try, because you saw this very nerdy list of stuff over here. This is of course very nerdy, but why the heck are we doing this? Well, I think the main fundamental reason is that we are a part of a community, and we want to build consensus about a new idea with anyone around. So if you have a new idea, you write a spec. Wouldn't it be great if you could create references to already existing specifications and definitions from others that make sense within your own scope, within your own mental model? That is exactly what we've strived for. And we thank TNO and Rick Joosten for the fundamental knowledge behind that. So now we'll give you the real meat. Cor, would you please copy that link in the chat so anyone could visit the link that is in the slide blue. It's what unites 6 or 7 glossaries and specifications within TrustedOverIP already as we speak. So they are in production. So this is SpecUpT is not a development or a test, or it's really running already. So you can be part of that community, and feel free to click around. And what you see is a GitHub repository for those who don't know what it is. And you can click on the About in the upper right corner, and then you will see from any of the glossaries and specifications that you see there. When you go to the GitHub repository, you can then click on the About and click to the real end result, which is a specification. And for those who know it, it's based on GitHub pages. Any questions so far? I'll rest a small moment. If not, I'll go ahead. What is SpecUpT? How is it built? How can you use it? Well, it's Markdown. So we write in Markdown, and we use specific tags that will be pre-processed before it gets into a HTML page that we put on GitHub, and that's GitHub Pages. That's the presentation of it. We also call that GitHub page the single source of truth. So we are not going to look in intermediate results on your local computer or on GitHub in files in the repository. We only look for references in the final result that's there. And you can take that result and use the result to post-process, for example, in docx or PDF makeovers. For example, if you have to comply to a certain standard with a certain spelling, you could do that. SpecUpT is meant to primarily to give you a digital version of the specification, an interactive version of the specification. So we'll walk with the square red boxes through the nerdy versions of why we are doing this. The next step is single page web-based and versioned. Why do we want to do that? Why do we want to know which kind of version that we've referenced? Because if somebody else changes a term definition that's externally hosted, then you want to know, because they might change the definition in a way that does not fit your concept and your context. So then you want to go back to that definition that was supplied in the past, and maybe you even stop referencing it and externally and start editing it by yourself. It's all possible in SpecUpT. And why we use GitHub Pages? Well, it's a very uniform way of presenting. And if you've clicked on the link that Cor has provided in the chat, and you have an example of a SpecUpT specification in front of you, you will see that it's very uniform if you click through a few of them. And GitHub serves as uptime and global presence, and it's free, it's open source, etc., etc. This is the way we harvest definitions. We write and harvest definitions. So we use the SpecUp tags that are listed in the second line: def, ref, xref, tref, and iref, and also the spec tag. So don't run away straight away, because we will slowly go through them and show you examples of them. And you might already have them in front of you, and you will recognize them as soon as I go over them. So what we do is we define terms, we reference them locally. That's what SpecUp did from Daniel Buchner and Div. And then we started building extra functionality in the concepts and terminology working group. And I want to thank everybody that has cooperated with that in the past 2 years. That has been magnificent because we were the ones that created it, but we couldn't have done that without the constant feedback of the people present in those meetings. The X reference means that you externally reference a definition with a simple link. A transclusion means that you take the whole definition from an external site and you put that in your own glossary. Hold on, you're all going to get examples of that. And then the last one here, the TOBI spec clearinghouse, we have that tag. That tag is a spec tag here. We have that from Div inherited, and it's a central clearinghouse. So SpecUp T wants to be totally decentralized and free and self-sovereign. This spec tag depends on a clearinghouse that can change, and then you have to trust them. But they do normative references. So there's a whole list of RFCs, and you can reference them in your own specification. So you reference and you trust. That's about the same because somebody else is behind the dashboard and they can do whatever they like with that definition and you trust it. And you don't have an active alert system that tells you that he or she did that. And you have to take care of it yourself. With Markdown and HTML, it's even worse. I would say that's link and pray. You know, you have to, as soon as you make a link with a URL to some external document, a minute later it's outdated. You can't trust it. So the only thing we really have to check our specifications, apart from all the SpecUp T tags that do version management and they know exactly what they link, is that you check the broken links afterwards. And SpecUp T helps you also with health checks, so it gives you lots of reports. And there's also an extensive user manual available. So the conclusion of this part is use def, ref, xref, and tref tags as much as you can, because that will help you being consistent and knowing what you've referenced in the past, that it still works. We also want, we got feedback that the whole terminal-based, command line-based operation that SpecUp had in the past and SpecUp T has still, we have a command line version of SpecUp that won't work for, let's say, 90% of the people. And they urged us to build a web version of it. And we can happily announce that it's a test version, but it's available. And Cor will go into the details of that web version tomorrow in a workshop. And we will work with that version so you can get used to it, how it works. We can use GitHub Actions as well to generate automatically your end result when you've locally changed some information, either content or glossary terms and definitions. You can automatically generate a new version outside, I mean publicly. Just to give you a quick look of that web version, it looks like this. Don't worry, don't run away again, because we will go in the last 10 minutes through the options that you have here. So hold on, there we go. This is the real nerdy part, and I hope these are the tools you have. So you can make a definition in any Markdown document or any text-based document. And an example is, you can see that to the upper right, it says def, self-certifying identifier, then again self-certifying identifier, and then SCID. So what is this all about? The first one is the key. We use the key to communicate with all the other specifications and glossaries. So a key is unique locally because somebody else might think that self-certifying identifier is totally a different concept than you. But still we can exchange based on this key. If you want to present the term in your glossary differently than the key is formatted, then you can use the second one, and it looks like this. So what you see here is that the first alias with the spaces is the actual presentation, and then the one with the dash, that's the key. Oh, sorry, that's too quickly. I have to go back first. Yeah. So, and the second one is the with the dash, and the RFC is the last one, the SCID. I see that the example does not match the screen dump, but it works exactly the same. The next one is very important one because that's the tref. We call that a tref because it's a transclusion reference. So, for example, you want to pick the carry definition of self-addressed data. Then you reference the carry repo, you use the key, and then you can also specify how you want it to be listed in your own glossary. And that looks like this. The difference with a normal definition is that it has a blue background. And as you can see, also the pop-ups, they still work. And if you push the I button, then you can see where that definition is coming from. So you can see here that it's the carry glossary, and you can also click through to that definition over there. An XREF looks more like a link, but it is exactly the same. Like you can see here on hover, you can read the pop-up. On click, you can go to it, to either the main link or a link within the pop-up. So even the pop-ups have links, and there's a very important distinction to make. We only generate links on pop-ups that are locally defined. So think about that later, but it's an important distinction between linking a match that you have locally and linking the link that was already provided in the hosted glossary, because then you would get information about their context, about their mental model in your specification. That's not what we want to support. We think it's good governance to only match locally defined definitions and offer a link as soon as we have a local definition for that term. It gets easier with every step. Now we have a ref. What does a ref? It does not more than just locally link a definition. It does not have aliases. You use aliases to ref because what you ref is exactly what you get. What you see is what you get. So for example, this one was refed as carry space specification in lowercase. So now I have a question for you, whether you've taken this in already or not. I want to know feel free to shout out whether there's one of these things inside. There's no tref in here, that's for sure. So an externally referenced definition would have a colored blue background, and these are all white, so there's no tref in here. But do we have a def? Feel free to shout out. Do we see a definition in this one?
Yes. Are there two definitions?
Sorry?
Are there not two definitions here for these two?
Exactly, yeah, you're right, Armand. There are two definitions in here, and thank you for jumping in. So there is a def inside. Does anybody see a ref in here? A reference, a local reference? Well, to save time, I will answer the question myself. There are 3 local references around here in the back and down here. I don't know whether you can see my pointer.
Yes, we can see it, Hank.
Okay, that's great. So they are here, and these are local references, and you can see that because the external references, they have the external mark over here. So that's how you recognize the last one, that these are the xrefs. Have we got a URL in here? Of course, we have them down here. So that's a non-dashed line. It's a straight line. How do you call that? An underlined word with an external symbol. That's a URL. So the only thing we haven't got here is a tref. We got one more feature to present, and that is the levels of information, and that's a round-trip harmonica. What do we mean by that? What you can see is you will see this definition as only a bar. As soon as you click on this link, you can recognize it, by the way, by the a bit more solid 1. If you push on that button, then it will rotate. It's road trip harmonica, and it will show you more information based on words that we search for, and we put them in the next level of information, and that you can steer that yourself within the local specification or glossary. Last one, oh yeah, we got a special one created a few weeks ago because the DIT Web needed it. It's a local transclusion of a definition. That means that you have a definition in your glossary, but you want to remind people of that definition somewhere else in your text, and it looks like this. It very much looks like a normal definition, but here you can see the difference. It's a bit more grayed out, and it has a button to the glossary, and it will, as soon as you go there, you can click on it, and then you can do more, get information about version management, and you can straightly go to the sources on the internet. These are difficult tools, I would say. I would not use them too much. You can, of course, create links in Markdown, but as we said before, they are not managed. So there's no versioning, there's no pop-up. Only the broken link checking will be done. And the only thing you get is on click, you go to these links. These are the very well-known links you see anywhere on the internet. So this is what we've, so hopefully I gave you a brief introduction of the tools how you can build consensus and freedom to work together. This might have sounded pretty nerdy, and as soon as you start writing specifications, you get all into this. It's doable. It's only like 6 tags, and you will recognize the various features and the way they show up in the end result pretty quickly. Should you not be able to do it or don't have time for it, we've set up a service to guide you through this. And if you're interested in writing a specification and joining the ecosystem of Trust over IP of interrelated glossaries, but you can't do it, or you want to have some guidance or help, then we are open to discuss that. But you need budget to do that. It's between, on average, 5 or 10K that you would need to become to have a good specification and glossary, and also be trained to do it yourself for the rest of your life. I won't go into these. I just want to, you can read it later. It's even more technical specification of how it works and why we did it. I want to end this presentation with the statement, we've managed terminology hell on the internet, I think. And if there are any more questions about this, we got like 2 minutes left. Well then, Thomas, you can take it over.
Okay, thanks, Hank. I was about to unmute myself and ask if somebody else has any sort of questions. And I don't see anything on YouTube or LinkedIn Live right now, so I think we can just move on to the next talk. And thank you for all the, thank you, Hank and Core, and thanks for all the panelists. We are incredibly good on time today. It's like up to a minute. So yes,
I want to point to the presentation tomorrow. If people want to really work hands-on with the specification tool, then tomorrow there's a presentation about it, a workshop.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks a lot, Hank. And I'll post again to the chat section our webpage with the agenda. So please register for the sessions tomorrow as well. Now, great. Moving forward, we have the last session before the break, and it's going to be Drummond and Marcus. And I believe you will be sharing your slides, Drummond, or would you like me to do it?
No, I'll go ahead, and it'll probably be easier if I share them, then I can do the click through. So,
Drummond, I'm sorry, I believe your sound is not the best right now.
oh, all right, hang on just a minute. I'm going to switch to a different mic. I realized what the problem was. I wasn't.
There we go.
Yes. Thank you for pointing that out, because otherwise I'd switched to a different speaker. All right. Yes, I will go ahead. Marcus is going to join me here. Morning, Marcus, from Vienna. I'm in Seattle, so this is a worldwide presentation. And let me grab the slides here. We'll dive in to tell you about did skid. Let's see, I'm right there and pull this up. Tomas, is this showing?
Yes, it's showing. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, well, of course, we chose a little bit of a clickbait title for this. Is did skid the ultimate did method? And Marcus and I are here to show you or make the case for that. And we'll explain a little bit about DIDs, as you know, what they are and why this particular direction for DIDs is we feel quite promising. Here is a QR code for the DID-SKID is a task force. Trust RP, we have working groups, and we self-organize our work inside those working groups and task forces. Any set of members of working group say, "Yeah, we want to do this, spec or this paper or whatever it is under the mission of that charter, that working group." So this is a task force in the technical stack working group, the DIDSCIT task force, and that will take you to the homepage, that QR code, and there's a link there to the specification, DIDSCIT specification that we're talking about here. So our contention that we are here to spend a half an hour convincing of here today is the DIDSCIT method is the most secure, flexible, portable, and decentralized DID method, which, given that there are over 200 DID methods now registered with W3C, is a pretty strong statement. But this is important because DIDs, as a cryptographically verifiable identifier, what even more broadly could be called a VID, VID, they are the fundamental building blocks of everything we're doing here at TrustOverIP and Decentralized Trust. You hear about verifiable credentials and many of the protocols and everything, they all boil down to the real decentralization is in these cryptographically verifiable identifiers that don't require central registration. So we're going to start out, what are DIDs and DID methods and why should you care? This became a W3C, it's called recommendation, 19 July 2022. Marcus and I are two of the four editors of the DID method, of the DID spec. Actually, I think there might have been 6 altogether. Anyway, both of us have spent, I think it was about 7 years since the start of the work on the DID spec until W3C finally approved it. And at that time, I saw some reference, there were 130 methods. At that time, there were over 150, and they're now over 200 in the registry that DID maintains of the different DID methods. So what is a DID method? It's a way to bind a decentralized identifier, this global unique string, to a DID document. And that contains the cryptographic key material you need for cryptographic verifiability, as well as service endpoints you need to communicate, if you need to communicate with whatever the entity is that's being identified by that DID. And that can be anything. It could be a person, it can be an organization, could be a software product, a database, it could be an AI agent, anything with that needs cryptographically verifiable identity anywhere on the internet can be identified with a DID. This is the the classic structure of a DID. It is a URI, valid URI scheme. It's a registered URI scheme, DID. What follows that in the next column is the identifier for the DID method. And what follows that we call the DID method specific identifier. So a method is a way, in this next diagram, from the DID spec, it's a way to bind the DID to a DID document that contains that key material and those endpoints, and anything else that describes that DID subject, whatever it is. So one of the problems we actually ran into, it was literally one of the objections we ran into when we got to approving the DID spec. When the final vote at W3C was, oh, well, there are way too many DID methods. And so isn't that really going to make interoperability hard? And it is a good question. Many of those DID methods, by the way, are how to use a DID with a specific blockchain, and there are many, many blockchains out there, and they all said they needed their own DID method. So it's one reason there's so many. But in any case, it is a challenge to interoperability. So let's now talk about, and you actually saw a definition from Hank in the previous presentation on the content and terminology working group about self-certifying identifiers. So what is that? To explain that, I'm actually, as I was preparing this, I said, wait a minute, I've done all this before. So this is our 5th anniversary symposium. If you go back to our 2nd year, 2021, I helped Sam Smith give this presentation at IIW, and we called it Carry for Muggles. That's now a whole working group, the Carry Suite working group at W3C that you'll hear from in more presentations today. But this was a way to quickly explain, well, what is, why is Carry something you should pay attention to? And we covered 7 different key features of Carry. And I literally just copied out the slides from the very first one. If you're interested, you want to look at this presentation, it's in Google Slides. It's still there. You can just scan that QR code right there and look at the actual presentation. But anyway, the number one point, number one feature of Carry was self-certifying identifiers. Here's the definition that we used right there. It's all tied down. The identifier can be tied to a public key or any of the cryptographic material in the DID document using cryptography alone. No blockchain or any other external system needed. Now, we had this in here to make sure everyone understands public and private keys. You have a cryptographic binding, and the public key is what's going to be in that DID document. So the whole idea is you actually essentially derive the self-certifying identifier, the SCID, from the public key. And it's really derived from the whole of the, well, depending on the different methods that there are, it's derived from the DID document, the Genesis DID document, the first one. And it's a cryptographic binding. So the benefit is you can prove you control it without needing to reference or rely on anyone outside your control, a blockchain or a web server or anything, right? If you have those two pieces, you have the DID and you have the DID document, or what we call a verifiable history, you can cryptographically prove that they're bound, that the controller of the private key for that DID controls that DID document, and away you go. So going back to this diagram, the way you can put it is, it's a way of binding the DID directly to the DID document, strictly using cryptography. Okay? That is the whole point of a self-certifying identifier. So it turns out, Carry led the way. They call them AIDs, autonomic identifiers, because of that property. They showed the way. They showed a lot of folks went, oh wow, a self-certified identifier is really has a bunch of advantages as it did. So several other DID methods have gone down that path now, and I'm listing the 4 that we reference in the DID SCID spec. DID-WebS is a task force in the Carry Suite working group here, which is the Carry. It's a way of doing Carry IDs, but resolving them through a web server. So that is, again, another task force here at TrustedOverIP, has a specification for doing that. DIB-WebVH is a working group, or Marcus can tell you more at DIF, and JLink and PLC. DID PLC is the DID method used by Blue Sky. So we've got all those DID methods. The last thing I'm going to talk to here is, so why did this lead to the evolution of DID SCID? So what we realized is all of these self-certifying based DID methods, SCID-based DID methods, had the same thing in common. The self-certifying identifier was linked to the Genesis DID document and a chain, sometimes called a microledger, of DID documents that are all chained together and cryptographically verifiable as you make changes to the DID document. You rotate keys, or you change endpoints, or you make any other change. So that is sometimes referred to as the verifiable history of that of the DID documents associated with that DID. And you saw DID SCID, DIB-WebVH. They both are saying, well, these are web-based DID methods, so we expect the DID document to be, or the verifiable history to be on a web server. And we just basically had the realization, wait a minute, with the self-certifying identifier, that verifiable history, the DID document, or sets of DID documents, could be anywhere. They could be, you could have it on a web server, you could have it exchanged peer-to-peer, you could put it on a blockchain, you could put it in multiple locations. So we said, well, if we define a location-independent version of how this can be done, then all of those DID methods could enjoy this location independence. So here is the format for a DID SCID. And we make it a little bit longer at the outset in order to say, okay, so the scheme is DID and the method name is SCID for self-certifying identifier. We then follow it with, okay, what is the format of that verifiable history that is you're going to verify? The beauty is we don't have to redefine the DID methods that have already figured that out. We've got, DID WebS, we've got a DID WebVH. So we are suggesting there's no strict requirement that we just use a 2-letter acronym or for whatever that format is. And because those format can evolve, we've added a format spec version number. So the software that needs to resolve one of these can ask the resolver, and the resolver, a DID resolver, can go, I know exactly what I need to do based on the format and the version of that specification to go resolve that, return it, and verify it. And the way we made it location independent is this last part where you have to always have the self-certifying identifier. We simply said, okay, let's put the location parameter as a parameter to the DID. So the DID is strictly this part up until the question mark. The parameter is not part of the DID. It's not something you can store it, in a database or wherever, but the DID and the key that you're going to be using on an ongoing basis for that identity, the identifier key, is just this part. So it doesn't need to change, even if the location changes over time. So that was the key innovation, and because we can support any format that is defined how to verify its history against the SCID, it's extensible. So again, this makes it location independent, and all of these locations are possible. You can use DID SCID peer-to-peer between two peers who just exchange DID documents with each other. They're not stored anyplace else. Protocols like DIDCOM or TSP, this can fit perfectly. It's completely compatible with the web-based DID methods, stored on a web server. You can store it on a blockchain. There are already blockchains that are compatible with this. The Czech blockchain is one of them. Hedera is already adding support for this. And of course, you can put it on a distributed file system. So in conclusion, by separating location and supporting mobile formats, we believe this really is the most secure, flexible, portable, and decentralized DID method on the market. And once again, if we piqued your interest and you want to say, oh, let me look at this spec, let me learn more about it, this is our homepage. Again, it's linked to the spec page. And with that, I'm now going to turn it over to Marcus, who I will tell you is besides the co-edited spec, is the chair of the Identifiers and Discovery Task Force at DIF, right, Marcus? So he will show you that, yeah, it's actually real. So I'm going to stop sharing. Marcus, turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you. I will go ahead and share. Can you see that? Can you see my screen? DID SCID demo?
Yes. Yeah. No, it's coming up.
Okay, fantastic. So I'm going to try to show how this actually works. I will just quickly repeating this one slide that Drummond already showed. So Drummond explained that the DID SCID consists here of a format identifier and then the actual SCID, the self-certifying identifier, and then there's a parameter with the location of the verifiable history, right? So like Drummond said, the main innovation here is that the location of a verifiable history is not a part of the identifier itself, which makes the DID completely location independent.
Marcus, your screen is not rotating for me. It's still on the title. Is that true for everyone else or just for me?
No, it's just on the first title. You're right.
Okay, so it's
Marcus, you might be sharing your Zoom screen because I see your and Drummond's avatar on.
Oh yeah, that's it. You're sharing your Zoom screen. That's it.
Okay. Okay, what you see now?
It's still the same thing on my screen.
Yeah.
Okay. That's strange. I don't. Let me try something else.
Or if you have it online, Marcus, you can just send it to chat to me and I can run the slides if that's easier.
Yeah, he's going to show a presentation. Yeah, a demo though. So.
Okay, got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I have no idea what do you see now? Still the same?
It's still the same. It's just it's locked on. It's frozen on the showing your the Zoom screen. Or
Okay, I guess I have to rejoin then. I'm sorry.
All right, that's let's go ahead and do that quickly, and we'll just see if there's any questions. I did just share in the chat a link to the slides I gave. So anyone who's interested in that. And of course, as Tomas has already explained, all these talks are being recorded. So Marcus, Tomas, they're all going to end up on the LFTT YouTube channel. Is that right?
That's right. All of them, we're going to slice them up so people can find specific, because it's going to be a long recording after the whole day.
Yeah.
So people can go to a specific video, and we're also going to timestamp them so it's easier to find. And for people that want to share presentations, we'll just add the presentation link so people can download them there as well.
Perfect.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Marcus dropped off. I guess he's gonna try to log in again.
Yeah, he's gonna rejoin. I know he works off a Linux box, and there can be challenges with Zoom, especially because he wants to do a live demo. I have always appreciated. I myself am not a developer. I rue that. I am a vibe coder now, and it feels dangerous as anything. But Marcus is the other end of the spectrum. He's down at the bare metal, and nobody knows the spectrum of DID methods better. He is the besides being the chair of the Identifier and Discovery Task Force at DIF, he's the maintainer of the DIF universal resolver for I don't know how many DID methods it now supports. And I will see if I can go find a link to it, because he has already added DID-SCID support there, so you can go and play with that directly. And yeah, I can go look for that. Hopefully Marcus is coming right back.
Yes, he's here.
Okay.
He joined now. Let's see.
I'm back. Let me try to share again.
Okay. There we go.
That's working.
Okay, so you should see this slide that Drummond already showed earlier.
Yes, it's interesting because it still shows some of your the Zoom controls, but now we're seeing the live screen. That's good.
Okay, so this I just wanted to show as a reminder, right, the format of the DID-SCID, where we have the SCID itself that's part of the identifier, and then we have a parameter the location of the verifiable history. And as Drummond said, the main innovation here is that the date is completely location independent. Now, there is a resolver implementation. Can you see that? I move to the next slide, just checking.
Yes, yeah, we see it now.
Okay, great. So here's implementation of a DIT-SCID resolver. We're going to try that. I'm already running this locally, and we're going to try to actually resolve two DITs. So we're going to resolve these two DITs here. The first one that you see, this is just a standard DIT web VH. This is not a DIT-SCID method. This is the DIT web VH method. And here we have a self-certifying identifier and we have a location, but both of it is part of the DIT, right? So we're going to resolve that. Hope you can see my.
Yep, we can see it.
My command line. So you can see I'm calling a resolver running on localhost, and I'm going to resolve this whole identifier, which is the DIT web VH. And we can see the result is a DIT document with the ID. Of course, that's the DIT web VH. And then we have the usual other things: verification method, controller, assertion method, and some metadata. In this case, metadata about the DIT web VH method. And now we're going to resolve sort of the DIT-SCID equivalent of that, which looks like this, where the DIT only contains the SCID and the location we pass as a parameter. So we're going to. So this it looks like this, right? I'm again calling a resolver on my local host. The DIT is here, what I'm highlighting now, DIT-SCID VH1, then the self-certifying identifier. And then everything after that is a parameter for the resolver, right? With the source parameter that's not part of the DIT itself. And I'm resolving that, and then again, I'm getting a DIT document, which is the same as before, but you can see the ID, the subject of the DIT document is the DIT-SCID, right? And this does not include the location. Other than that, you have the same verification methods, service endpoints, with the same kind of metadata, and it's also verifiable, just like the previous example, only that the location is not part of the DIT. And I can do the same thing with other locations. So what you see here now on this slide is again 3 times exactly the same DIT-SCID. So the DIT is the same in all of these examples, only the value of the source parameter is different, right? So in the first example, we have a web address, which is the location of the verifiable history. The second example, we actually have a DIT URL that points to a resource on the checked test map, right? So it retrieves the verifiable history from a DIT URL, interestingly, from a verifiable data registry on checked. And in the third example, we're retrieving the verifiable history from Hedera. And all of these examples, by the way, are here on this resolver implementation in the GitHub repository. So I can maybe quickly show the same thing working with the checked example, right? I'm again calling a resolver on localhost with the DIT-SCID. And in this case, the value of the source parameter is a DIT URL on checked. And again, I get exactly the same DIT document as before, right? The subject is just a DIT-SCID. The subject, it does not include anything about the blockchain or a web address or anything like that. And if I do the same example with a Hedera location as the source parameter, then again, I also get exactly the same DIT document with the same subject, the same verification methods and service endpoints. Only the difference between these examples is only that the verifiable history comes from different locations. How does this work behind the scenes? So here is a quick architecture of the DITS-KIT resolver, which actually doesn't really implement a lot of logic. It defers to the existing resolvers for existing self-certifying identifier-based DIT methods like DIT-WebS, DIT-WebVH. It only adds a step where it dereferences the value of the source parameter to look up the verifiable history. As I said, this can be a DIT URL, for example, pointing to a resource unchecked. It can be a web location. It can be a Hedera URI. So the DITS-KIT resolver will dereference the verifiable history from any of these locations. But for constructing the DIT document and for actually verifying the history, for all of that, it just defers to the existing DIT-WebS, DIT-WebVH, or other SCID-based DIT methods. So the same also works for DIT-WebS. It's the same demonstration as before. Only in this case, I have a DIT-WebS identifier, and the DITS-KIT has KE here as the format identifier, which stands for carry, right? So in this case, the SCID part of the DITS-KIT is the carry AID, as Drummond said. The carry community has really originally educated all of us about the value of self-certifying identifiers. And so DITS-KIT, in this case, it's really just a different syntax, right? It's just a carry AID, and the value of the source location is very similar to what carry calls an UBI, right? An introduction to where you find the verifiable history. And again, just like before, the verifiable history can come from any of these locations, web-based location, DIT URL pointing to a resource on a blockchain, or a Hedera identifier. I will quickly show that working, so you can believe me that it's actually working. So first I will resolve a DIT-WebS identifier, which again contains the carry AID and the web address, and that returns a DIT-WebS DIT document with the DIT-WebS DIT as the subject. And I can do the DITS-KIT equivalent. In this case, the DITS-KIT is, like I said, the carry AID, and the location is passed separately as a source parameter, and the resolver will obtain the verifiable history from this location, and otherwise resolve the DIT just like carry-based DIT-WebS identifier. So the subject of the DIT document is just the SCID, right? This is the most important innovation here. To reiterate this or reaffirm this as a conclusion, this is what DITS-KIT is all about, right? The subject of the document, the DIT, is completely location independent. It's just a self-certifying identifier, and the location can be any of these things. And that's it. Here again is the QR code that Drummond already showed, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Marcus. That is a fabulous demonstration. I think anyone looking at this is like goes, okay, it works. And I think you've I love the diagram where you emphasize our goal was to not require any of the SCID-based DIT methods to need to change their specs, or because this diagram really emphasizes how you can reuse that code. And so the exact same logic is being used. We've just made it location independent, which means that the SCID can be used as the key, the identifier key in whatever system needs to maintain a relationship with that, the subject of that identity. And so fabulous demonstration. So Marcus, the one option that neither one of us really talked about is if you're using it in a peer-to-peer scenario, like did peer is typically used, you don't actually even need a source parameter, what would you say about peer-to-peer exchange? Is it just if you don't include the source parameter, then it's established by context?
Yes, we haven't actually tried that yet, but of course, yeah, if the location is somehow implicit, right, by the context or by the environment where you're resolving the PID, then yeah, I would say it's optional. Yeah.
Perfect. All right. Well, I know we're at time, so Tomas, quick check to see if there are any questions that anyone wants to ask. Otherwise, we can take our first break.
Let me see. No, nothing so far on YouTube or LinkedIn Live. So I think we're okay to head into break. People might pop some questions later on, and we can address them as we go.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much, and thank you, Marcus, for live illustration of exactly how it works across 3-4 different systems. I love it.
Thank you so much, Drummond and Marcus. So right now we are heading into break, as we mentioned, and during that time we're going to be running the bite-sized trust videos. So you're very welcome to stay here and look at those. They're very cool. If you miss them, we will also post them later on YouTube, so you can review them there. And welcome back at 10:30 Pacific time, where another member of the Trust over IP Steering Committee, Eric Drury, will talk about the journey of Trust over IP. See you in half an hour, everyone.
Or did, you don't just get back keys, you also can get something called service endpoints. A service endpoint is like the address book entry for your DID. It tells others where to reach you, what protocols you support, or which services you're connected to. For example, a DID document might
Moss, just so you know that the sound cut out on
shared secret. With that shared secret, both sides can encrypt and decrypt messages securely. This mechanism is often built on well-known key exchange algorithms, such as the Diffie-Hellman algorithm, which allows two people who have never met before to create a common encryption key over an insecure channel. In the context of DIDs, it means that secure communication can be set up simply by looking up a DID document and using the key it lists. In practice, key agreement keys make DIDs more than just a way to prove who you are. They also provide a foundation for private, encrypted interaction. Whether it's messaging, data exchange, or establishing a secure channel for another protocol, agreement keys allow two DID subjects to connect in a way that is both verifiable and confidential. Decentralized identifiers, or DIDs, are identifiers that resolve to DID documents. A DID document is a structured piece of information that describes the subject of the DID. Among the most important details you'll find in a DID document are cryptographic keys. These can either be included directly inside the document or referenced indirectly through another DID. One category of keys commonly recorded in a DID document are assertion keys. Assertion keys are used to apply digital signatures to documents and other pieces of data using a public and private key pair. The public key is listed in the DID document as an assertion key, while the private key remains with you and is used to generate the actual signatures. This becomes especially relevant in the context of verifiable credentials, such as those defined by the W3C standard. An organization that has a DID and a corresponding DID document can use its assertion keys to sign digital credentials, things like membership cards, licenses, academic degrees, or other official records. When someone needs to verify such a credential, they simply resolve the issuer's DID, retrieve the DID document, and check the credential's signature against the assertion public key. If the verification succeeds, it proves that the subject of the DID was indeed the entity that issued and signed the credential. This is how assertion keys make trust portable in a decentralized environment. They allow credentials to be signed once and then verified by anyone, anywhere, without relying on a central authority. Decentralized identifiers, or DIDs, are special identifiers that resolve to DID documents. Each DID document contains information about the subject of the DID, including authentication keys. Authentication keys let you prove who you are when accessing a service. Imagine Alice logging into an email or work server, but instead of typing a password, she demonstrates control of a private key that pairs with the public key listed in her DID document. The service checks her public key, and she proves she holds the matching private key, and that authenticates her identity with the service. Authentication keys are a cornerstone of how DIDs enable secure, verifiable identity. They allow a DID subject to interact with services directly while maintaining cryptographic proof of control. This is what makes DIDs so powerful. They combine decentralization, security, and flexibility, giving users control over how their identities are used, whether directly or through trusted delegates. Resolving a decentralized identifier, or DID, gives you back a DID document, and inside it are cryptographic keys that enable different kinds of interactions. The flexibility of DIDs comes from the many ways these keys can be used for a variety of real-world trust tasks. First, there are authentication keys. These prove that you are the subject of the DID. They let you log into services or authenticate yourself in secure channels like DIDCOM. Next are assertion keys. These let the DID subject make claims that others can trust. For example, a university might use an assertion key to sign a diploma as a verifiable credential. Anyone verifying the credential can see it was issued by the right source. Then there are key agreement keys, which are used to set up encrypted communication. They let two parties establish a secure channel, exchange secrets, and keep conversations private, essential for things like DIDCOM messaging. DID documents can also contain capability delegation keys, which allow the controller or the delegate certain rights to another party. And finally, there are capability invocation keys, which are used to actually exercise those delegated capabilities. Just like with passwords, it's good practice not to reuse the same key across different services. Together, these keys turn a DID from a simple identifier into a flexible, verifiable toolkit for proving identity, making claims, securing communications, and delegating authority in decentralized systems. How do you prove who you are online? Most of us still use passwords. You pick a username, then a secret word, let's say poodles forever, and the site stores it. Every time you log in, you send that secret again. The problem? You're sending your password over the internet, and if it's leaked or intercepted, your identity can be stolen. Now, here's the better way. Keys. Instead of a password, you make a private key and a public key. You give the site your public key. Sure, anyone can see it, but your private key never leaves your device. When you log in, you sign a challenge with your private key. The site checks your signature with your public key, and that's it. You're in. That's how FIDO passkeys work. And then there's the next step, decentralized identifiers, or DIDs. DIDs resolve to a DID document which contains public keys, service endpoints, and other metadata. Instead of handing over just a key, you give a DID. The site resolves it to the associated DID document and finds your public authentication key. Even better, the site can give you its DID so you can check them too. And even better, many DID methods allow you to rotate keys, just like changing your password, but with better security. Passwords have well-known limitations. Keys and DIDs are ways to improve the future of trust online. When you resolve a decentralized identifier, or DID, you get back a DID document. That document lists public keys, service endpoints, and other metadata. But here's a key question. Who's allowed to update it? The answer depends on the DID method, because while the DID core spec defines what goes in a DID document, it does not define how updates to DID documents are authorized, signed, or recorded. Some methods, like DID web or DID peer, include a controller field right in the DID document. But these methods do not define a verifiable history of changes of the DID document. Therefore, there must be direct trust in the infrastructure operator. Other methods anchor changes to blockchains or distributed ledgers. DID-INDI, for example, records DID operations on a ledger. Anyone with access can check the ledger history to see whether an update came from the authorized key. There are also content-addressed approaches. With DID IPFS, the DID points to a hash of the document. If the document changes, the hash won't match, making tampering obvious. DID BTCR ties updates to Bitcoin transactions, where the chain itself provides the proof. Some methods go even further. DID WebVH, DID WebS, and DID SKID keep tamper-evident logs of all operations which can be checked for legitimacy. Finally, static methods like DID key or DID JWK don't allow updates at all. The DID, the public key, and the derived DID document are locked together forever. The bottom line, all DID methods produce a conformant DID document. You can just trust a DID document, but to be sure updates are legitimate, you should also verify the cryptographic evidence each DID method provides, whether that's a signature, a blockchain record, a hash commitment, or a verifiable log. Some DID methods make this information available, but some do not. That's why choosing the right DID method matters. It determines not only how your identifier is managed, but also how others can trust that it hasn't been tampered with. A decentralized identifier, or DID, is a unique string that resolves to a DID document. This document holds important information, including the public keys associated with that identity. But like many digital technologies, DIDs come with certain risks, and different DID methods have emerged to help manage them. One risk is that the owner of a DID document can change the public key listed in it. For example, someone might publish a key in their DID document and use it to sign digital statements. Later, they could edit their DID document, switching keys, and then claim those earlier statements weren't theirs. Technically, the document itself would still be valid, with all the required digital signatures in place, making the change difficult to detect by looking at the DID document alone. That's why it's important to observe DID document changes from the outside. There are a few ways to do this. One approach is to store the DID document in a public tamper-resistant location. DID methods like DID-INDI and DID IPFS use this strategy. DID-INDI, for example, uses a blockchain to preserve a transparent and verifiable history. But not all systems rely on public storage. DID carry takes a different approach. It uses a network of observers known as witnesses and watchers. These participants sign records of the data source of the DID document and keep copies of relevant sections. They can verify that the history of changes remains consistent over time. This decentralized, peer-based model allows duplicity to be caught. In a blockchain, the watchers can be anyone with access to view the blockchain, while in carry, the observers are selected for each DID. A different approach used by some DID methods is to post a digest of the DID document content to a public ledger, such as Ethereum. Instead of storing the entire DID document, only a cryptographic fingerprint of the content is recorded. This digest acts as a tamper-evident seal. If someone tries to change the content of the DID document, the digest will no longer match. Verifiers can use this to ensure that the DID document they're viewing is exactly the one that was originally anchored to the blockchain. Having a way to observe changes to a DID document from the outside by disinterested parties who will not collude to enable DID document duplicity is essential for maintaining trust in decentralized identity systems. Since the DID controller can update the document, independent verification, whether through public ledgers, hash commitments, watcher networks, or other methods, helps ensure that changes are transparent and detectable. Without this external observability, malicious actors could alter their identity records without accountability, undermining the integrity of the system. A decentralized identifier, or DID, is a unique string that can be resolved into a DID document. This document typically contains public keys, service endpoints, and other metadata used to enable secure, verifiable interactions. But the way a DID is resolved depends on the method it uses. Of the many DID methods that currently exist, let's look at a few representative categories of how DID methods handle resolution. Some DID methods rely on existing internet infrastructure, such as the Domain Name System or DNS. A common example is DID Web. In this approach, the DID string encodes a domain name and the DID document is retrieved over HTTPS from a well-known location on the web. This method is straightforward and leverages existing authentication mechanisms like TLS, but it depends on the continued availability and security of the domain's web server. Other methods anchor data to a specific blockchain or distributed ledger. These DIDs resolve by querying that ledger and reconstructing the DID document from a series of recorded operations. Examples include DIDs registered on purpose-built identity networks like Indy or on permissioned infrastructures such as those used in government-backed ecosystems. The resolution process involves retrieving cryptographically signed updates and proofs that attest to the integrity and history of the DID document. These methods offer strong tamper resistance, but often require network access and more processing to verify state changes over time. In contrast, DID key uses a self-contained model. The DID itself includes the public key material, allowing the entire DID document to be constructed locally without querying a remote server or ledger. This makes it ideal for offline use, ephemeral identities, or constrained environments, though it lacks support for key rotation, service discovery, or document updates. DID peer takes a peer-to-peer approach. These DIDs are designed for private, pairwise interactions and are not globally resolvable. Instead, the DID document is directly exchanged between parties during connection establishment. This method maximizes privacy and avoids reliance on global infrastructure, but it requires secure and trusted communication at the time of exchange. Some DID methods combine these strategies. For instance, others may publish a digest of the DID document to a public blockchain rather than storing the full document on-chain. This approach offers tamper evidence without bloating the ledger while enabling off-chain storage and resolution. Each DID method might have its own implementation of a DID resolver, but due to W3C standards, projects such as the Universal Resolver from DIF can be used to produce common standardized output through consuming different DID resolver drivers. Each of these DID resolution models reflects different priorities, whether it's decentralization, discoverability, privacy, performance, or compliance. Understanding how a DID resolves to its document is a foundational part of establishing trust in decentralized identity systems. When we talk about DIDs or decentralized identifiers, we're really talking about two parts: the identifier itself, the DID, and the DID document, a standard file that describes the DID-associated public keys, authentication methods, and service endpoints. But here's the key question: where is that DID document data actually stored? Well, that depends on the DID method, which is reported in the DID string right after the word DID. Different DID methods use different storage models. Let's look at a few. First, some DID methods store the DID document data directly on a blockchain. This gives you strong immutability and public verification, great for high-trust environments. Examples include DID Indy, DID EBSI, and DID Checked. Other methods, like DID IPFS, use content addressable storage. The document's address is based on its content, so if the data changes, the address changes too. That makes it tamper evident by design. For ease of use, there's also web-hosted DIDs like DID Web. These live on a server, often at a well-known URL. It's easy to publish, but relies on control of the website, so it's less secure. Some newer approaches, like DID Carry, skip static documents altogether. Instead, they store a verifiable event log. That log keeps track of all key updates and changes over time, making it highly resilient and transparent. And then there are peer DIDs and key-based DIDs. These don't live on any global network at all. Instead, the data is shared directly between parties or even derived entirely from a key. They're lightweight, private, and great for secure, limited scope interactions. No matter the method, and no matter how the DID data is stored, when you use a DID and resolve the associated DID document, the output is the same, a standard DID document following the W3C standard. But how you get that document and how the underlying data is stored depends entirely on the method behind the DID. In the world of decentralized identity, one output format, many storage models is what keeps things flexible, secure, and interoperable. We use identifiers all the time. Your phone number, your passport number, your email address. These are assigned identifiers. Someone, usually an authority, gives them to you. And if someone wants to check whether they're valid, they usually have to ask that authority. But not all identifiers work that way. Some identifiers are derived. That often means they're calculated directly from the thing they identify. In the digital world, this often means taking a file or a piece of content and running it through a cryptographic hash function. The result is a digest, a short, unique fingerprint of that content. Change even one character, and the digest changes completely. These are called content-addressed identifiers. Now, let's add another layer, cryptographic trust. On the internet, trust is often established using a pair of keys, one private, one public. A private key is used to sign something. A public key is used to verify it. If you want to check who signed something, you look up their public key and use it to verify a signature. And how do you look up that key? One common way is through a decentralized identifier or DID. A DID is the identifier that lets a user resolve a DID document which holds or links important information, like the public keys associated with that identity. Now, here's where it gets interesting. If we combine these ideas, derived identifiers, DIDs, and cryptographic keys, we get something called a self-certifying identifier. This is a special kind of identifier that proves it belongs to a specific entity without needing an authority. How? Take the first entry of a DID document, its genesis, which includes the controller's public key. Now calculate a digest of that document. That digest becomes part of the DID itself. Because the digest includes the public key, you can't change the key without changing the identifier. If someone tries to claim that DID using a different key, the digest won't match and everyone will know. DID WebVH and DID WebS both use these kinds of identifiers. In other words, the identifier certifies itself. It's tied to the cryptographic material at its core, and that makes it secure, verifiable, and tamper-evident, just the kind of identifier we need in a decentralized world. When we want to talk about something, whether it's a person, a document, or a dataset, we need a way to refer to it. That's where identifiers come in. Identifiers are like names. They're how we point to something, label it, and keep track of it in both the physical and digital worlds. There are two basic types of identifiers, authority-assigned identifiers and cryptographically derived identifiers. Assigned identifiers are given by an authority. Think of something like a student ID number, a passport number, or a product serial code. These are handed out by whomever governs the thing being identified. The university gives you a student ID. The government gives you a passport number. You name your report final version 2 submitted.pdf. Derived identifiers, on the other hand, are calculated directly from the thing being identified. In the digital world, a common kind of derived identifier is a digest, a unique fingerprint of a file or piece of data created using a hashing algorithm. Because the digest is based on the actual content, it changes if the content changes. That makes it useful not just as an identifier, but also for detecting tampering. So why does this matter? Derived identifiers are especially powerful in digital systems where you want to verify integrity. When you are directed to a specific file or chunk of data which is identified with its digest, you can recalculate the digest yourself. If it matches, you know the file or data is authentic. If it doesn't, something's changed. That's a level of trust you can verify with math. No need to ask an authority. Both types of identifiers play important roles in how we organize, reference, and verify things in the digital world. Whether assigned or derived, identifiers are the foundation of everything from databases to identity systems. When we use private and public keys for security, there's always one big question. What happens if the private key is compromised? If someone else gets access to it, they can impersonate you, sign documents in your name, and access things they shouldn't. The whole system relies on keeping that private key secure. But no security is perfect. Keys can be lost, they can be stolen, and once they're compromised, how do you recover? This is where key rotation comes in. Key rotation is the process of replacing an old key with a new one. If a private key is compromised, you generate a new key pair, update your records, and start using the new key. But that introduces another challenge. How do people know which key is the right one? If someone has your old public key, how do they know it's no longer valid? And how do we keep track of this history in a reliable way? That's where the W3C Decentralized Identifier Standard, DIDS, comes in. DIDS were designed to solve this problem, along with another major issue, the endpoint problem. Normally, to verify an identity, you need to check a trusted authority, like a certificate provider. But what if you don't want to depend on a central authority? What if you want an identity system that works anywhere without relying on a single organization? DID solve this problem by creating a self-sovereign identity system. Instead of relying on a central registry to control the records, each DID is controlled by the entity it represents. A DID is a unique identifier that links to a document containing the public keys and service endpoints for that identity. If you need to rotate keys, you update the DID document. Because it's often, but not always, stored on a decentralized system like a blockchain or other distributed ledger, anyone can verify its history. That means anyone can check which keys were valid at a given time, track updates, and confirm that the information comes from a trusted source. With DIDs, if a key is stolen, it can be replaced, and anyone verifying the identity can immediately see the update. By solving the problems of key rotation, tracking key history, and removing the need for a central authority, DIDs create a new way to manage trust in a decentralized world. Verifiable credentials are a way to prove something about yourself in the digital world, just like physical credentials do in the real world. Think about a passport. It proves your identity when you travel. But how do others know it's real? Passports have built-in security features, holograms, watermarks, and special inks that make them difficult to forge. These physical features help ensure that a passport is authentic. Verifiable credentials work in a similar way, but instead of holograms or watermarks, they use cryptographic signatures. When someone issues you a digital credential, maybe a university diploma or a professional certification, it's digitally signed by the organization that issued it. That signature acts as proof that the credential is real and hasn't been tampered with. Once you have a verifiable credential, you can use it over the internet to prove claims about yourself. If you want to prove that you graduated from a particular university, you can present your credential, and the person or organization evaluating it, called the verifier, can check whether the claim is legitimate. But how? They need to verify that the digital signature matches the public key of the organization that issued it. This raises an important question. Where do verifiers find these public keys? One way is through decentralized identifiers, or DIDs. A DID is a special kind of identifier that can be used to store and retrieve public keys in a decentralized way. That means the verifier doesn't have to rely on a single authority to tell them if a credential is real. Instead, they can look up the issuing organization's DID and check the public key themselves. This system makes verifiable credentials a powerful tool for digital trust. They allow you to prove things about yourself online without relying on a central authority to validate your claim every time. Just like a passport lets you cross borders, a verifiable credential lets you prove things about yourself in the digital world, securely, privately, and efficiently. When we talk about verifying authorship and authenticity,
Okay. So now we are almost at half hour past, and then it's going to be time for our next session. Go. And our next session, I would like to introduce Eric Drury, who's also a member of Trust over IP Steering Committee, and he will be talking about the journey of Trust over IP. So Eric, over to you.
Thank you, Tomas, and hello. So I guess let me try to see if I can share my screen.
I will stop sharing, so let's see.
So can you see, how does that look?
Yes,
Is
looks
that full
good.
screen?
Yeah, not yet.
Mhm. Let me stop this. All right, 1 second. So how is that? Can you see that? No.
I can only see your video right now.
Okay.
Uh-huh. Something's happening, yes.
Okay, is that okay, or should we?
That's okay. It's not full screen.
It looks pretty good.
But it looks fine. True.
Okay. All right. Well, let's just go ahead so we can move on. Thank you. First of all, my name is Eric Drury. I am a advisor consultant in digital identity and digital trust, and as Tomas said, a steering committee member, and have been with Trust over IP since about the beginning. And because this is the 5th year anniversary, I thought it would be a good idea to take some time and celebrate. A lot of our sessions today and over the next couple of days are really talking about the details and the concepts of Trust over IP and the work that we're doing. But I wanted to take some time to celebrate the work that we're doing, to reflect and appreciate on the work and everybody who's participated in this journey. And so I want to take us back a couple of years to the beginning and give a few thoughts on the journey of Trust over IP, where we started, where we've come from, and where we're going. And the reason I wanted to do this was because I've personally gotten a lot of value from the Trust over IP community, from the network, and I wanted to acknowledge that and to thank them and essentially invite others to come and benefit from this great community as well. So let's see, how does this work? So I'm going to use a very simple framework to work through my thoughts, because that's what we do. We build frameworks, and I will start with the origins 5 years ago. Where were we? Where did we start? And then move over to today. Where are we now in 2025? And I think these 5 year jumps are important because we underestimate what we can do in 5 years. We're often in the weeds and we don't have a good perspective about where we've come from and how much we've accomplished. And if we look at our work in these 5 year jumps, I think we get a better perspective of where we've been and where we're going and what we've accomplished. And so then we'll look at 2030 and see where we think we're going to go in the next 5 years. So where were we 5 years ago in 2020? So I did a little bit of digging, and this is the earliest record that I could find. It was in 2019 in an Aries Concept RFC, the Trust over IP stack. And this is where we first started to solidify the thinking of defining a standard information network architecture that developers could implement to establish trusted relationships over digital communications network. So obviously there was a lot of work to get to this point, and a lot of thinking, and a lot of people before me and before my time led to this point here, but this is the earliest that I could find. And you'll see that we that first of all, it's got roots in blockchain. So a lot of the blockchain concepts and thinking led to this point where we thought, we can take some of these building blocks and apply this to trust in a different way. And so we really get the first idea that Trust over IP really wants to integrate and meld the human and the cryptographic trust. And that's been one of the driving principles since the beginning, and it remains true today. But here in the very first artifact that we find, we've got that here. But I think also a big part of the origin story of Trust over IP was COVID, because really Trust over IP was born in the age of COVID. This is, we're talking 2020. This was really the peak of confusion, and it really brought trust to the forefront and it changed our world. And I think it's important to realize that if we look back 5 years ago and place ourselves where we were, the world was scary, things were changing, and we were projecting 5 years into the future. We said, listen, things are never going to be the same. COVID has really changed us. We didn't know what it would be like. Today we're living it. But I think it's important to realize that, yes, we were born Trust over IP in the era of COVID. And what it had a profound, lasting impact on trust. It really put trust to the center stage. It forced a hard reset in almost every aspect of our lives, in government, healthcare, obviously, education, trade, finance, travel, science. Every part of our world was impacted by COVID. And it changed in a few other ways. It made remote learning, remote work, it made that a reality. Which then made digital authentication and verification necessities rather than something that's good to have. Touchless, seamless experiences in terms of touching passports, etc. So it really brought trust to the center stage, and it brought it. It was a human issue. It was a human first rather than technology looking for a problem to solve. And then that's kind of where we ended up. Again, this is just a recap of we didn't trust the governments. We were questioning our governments and how they were handling lockdown. We weren't trusting our science leaders. We were politicized, divided by ideology. Could we trust the media? Could we trust institutions in general? Personal relationships even were under strain. Finance and technology. So every part of our world seemed to be thrust into the question of, do we trust this? And so that's the context. And then the question becomes, do we have this trust tech? Can we bring that to the rescue? So we had these ideas. We had ideas. They're more than ideas. They're verifiable credentials and decentralized identifiers. And the saying, "Never let a good crisis go to waste." Was this the opportunity to really leverage the work of verifiable credentials, decentralized identifiers? Were they ready? So Trust over IP was part of the origin was really wanting to leverage these verifiable credentials, the decentralized identifiers. And we had the early trust triangle, which we're all familiar with today. This is an early version of it. You see that it's gone through a few iterations. It's become a trust diamond in some places, but all the pieces are here. And also with blockchain, which has receded from the work we do. It's still an element. It's not front and center, and I think in some ways that's a good thing. That's what the blockchain community had always wanted, is when blockchain recedes to the background and it's being part of a solution, a component, then we're moving in the right direction. So that's the context. COVID. Do we have this trust tech that's ready to be applied? Well, in 2020, the reality is that this is really still emerging tech. Verifiable credentials had only recently been recognized as a W3C recommendation. So a lot of excitement, but they were still very, very new and early, and not a lot of experience implementing and developing with them. Core was still just a working draft. So DID was even behind verifiable credentials, and blockchains, distributed ledger technologies, cryptocurrencies, they were maturing, but still not widely adopted and not widely trusted. So that's the situation we find ourselves in. If you look at the Gartner hype cycle, you'll see a few things here where bring your own identity, it's 2 to 5 years away, authenticated provenance, digital twin of the person. So these ideas were, had existed, but they were still a ways away. The health passport, obviously 2020, that was top of mind, but that wasn't immediate. So that's the context that we launched Trust Over IP in 2020 with 27 founding member organizations, 7 working groups. We had the governance stack, the technology stack, the ecosystem foundry, utility foundry, inputs and semantics working group, the concepts and terminology working group, and then we had this interoperability working group for the Good Health Pass, which we'll talk about later. But most of these working groups remain, a few don't, but that's where we started. We also started with the Trust Over IP governance, or the Trust Over IP stack. And what's important is the governance stack. We're all familiar with the tech stack, it's common parlance, et cetera. But our major contribution at that time, and even still today, is really saying that governance deserves an equal place next to the tech stack, and in fact merged with the tech stack. Governance is not something that you patch on after the fact. It needs to be thought of throughout the entire process. And in fact, with the technology that we have today, governance can be integrated into the technology. It can be, we can have technology governance as technology. And so this, I think, was one of the first versions of the Trust Over IP stack. And it has been a guiding light for us since the beginning. And it's also something that we're known for, that people, when they think of Trust Over IP, they think, Trust Over IP governance. At least in the initial days, that was our calling card. And so we go into to the early years, and our first sort of forays into implementing these ideas and these principles and these concepts. One of the first was Good Health Pass, and so we joined the interoperability working group for Good Health Pass. It was a collaborative effort, brought together more than 125 global companies and organizations, and it was trying to solve the problems that COVID presented. Again, the reason that I think we had some of this early traction was because this was a human problem. It wasn't tech looking for a problem to solve. It was a human problem, real problems that were looking for solutions. And the trust community came together and said, "Hey, we can apply some of these technologies. Let's apply this to the Good Health Pass." And we contributed to the blueprint for digital health passes in advance of the G7 summit. So early impact in Good Health Pass. One of the early things we did as well, huge efforts by Scott Perry and the governance stack working group, was to release a load of governance resources, particularly the governance meta model. And the governance meta model is a comprehensive framework that allows digital trust ecosystems to apply governance. And in addition to the meta model, we released the governance framework matrix and companion guide, assurance and certification template, a whole toolkit, everything that you need to establish a governance framework for a trust ecosystem was there in the beginning, waiting to be used, waiting to be leveraged. Some of the other early impacts that we had were with Glyph. So Glyph is one of the earliest contributing members of Trust Over IP, became a steering committee in 2024, and they recognized the value of governance being merged with tech. And so they really jumped into the community, have been contributors, providing valuable insight, but also real-world testing ground for Trust Over IP technologies, governance and principles. And the governance framework for Glyph has been created in full accordance with the standards and recommendations of the Trust over IP Foundation. So again, it's a really important global entity that is taking advantage of the work that the Trust over IP community is providing. So some early recognition, some early impact there. One of the other early impacts we had was with the Kingdom of Bhutan and the Trust over IP community members individually, but also the governance work that we did were inspirational to Bhutan's national digital identity governance framework. And this was an aha moment in many ways, because we realized that at a national sovereign level, the work that we were doing that was intended to provide trust at maybe individual levels, at organizational levels, this could be leveraged for national digital ID programs and trust at national scale. So really a really important point, I think, in the Trust over IP journey was having this recognition by the Kingdom of Bhutan. Obviously, British Columbia, the BC Gov, have been huge contributors to the Trust over IP work. Early founding members invested in the Trust over IP stack and the governance and the principles, and really contributed in a participatory way, in the sense that they would bring their ideas, have them challenged, ask for collaboration, and also, just like Glyph, like the Kingdom of Bhutan, showed us that the principles and the concepts, the technologies that we were developing could be applied in so many different ways. For example, in mining, and providing mining credentials for auditors, for mines, for every entity in the ecosystem to be able to trust one another, to transfer improved data more efficiently in the ecosystem, leveraging verifiable credentials, leveraging decentralized identifiers. So another way that we had some early impact was with BC Gov. Yoma, again, another example of diversity in the application of the work that we're doing. Yoma is a marketplace for youth agency. So in the global South, where the education and the training systems aren't perhaps as established as we might see in the North, the Yoma allows for the youth to prove that they have skills, that they have credentials, and they leverage the governance meta model again to establish their governance framework to allow for the credentials and their skills to be to have integrity as they shared them to get jobs, etc. And then we have the C2PA, which came into Trust over IP as again as contributors, as ways to challenge their thinking, to help leverage the work that we were doing and apply it in yet again a different aspect, this time with content credentials. So this has been one of the projects that shows that if you come into Trust over IP, it's not just one part of Trust over IP that you can leverage. You can leverage the credentials, create a working group to help you with your work, and then leverage some of the other trust spanning protocol work that we're doing in other working groups. So really taking advantage of the community and the work that Trust over IP is doing. And so in our first 5 years, we had some traction, we had some validation of the work and the ideas that we're doing, but we still have to ask the question, were we truly meeting the trust demand? And it's true that there is some frustration in the early days because we want quicker adoption. We want quicker validation. We want faster scaling. But in the first 5 years, to be honest, it is really mainly proofs of concepts. It's still exploratory use cases. The general value propositions were difficult to explain and to convey and to communicate. Very little understanding of the commercial models, a lot of belief that this is the right way to go, this is the right direction, but how does it work commercially? One of the other issues was the UI. We're introducing new technologies, but we're also introducing new ways to interact with technology. And so the UI has to reflect that, and the UX has to reflect that. Governance was still an afterthought in many ways, because governance is a funny thing. You have to think of it in the beginning, but until you have what you're going to do really established, it's hard to really apply the governance. And so it's sort of a cyclical thing, but governance was still too often an afterthought. And to be honest, even though we had the specifications, the tooling and everything else to support the specifications weren't really mature yet. And there's also difficulty in finding the right product fit. Generally, digital trust in the first 5 years was still largely unknown as a business sector, a social concept. Even today, you might say, I work in digital trust, and the person across from you might say, well, what does that mean? So that was the first 5 years, and yet we pushed on, continue to move more into specs with the trust over IP technology architecture specification. We joined the Open Wallet Foundation as an associate member to make sure that the wallet work was that we were in touch with that and helping to influence that. Did WebS method specification, the trust spanning protocol, which you'll hear a lot about in some of the other sessions, the trust registry query protocol specification, implementers draft. You'll hear about that in some of the other sessions, I believe, as well. And then the Carry Suite working group was formed as well. So Trust over IP gave Carry Suite a home and a place to develop some of that work. So that's our first 5 years, which is quite an accomplishment and something I think we should celebrate and recognize and really appreciate. And so now, today, where are we? 2025. This is from our friends from the Web of Trust. And as you can see, the digital trust community has just blossomed. It's been an explosion of digital trust ecosystems, communities, networks. And trust over IP is very much a part of this explosion. And you can see all the connections that we have and all of the partnerships and so this is again we're really in the center of what's going on here. Today, we compared to 5 years ago, where are we? Well, we're no longer emerging tech in my eyes. We're maturing tech, right? So we've got tech that's been proven and it's maturing. The standards are stable. The specifications are becoming more stable. We have enough of the community working that we've got advanced tooling. We're in production and expansion of use cases. Today in France, where I am, they announced that our national health card will be digital. And so obviously that leverages the digital trust architectures of what's happening in France. We're now able to focus a little bit more on edge cases and interoperability. In the first 5 years, we spent a lot of time proving that the technology works in these little bubbles almost. But now, how do these bubbles interact? How do we work across jurisdictions and make interoperability? So that's more of the focus today. There's more focus on commercial models and exploring, all right, how is this really going to work from a business standpoint, from an economic standpoint? And obviously, there's been an explosion of government IDs and mobile driver's licenses. So we're seeing real world use cases in production. It's no longer proving ground. It's actually an implementation ground, and obviously an expansion of verticals. So you can look at almost any sector, and you'll see that there's some adoption of these digital trust technologies in the telco space, in the healthcare space, in the travel and hospitality space. So we are maturing. We continue to mature. We now have over 500 organizational and individual members. We've moved just last year into the LFDT umbrella as the first joint development foundation standards project. We continue to increase our outputs with protocols and specifications. We're evolving as an organization. We've brought together the governance working group and the ecosystem foundry working group to be one. And the Carry suite has its own dedicated working group so that we can have more focus on the specs and the protocols. The other thing that we realize in what we see is that what we've been thinking, it seems in some ways that the rest of the world is catching up and realizing or recognizing that the work that we've been doing the past 5 years is really valuable. And so we want to make sure we communicate that we have a ton of resources at Trust over IP that can be leveraged. And we've got a community to leverage as well. Governance is still one of our big calling cards. Just recently, the C2PA conformance program was launched, which uses the Trust over IP governance toolkit. And so it's really been fulfilling to see the fruits of our labor in terms of these governance frameworks that are being built using our toolkits. And it's been gratifying to see that the basic framework and the basic principles from the beginning remain unchanged. We've now had almost 50 presentations from experts sharing experiences in working and building digital trust ecosystems, products, and services. So you can find all of these presentations on the LFDT website and YouTube channels, and we're always looking for more. So if anybody out there has news to share about what you're working on in digital trust, we're here for you. We've got a platform for you. We've got a community that's ready to help to challenge you to work through some of the issues you may be having as you take your digital trust ecosystems to scale or to market. We're also involved in one of the most important projects that I think in the next 5 years, which is the first person project. And I think if you look at and I know we've just got a couple minutes, if you look at the identity spectrum and you look at digital identity, which has been a focus of what we've been working on for the past 5 years, and you look at that spectrum and you go completely to one side, perhaps at the left, you almost see the work that we've done as a prequel to the first person projects, where we are talking about giving humans personhood credentials. So not people as digital beings, but people as people using digital credentials, verifiable credentials, and decentralized identifiers, just to prove the simple fact that we are human before we move into other areas, such as I'm a human in this ecosystem or in this domain. The other thing that we're working on these next 5 years is AI. So trust in AI. So trust, digital trust in general, digital trust in humans, digital trust in AI, and specifically agents. And again, one of the things that we're realizing is the work that we've done can really be leveraged for AI agent identity, which is a huge thing. So those are the kind of things that that I think we'll be focusing on in the next 5 years. And 2030, not so far away. Where will we go? I think the first person project will mature and we'll see human only corners of the internet emerge. And it will, I think it'll be an exciting time to say, all right, we're sort of taking back some of the internet that has gone awry and staking out our little corners and saying, hey, this is humans. We need humans here rather than some of this AI slop. I believe that AI agent trust will go at warp speed, and that we will see an evolving UX to accommodate this different world that we're going into. And I think that the tech will fade into the background. It will be embedded in products and services. Digital identity will become mainstream. Verifiable credentials of all flavors will be widely used. Standards widely adopted. The tooling will mature. Interoperability will be will be status quo, right? And then the commercial models will settle. So I think that digital trust will be recognized as a real sector, a real part of a real part of the business world and the social world. And that's kind of where I see these last this sort of 10-year journey, the last 5 and then the next 5. And I just wanted to close by saying that all of this is only possible by the Trust over IP contributors, who are all volunteers. We're a very welcoming community. It's not just a tech-focused community. We're accessible to all. And I wanted to personally thank everyone who's part of this community, it's been really valuable to me. And a call to action is anybody who's watching this, please come join and help us move this important work forward for a better, more secure and more trustworthy digital world. So that's it. Thank you for watching, and I'll turn it back over to you, Tomas.
Oh, fantastic. Eric, again, spot on time. Thank you for that. So thanks a lot, Eric, and thank you also for the comments, Drummond and Carly. I dropped already the a link to the Discord channel where you can get engaged in conversations, but also we would like to invite you to join one of Trust over IP's many working groups, which Carly also mentioned. And we're gonna drop these links in the chat, and also for those of you watching this later, they are in the description of the YouTube videos. So thanks again, Eric, for that. And Carly, you're next. The floor is yours.
Great. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. I'm swapping tech all the time, so I'm never quite sure if something's going to be working. Yeah, so I'm Carly Heidema, and I'm going to be talking about DIDs and ORCIDs, and this is the future possibilities here. So if I'm going to share my screen, there we go, share and maximize. I'm at a conference and I only have one computer screen, so it's a bit challenging. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so thank you very much. I'm going to be talking today about DIDs and supporting research data ecosystems. So I'm at the University of Guelph here in Ontario, Canada, and I'm part of a research infrastructure team. So we're not doing the research, but we're supporting our researchers and getting them to work on creating better data that's very interoperable. So the technology development that's happening, this is a team of past and present members that are working together in order to create this data ecosystem. And what I'm going to be talking about today is not what we've done so far, but rather the opportunity that we have in the future, because having looked at Trust over IP over the years, this is an opportunity to see this technology that's been developing and the role that it could play in meeting a gap that I can see coming up as I'm developing this research data infrastructure. And so the idea for research data infrastructure that I want to share is that we're very distributed, we're very decentralized, and we're very heterogeneous. Distributed because co-located or located in many different spots. Decentralized, we're not centrally controlled. Nobody is hierarchical decision-making. Heterogeneous, we have research from animal research, which is animal and crop, which is where I am, but microbiology, ocean-going vessels, sensor networks, satellite imagery, et cetera, et cetera. So lots of very different kinds of data that we're collecting and working with. And now I'm going to give a little bit of a background introduction on what research data infrastructure looks like, in case some people aren't familiar with it. And that a researcher these loose networks that form up. So a researcher is often part of a funded team that's going to be addressing some specific grant topic. And they may be sharing resources between the members of the team. They may be sending data files, and they may be developing shared infrastructure. For example, when I was working, I was an enzymologist. and a protein engineer. So I would be generating the protein structures, but another person on the team would be generating the small molecules. But another person on the team would be specialized on the high throughput screening, and then it would come back to me for characterization and so on. So you've got this distributed network of people that are trying to share information as they're part of that technology, part of that research project. But researchers can be part of several projects ongoing at the same time. So you're not just part of your particular team, like as an enzymology specialist, then we were the enzymologist in other research teams that would be springing up in order to address those specific research questions. And in fact, the research projects are always in the process of forming and dissolving. So you're losing important assets as they appear and disappear, and you're forced to make new connections and develop new infrastructure and figure out how to share information across. The heterogeneous nature of all the data, some data is very, very sensitive. It's maybe health data or commercial data, indigenous data, personal data information, lots of surveys with personal collected information. Some of these data sets are very, very large. You can get sequencing data sets that are in the petabytes, even satellite imagery, et cetera. And there's a significant reality and opinion on data openness within the research data ecosystem. Different people have, some research groups are very much like everything I create is immediately open and accessible, and other research groups are more constrained. Maybe they have reasons that the data is restricted, or they have future ideas for publications, et cetera. So what we get out of this, again, is that there's a very heterogeneous ecosystem for data and data exchange. Now, data access between the different teams is always a mixture of solutions. You're maybe given a copy of a data set, or an anonymized subset of the data, or just the following columns, et cetera. Or sometimes there's login credentials that are shared, or new user profiles that are created in order to cross through different ecosystems in order to access data. And then many times these projects also are going to be setting up new centralized infrastructure that's going to serve that specific project. And they might have dreams of continuing the funding afterwards, but perhaps not. And that center or collaboration dissolves, and the infrastructure dissolves with it. The infrastructure for building global provenance tracking is very lacking. Provenance is like where the data set was created and who did the manipulations on the data set, who did the cleanup, and what were the processes applied to it, et cetera. Currently, the research system as we have it is built on citations. That's where you reference someone else's work, or statements in publications where you're describing everything that's happening. And there is a growing use of these global identifiers within the research data ecosystem to try and keep everything on track, trying to globally and uniquely identify these objects as they're flowing around in the ecosystem. That's a DOI, for example. The other challenge that we're facing is the security of data exchange. Now, it's not all scientific disciplines some are more mature than others, very discipline specific. In Canada, for example, we're using Globus for secure file transfers. When they're not already, like health systems already have their own systems for secure file transfer. There's a lot of Dropbox and OneDrive and Google Drive and email, especially of these smaller data sets, et cetera. So there is a very heterogeneous environment, again, for exchanging data. In the research data ecosystem, then there's a big move about trying to add more and more identifiers to everything. In our world, we call them persistent identifiers, or PIDs. Marcus Abadella was a speaker at PIDapalooza, which was one of our conferences about research identifiers a while ago, where he talked about DIDs there. And persistent identifiers are the research infrastructure for unique global identifiers, resolvable. And then I have the acronym soup of ORCIDs, DOIs, ARCs, RORs, PEARLs, RAIDs, et cetera. The most popular is the DOI for research outputs. That includes publications, and data sets can be given DOIs. But the identifier I'm going to talk about today is an identifier for people, and that's the ORCID identifier. So it's, I had to look up the acronym, didn't know what it was because we just always call them ORCIDs, Open Researcher and Contributor ID. It's a nonprofit that's registered in the United States, and it's a persistent identifier for people in the research data ecosystem, but of course not that people have to, it's a self-managed identifier so that anyone can declare themselves and sign up for an identifier in the ORCID system. And becomes a global personal identifiable identifier for individuals. So here I have an example of why we needed this. Here's a publication, the impact of academic authorship characteristics on article citations. Honestly, I don't know if these two gentlemen were working together just because of the humor of the citation challenge when you have different people with the same name. Because if you're tracking citations, which is the currency of academia, and you want to know which Philip Otto specifically contributed to this article. And you can see here that there were two Philip Ottos. And not only did they have the same name, but they were also at the same university. Otto and Poto are their handles for their email addresses. So that green circle there is their ORCID identifier, which is uniquely identifying them in the ecosystem. So the PIDs here, we have our ORCID IDs, and they are, as I said, they are self-declared. There we go. You are generating your own ORCID record. And if you're into any of the work of trust over IP, you might have heard tossed around the concept of a trust registry. So ORCID hasn't declare themselves as a trust registry, but functionally, that's what they're doing. What they are doing is they can collect self-attested data, or you can connect to recognized sources that ORCID has made connections with in order to update your data records. So here, this is a subset of my ORCID record myself. I have at the bottom, you can see. Oh, in the middle is an example of a self-attested piece of data that I've added to my ORCID record. And the source is me, and I have control over what's visible and what's not visible. But then also in the top, you can see I've got a green check mark and an affiliation with DataCite. So with my permission, DataCite has been connected to my ORCID record, and they have added this particular publication that I can choose to display on my ORCID record. And so you can see that you can build up a profile of the researchers in order to see what data they have self-attested and what data has been contributed by other participants that have been more validated in the ecosystem. And ORCID says, although I do not have access to or know what they're doing, but they do have OAuth in the background running things and audit trails that is letting them verify the data that's being contributed to these records. And ORCID is getting more and more integrated into the research landscape. And there are more and more connections being formed. But of course, there's also greater and greater risk of impersonation that's happening, or hijacking, et cetera, of ORCID records that are being used for fraudulent publications and paper mills and stuff. Now, to change tracks and introduce another concept, that of the decentralized identifiers. So maybe if the people who all knew ORCID, now you're getting something new, and perhaps decentralized identifiers are old hat for many of our audience here today. But decentralized identifiers is a W3C standard called the DID. The identifier, the DID itself, resolves then to a DID document. And there are the resolution method and the underlying storage and security of the information of that DID depends entirely on the DID method, of which there are now more than 200. So there's lots of options for generating, for all the background storage of how you collect and retrieve and take care of the data. However, each of these methods, in order to be a specification DID method, then when you query them, they should deliver for you a standardized DID document, and they all follow that same syntax. Of course, the DID source data depends a lot on, well, for the DID method, you can have ledgers, you can have just files, it can be served from websites, there can be history with or without verifiable histories, etc. And I'm getting into that a bit more because later on I want to make a technical recommendation about how to work with DIDs and get DIDs working in a research data ecosystem. So as I said, when you resolve the DID, you get the DID document. And the DID document is going to contain things like your authentication keys. So those are public keys that you can use in order to authenticate yourself for services. There are assertion keys. These are public keys that let you sign statements. So within the classic example we always have in the research data, at Trust over IP and stuff, is that you're going to be signing like a university diploma to say that, yes, Carly did achieve this degree from our university. Key agreement keys. These are public keys that you can use in order to establish secure data channels. Metadata, that helps you understand a bit more about the DID document, and endpoints, which are the methods that let you contact the DID subject through their chosen or published channels. So my first proposal, because I do not run ORCID, but my proposal to ORCID is that in addition to in the personal information about the individuals that have ORCID IDs, you could make it available to have not only a verified email domain, but also a verified DID. So the reason I really like the idea of having more than just an email domain is because of all the flexibility that you can have with DIDs and what more you can do with them. Big thing, like I had talked about before, in provenance tracking, in order to know who did what actions to a data set, et cetera, throughout the ecosystem, your DID could be resolved to the DID document, which would have the assertion key, so you could look up the signature and confirm that that particular data set was indeed produced in that state by that particular person at that particular ORCID ID. Also, could be used for authentication. So as I had shown in earlier with these heterogeneous research data ecosystems where researchers are having all kinds of infrastructure, other people's infrastructure, are needing to manage to do authentication across the different services available. Wouldn't it be great if you could access and bootstrap off of something like a DID that you could find in someone's ORCID ID? And also secure data transfer. As I had said previously, the tooling for secure data transfer is not always that accessible. Like Globus is quite expensive for a university to operate, and not at an individual level, or not very easily anyway. But with key agreement keys and endpoints that are contained within DID document data, an ecosystem could more quickly bootstrap up a secure data transfer network that would use the cryptography and the using the cryptography available with public keys as reported in their DID documents. So that's my proposal one. And going back over what I had said, that we can support authentication, we can support assertions, we can build a secure communication or transfer layer. And by having something like this available from ORCID as opposed to, say, the University of Guelph, sure, I can support the University of Guelph, but that's not a global identifier for a global system. Instead, if the DIDs were available for building data spaces, any data space anywhere in the world, that we could build infrastructure that could be on top of the available keys and endpoints that could be initially sourced from ORCID if ORCID has the DIDs. And this is really valuable because of those trust signals that I had said about ORCID records before, that ORCID does present information that lets, it's not Functionally, it's acting as a trust registry. It doesn't yet have the infrastructure of trust registry that we talk about within trust over IP, but that is something also that could be built with this kind of technology. And researcher PIDs like ORCID ID are already integrated into existing workflows and infrastructure. So this is a concept that people are already aware of, and the tooling is already accommodating ORCID identifiers. Now, you're like, this sounds great. I want a DID. I want to start using it. So what do I need in order to get a DID? And what would the ecosystem need to build? So this is a model ecosystem with the parts that you might need. And the first part that you're going to need is you're going to need to find some kind of wallet or agent that me as the DID controller, I'm going to need that in order to be able to update, control and update any kind of DID document data. Here I have an example of a DID server. Like I said, every DID method, there's 200 plus methods, and they're going to have their own infrastructure on the back end in order to, well, more complicated ones. I mean, there's like DID key, which is a very simplistic one that's not going to require a server. And there's some bite-sized trust videos that talk about the different types of DIDs. But in the proposal that I'm making, specifically, I'm looking at a web server that is hosting the DID document data. So you've got your wallet, which lets you communicate with the DID server. But all the people that are in your ecosystem are your verifiers. And they're the people that are going to be using a DID resolver that's going to know how to connect with the DID server in order to build the specific DID document that is being requested. And that DID document is the one that contains the keys, which can be used by the verifiers within the ecosystem if they're maybe going to authenticate or if they're looking to find a way for initiating a secure data transfer, et cetera. So my second proposal, which is that ORCIDs, if you really like the idea of DIDs, there's also the hosting of DID infrastructure. That would mean that's more responsibility than a field within an ORCID record. But it would also help to bootstrap the ecosystem, let researchers create DIDs as well as list them within their ORCID record. And that would let us bootstrap into much more secure research data spaces at a global level. It also lets others support and build on this DID infrastructure that when the keys are available, now other people don't have to, then everybody doesn't have to come up with their own key infrastructure. And then you have to remember all the, 500 trust registries by which one can access and who's running it and who's not, and how can I trust it, et cetera. ORCID would be a great data store for those DID records as a trust registry. So at the very end, then you're like, this is fantastic. What should I do? What do I need? I'm going to give some generic specific recommendations of two DID methods that I think are valuable, DID Web VH and DID Web S. Like I had said before, the DID methods in the back end, they all have their quirks, the specifics about how they manage the DID document data, and some are more secure than others. These kinds of DID methods have benefits because, for example, they're self-certifying identifiers. They support key pre-rotation, which is an important security feature. They have verifiable history and cryptographic evidence, which especially in a research data ecosystem where you want to be able to track provenance. I mean, we're looking at data sets from 50 years ago, 100 years ago, especially data that's collected for climate change evidence, et cetera, that you would need to be able to look back historically and ascertain the integrity of the data. So these are long histories, not just something that potentially long histories, not just something that's operating today and not tomorrow. Also, these DID methods support witnesses and watchers. They are web-based publication methods, which is an efficient way, well-known way that fits in with data research, data infrastructure currently existing, and they have the possibility of being portable. So if you're very interested in wanting to read out a bit more about this, They have all the pieces of the ecosystem up and running that I had talked about. There's at didwebvh.info. You can go through the webpage there, and they have example links to implementations that currently exist, like the Python implementation for the server. Akapi and Credo are the ways that one would connect to the DID server. There's the diff universal resolver for verifiers to resolve DIDs. Also, we have the did WebS method here, and they also have complete implementations that are open source and available for running your own did servers in order to serve this kind of data. So where you can follow the work that we're doing. So I'm at Agri-Food Data Canada here at the University of Guelph. And of course, the work that I'm drawing on a lot for my presentation today has been the work of Trust over IP at Linux Foundation Decentralized Trust, which I'm sure everybody knows since we're all here today watching. And if you're interested in educational content, if key pre-rotation and verifiable history and self-certifying identifiers were terms that maybe you needed to go over again, we do have Bite-Sized Trust, which is a series of videos that we've been working on at Trust over IP, just to introduce these concepts and help introduce new people from the ecosystem into getting the background information that they need in order to start building on the technologies or interpreting the specifications that are provided, etc. So with that, I am 5 minutes early. Finishing my talk, not as nicely timed as Eric. Thank you. I guess then I'm here now for taking any questions that are, I'm going to have a look at the chat now.
Carly, this is Drummond. Did I get the logo? I mean, the slogan right for Agri-Food
Almost.
Data?
It's food from thought, which
Food
is
from thought. Food.
yeah.
That's what it was. I just remember it
Yeah.
was so cool. Okay.
Yeah, that is the large grant that was funding the instance, the initiation of Agri-Food Data Canada. So yes, that was food from thought, trying to better integrate data across research in order to get more food from our thinking.
This is good. My next question is really quite a practical one. Have you actually talked with the ORCID folks, or do you anticipate talking to the ORCID folks, or should we put together a mass herd of supporters to descend on them? What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, I've had some brief chats with people at ORCID when I was at IIW, and that was before the idea was really getting fleshed out. And then I have reached out to them, but I haven't heard back yet. That's one of the reasons I put together this presentation, because I'm like, hey, ORCID, there's an opportunity here that I think you could grab, and I would be happy to be on the other end of the infrastructure that could be built around using it.
Brilliant. Very, very well played. This should be perfect. A number of us should do LinkedIn posts going, oh, we saw this great presentation. This is really something ORCID should do.
ORCID, yep.
And by the way, one other thing, you definitely need to do a bite-sized video, bite-sized trust video, just the 3-minute version of what you just did, right? Because then we can send them that too.
Yeah. There are just in general to try. What I wanted to get across in this presentation is that the tooling for building secure DIDs is now existing, and it's now the time to start building. So yeah, and that's the work of that's the work here of Trust over IP, and also the DIF Foundation. All of these groups are working together in improving trust on the internet, and it's time to start building now. Excellent. Yeah, and thank you, Marcus, for your Pitapalooza presentation. That was one of my introductions to DIDS years ago. So I don't think they run that conference anymore, but it was a 24-hour, all day, all night conference where everything was about research identifiers. So yeah.
I remember that very well. It was really cool event and a wonderful community with surprisingly little overlap with the DID community, right? So there was this entire universe that I felt like I was suddenly being exposed to, that was working on PIDs, and all of us were working on DIDs, and
Yep.
And it's great that you're also now here to bring these worlds together.
Yes, certainly. That's why I've maintained a connection with Trust over IP to bring in that cross stream integration from communities that normally wouldn't interact. So thank you very much.
Last question, Carly. What you had to break out of a conference to give this talk. What conference are you at in Canada?
In Canada right now is the Canadian Science Policy Conference. So it's about it's the meeting of government with science to talk about bigger picture where Canadian science policy is going and what we're doing now, et cetera.
I have to say, it's good to see a country that's still taking science seriously.
Yes, it's a lot of work. Thank you.
Right. Great. Thank you very much, Carly. Great talk. And thank you also everybody for in the comments to ask the questions, as well as coming off mute and talking. And again, for those of you watching on YouTube and LinkedIn Live, please feel free to either join us, I posted the link there, or just ask the questions in the comments and we'll relay them to the panelists as well. And for our next speaker, it's Nicolas from the Key State Capital, who will provide an introduction to Kerry. So Nicolas, the floor is yours.
Hi there. It's a pleasure to be here, and somewhat surreal after watching the developments from the sidelines of SSI over the years. We've had some really great presentations, and I hope to complement them nicely with my own. So here we go. I made a terrible pun on Marley and Me saying Kerry and Key. How I learned to stop worrying and love the log, so the key event log. This should be not quite as technical as the presentations you've seen before. I think, Drummond, Marcus, Eric have all done really lovely jobs in terms of really digging into the history of trust over IP, where these ideas come from, and kind of leading into where I'm talking about Kerry. So I'll just be giving an overall general introduction about Kerry, why we think it's valuable, and also some really interesting developments we're seeing in the space that I think are quite exciting. So let's get into it. Where are we? So when we look at the actual amount of data that's created in the world, right? We are looking in the terms of zettabytes, which is 1 billion terabytes, right? This is an equivalent to the current population of the Earth sending an email every second for the next 4,000 years. By 2025, we have 175 of those. So the amount of data that's being produced is extensive. And we've talked previously also about how, in a lot of ways, this data, like C2PA is trying to prove, can be AI generated. And we would rather have an ability to have a knowledge of knowing how to verify this data, right? And therefore how to value it. So in the current tech stack that is commonly used, the current PKI systems that are at scale, there is currently no way to actually create a globally verifiable data in a truly secure way, right? We're talking about GPS, like transportation and movement, AI output and training data for foundational models, shopping, consumer behavior, financial transactions, PII, medical records, you name it. It's all really based on a shaky foundation, right? As we've said before, right, there really is no trust layer baked into the internet itself. And we're looking at, therefore, an increasing wave of cybercrime. So cybercrime will cost the world about 1 trillion USD per month by 2031 if the current trends hold, right? Which is kind of it's a bleak image if you look at it. But I think that, and this is the reason why we're here, we may have a set of solutions that can drastically cut into this fraud. But if that doesn't happen, information and therefore value chains are in crisis. So there have been some developments toward the end of how we can make some steps toward, patching over the holes in our infrastructure, our security, right? One of those is called a zero trust architecture. This is codified in NIST publication SP 800-207. It presumes, instead of having a more castle mode where it's like you build the strongest, thickest walls you possibly can and try like hell to prevent people from entering into your domain, it actually presumes that keys will be compromised at some point, right? Hence the notion of zero trust. You're always presuming that access can be gained by an attacker. And the principle is, instead of preventing access, is how do you mitigate the most amount of damage if that event happens, right? What most might not know is that this was actually promoted in response to Project Aurora, which was a massive cyber attack purported by Chinese state black hat hackers, where and essentially they had this long-term infiltration of a database that was not detected until years later, and it promoted alarm bells all across national state infrastructure. And you're going to see this theme happening again and again, where the internet is a public good, right? Has these back doors or these fundamental tenets of security which are not secure. And so this is essentially the field by which World War III is going to be conducted. It's in a asynchronous, heterogeneous way, right? So this zero trust architecture push, which started in 2020 officially, has been quite powerful from first principles. But what's notable about it is it also tends to increase the bloat, right? Of actually having operational infrastructure, your overhead, right? So it costs more for you to run your secure infrastructure. And then for the end user, if it's not designed appropriately, you also have essentially a compromised user experience as well. Many times you need to verify sessions and so on and so forth. So there are trade-offs in taking a full zero trust approach with the current architecture we're working with. And again, in this same way, in a different vein but complementary, is this notion of certificate transparency. So this was a yet another state actor leveraging vulnerabilities in certificate authorities to actually attack Iranian email domains, right? So this was instead of the east to the west, it was the west to the east, so to speak. And it was again, especially for someone like Google who was depending on this DigiNotar certificate authority, they were quite alarmed by this. And so they've been leading efforts toward correcting for this sort of vulnerability through this movement called certificate transparency. And essentially it features this notion of public logs and the monitoring of them to make sure that you can always detect whether or not public key infrastructure is compromised, right? They do have problems with trustless key discovery and fork prevention. And I do find that interesting when we come to carry, but this is essentially working towards the stealing of PKI infrastructure against current and future efforts, right? So the notion is that insecure key exchanges and shared secrets are everywhere and completely vulnerable, and that carry comes into the play. And the reason why, again, I brought up these two here is that carry brings together the best of a zero trust architecture and a certificate transparency approach with a public log of what are called key event logs. This paper, Samuel Smith, posted in the second half of 2019. I remember when I read it, it was around the time when, there was a lot of discussions about the future of sovereign and how that would be conducted. And I remember reading this paper at around 2020, and I was pretty astounded. It seemed to me like the way to go, and more as we've seen with the ideas of pre-rotation, autonomic identifiers, self-certifying identifiers, and this sort of more more open domain of trust. I think we've seen that to be true. The history, it tends to occupy the first three layers of the governance framework of trust over IP. The verifiable data registry portion is a little unusual because it is ambiguous. You can define it upon inception of a key within the carry infrastructure, but that's essentially the domain it occupies, right? And it had a pretty tumultuous history for a moment. It kind of bounced around the ecosystem. I think it was hosted at Diff at one point until finding its home at Trust over IP. And I can say it's definitely taken root, and it's been incredibly fruitful to call Trust over IP, and therefore Linux Foundation its home. And I think you could say it really took off once Glyph chose Carry to host the verifiable LEI on this sort of PKI infrastructure, and therefore build one of the shining examples of a trust over IP governance framework in the wild today. And Carla McKinnon will come after me to talk about exactly that. So yeah, if for people who are unfamiliar with Carry, it's has roots in blockchain, right? But there's a few key differences, right? One is that instead of the consensus being a fully ordered distributed ledger, you actually have the root of authority being the public-private key pair itself, and having the self-certifying public-private key pair distribute out via witnesses a kind of subscription list of what's happening with that key, what's the state of that key, hence the name key state. That's why we call ourselves key state capital, because it's so essential. And on the other side, for the verifier, you have a series of watchers which subscribe to these witnesses signed by the signer, and can then determine from the outside what the state of the key can be, right? So this is like this inner perspective and this outer perspective, which previously in the blockchain infrastructure, the signing and verifying role was the same node, right? So this is a subtle but important distinction that Carry makes within its topology, right? And so because of that inner and outer perspective, you actually have this ability to detect duplicity of your own key. So if someone does crack your key, and you have a device that somehow was compromised, right? And they want to use it for a nefarious reason, you can make it so that they have to submit to the key event log some sort of interaction, right? And therefore, if you have watchers on the outside, you can detect that and then perform what's called a rotation event, right? Because every key has what's called a pre-rotation, which you blind and append to your inception event, and that always exists as like a permanent escape hatch, so that you can always recover from key compromise. So what this means is that the identifier, right, and the key can change, but the identifier can stay the same, right? So all the reputation you've built with this single identifier, whether it's your personal identity or an organizational identity, can maintain and can be intact as long as you have this sort of witness watcher infrastructure on the back end, right? And then when you pair this with content addressable chain data containers, so this is self-addressed identifiers and this authentic chain data containers embedded in this chain of trust, then you really have a sort of gradient of trust where the end user can determine whether or not they want to accept that you are who you say you are. It's not a binary thing. It's not just because you have this identifier, therefore you are this person. It's an allowance and an emergence of this sort of reputation system, which I think will be one of the things we see emerge in the years to come. But so in essence, all this leads to a PKI system, which is an order of magnitude secure and simple, right? I know people talk about, right, Carry being very complex and strange and hard to understand in many ways. There's a lot of new concepts in there. But when you compare, right, um, how PKI systems are administrated, right, as they are now, I would say, I would contend that this is a much, much easierly understood system of trust. And in my opinion, it derives from these three main primitives, right? The first being inception, right? Like, so everything in carry, right? No matter how you convey these roles, right? Everything in carry can be reduced down to these three events, right? Inception, interaction, and rotation, right? Inception being the creation of the public-private key pair, and then the dissemination of that among witnesses and watchers so that everyone knows, hello world, I am here. Then you have interaction, which is non-key state changes like anchoring credentials, creating registries, delegating authorities, and revoking authorities, right? And then finally, you have rotation, right, which we referenced, right, which was the escape hatch you can always pull in case of key compromise. So I would contend that these primitives serve as the minimal instruction set for creating decentralized trust ecosystems. This allows for globally resolvable and ambiently resolvable key state, right? So this is for the first time in history, a person or thing or entity can retrieve the key state, which is the state of a cryptographic key, tied to an identifier, in this case, for example, a VLAI, without the use of identity providers, blockchains, or shared platforms. You can use them optionally, but that you're not required to use one set of service providers. You can always host your own infrastructure. And with the ability to fully recover from compromise without ever having need to use a out of band introduction, right? So whenever you incept, right, there's always an out of band introduction across a channel like IP, like the Internet Protocol. So you want to minimize those as much as possible. And with carry, you only need one. And it allows you to have the highest quality level of assurance about the state of your key and what it attests to, so long as you're continually maintaining and improving control. So in the carry suite, which is hosted here at Trust over IP, there are four main task force. The ACDC, the Authentic Chain Data Container Task Force, DID WebS, we heard that mentioned before. This is the DID method, which allows for the resolution of key state across traditional web infrastructure. That task force. We have the self-addressing identifier, a URN charter task force, which is just a namespace reservation for the said identifier. And then a dossier implementation guide task force, which is the newest one. And it actually derives from one of the very interesting use cases we're going to be seeing in the carry ecosystem. And then the deliverables we've seen as well, which there are literally emerging and being ratified into the 1.0 spec as I speak. It would be the carry spec, ACDC spec, the Caesar spec, and the DID WebS spec. The ACDC spec, again, we've talked about this. It's the authentic chain data containers. This is where the dossier implementations are actually, they're leveraging this for a specific application. This is this sort of proof system, right? Where you have these encrypted payloads of content that is only addressable toward the entity you wish to share it with. And then the Caesar spec. So the Caesar is called composable event streaming representation. Caesar is essentially advanced carry. If you get into Caesar, you know you really are in it deep. And it basically serves as the basis for inspiration for the trust spanning protocol. In many ways, the way in which you can compress an extremely rich data format into a binary code, stream the binary code from one ID to another, and then have the endpoint resolve that binary code into another JSON of your choosing, is a very nice way to scale out this infrastructure, which tends to be very a little bit heavier due to the need to actually sign everything, right? This principle of signing everything. Thank you, Timothy Ruff, for coming up with that. So again, yeah, DID WebS spec. This is the DID method, which can use traditional web infrastructure to publish DIDs. So the thing that I'm most excited to share and to talk about really are these adoption cycles, because we can talk about we can talk about cryptographic innovations till the cows come home, but I think we all really want to see how it's going to be changing the world. I think one of the biggest reasons and motivators for perhaps what I would call a seismic shift in our approach toward security in public spaces is going to be something called SETI. Um, the SETI stands for State Endorsed Digital Identity. It's essentially a movement started in the state of Utah uh, to create, instead of an issuing ability by a state actor, it's called an endorsing. So it's like a cryptographic endorsement where the end user literally brings the public-private key pair from their device to the state, and then the state can then have a meeting point instead of just the state decreeing to the individual that, oh, you are who I say you are, right? There's a negotiation of what identity is that does not exist as it currently stands in current digital public infrastructure, right? And the way Utah is doing it is extremely interesting. You're going to hear from them tomorrow. Chris Bramwell is very charismatic. It's going to be hard to, yeah. Anyways, but what I was going to say is that it builds from constitutional principles from the ground up, wherein the goal is to preserve the rights of the individual as established in the Constitution, right? This is a really powerful approach. It cuts through a lot of the debris, I believe, people can be misconstrued about digital identity. You hear digital identity, people think mark of the beast, but it's only like that if you give away your autonomy. If you build it right, you can build incredible systems of that facilitate trust. And what's really nice is that this is emerging right as this other notion of no phone home, right? Where around the MDL, where there are purportedly some issues with MDL and MDocs. This is a ISO standard for document representation, where they actually facilitate the issuer, in this case, the state, to be able to track an end user wherever, let's say they're presenting their MDL or whatever other document for alcohol, or entering into a bar, or pulled over by policemen, or whatever you want to suggest, which increases the amount of surveillance and overhead liability of the state, which I think a lot of people are displeased by. So this literally cuts that off at the root and does not allow for that to happen. What is something also is really interesting is these notions of digital delegatability, where you can have a situation like a child or an elder who has a digital identity or has an identity, but they're not capable of handling it for themselves. And so talking about and discussing these sort of like distributed key management is really interesting. I know Drummond Reed was working on this for a long time, and I think it's a really important discussion when we're talking about these sort of public utilities. And the cool part is that it's not going to just start at Utah, or stop at Utah. They're looking to build a consortia and a series of awareness around this SETI initiative. So if you are in the United States and you're interested in having privacy preserving, secure digital infrastructure, I would highly advise you to start making some noise about SETI and tell your representatives about it, because I think it'll make a big difference in the years to come. We're also seeing now this notion called open verifiable calling. So the GSMA, which is the world authority in terms of telecom, is having a proof of concept at their foundry, which is kind of their innovation unit. And their goal is to essentially verify the origination of calls, and then to start this official branded calling initiative, where if ever you've gotten a phone call which has Google on it, and it's not actually Google, That's because there's no real authentication that happens in the back end, that the organization who originally buys the phone numbers from the regulator authority over the telecom numbers actually can maintain and prove that ownership over time. It's a perfect use case for something like Carry. And Provenant, which is the first QVI actually at Glyph via Daniel Hardman's work on his verifiable voice protocol, is a member of this project and is helping drive it forward. It's going to be very exciting. And what's interesting, what I'd love to see for in time is actually for Trust over IP to actually bring on board GSMA because of their interest in the governance framework from Glyph to build their own trust fabric. So I think there could be a lot of really fruitful discussions over the administration of this public utility in time. So really exciting stuff there. One of our portfolio companies as well, his name is Healthcare. They were adopted into Techstars, the Boston Accelerator. They this is a validation of their business model, and they're building an open source software. It's so it can be done. You don't have to have proprietary approaches to make money, hopefully. And they were like literally in the 1%. So hats off to them. They're looking to penetrate into the med tech hub of America, which is in the Boston area. And they're looking to secure healthcare data exchange across America. So incepting, these sorts of roots of trust like Glyph, like potentially GSMA, and now whatever health root of trust emerges. So watch this space. We also we were participating in the VLA hackathon recently hosted by Glyph. There were 3 locations, one in New York, another in Hong Kong, and another that will be in Frankfurt. We actually were at the event in New York, which was centered around finance. And it was extremely edifying after years of, Carry being kind of a theoretical ideal to see new teams that have never been familiar with Carry or SSI probably in general give it a shake, and the submissions we saw across the board were incredible. The most impressive actually was the LSCG, the London Stock Exchange Group, who won with their proposal. They actually built a- an interface for Carry on your browser where you can actually you can create registries, you can create credentials, you can delegate, you can connect with people, and you even have a visual of like a GitHub style repo commit visual of like the key event log that you're currently maintaining and all of the interaction events therein. So it was super impressive. It showed like they really were considering this infrastructure from the ground up and purporting to like have an entire life cycle management of assets where they have tokenized assets representations on top, and then carry-based digital infrastructure maintaining the trust on the bottom and the security. So that was so not just like a login, but like it was really interesting. And then we also had Data Swift, right? The on the Hong Kong side, which is more about the SME finance. They won with their proposal, right? Which is like they have this really interesting primitive called a hat of all things. So it's like a microserver where you can essentially build a sort of like a data hub which has an associated legal claim onboarded, wherein like people and individuals or individuals representing companies can then like secure their data. And then I had VLAI signatures authenticated into that to onboard them into credential markets. So like, these sorts of like larger scale roots of trust, being able to penetrate all the way down to the end user and really minimal infrastructure. This is very exciting stuff. So Frankfurt is happening. The event in Frankfurt, which is going to be around industry, is going to be on December 2nd. So we'll see you there. And it seems like I have 2 minutes, so I might have to like go through real quick. Sorry if I miss anything else, but we also have Verifiable Trade, former CEO of Glyph, Stefan Wolf, with the ISTT protocol, bringing zero trust infrastructure to trade. Very exciting stuff. Stefan Wolf is a giant in the industry, and he's making waves. And our ecosystem is growing like crazy. It's very exciting stuff. So we see down the line, we see developers, founders, roots of trust, industries, and just companies. We want to see business use cases grow. What I want to see is a refinement and advancement of how governance frameworks are administered over time. And yeah, it's going to be really exciting stuff, especially with, for example, the stuff that Scott Perry was coming with the C2PA, a governance framework. We also see further refinements to the carry suite. So sparse Merkle tree optimizations, UDP delivery of Caesar at scale, the 5Ws, interoperability and acceptance modes, and finalizing the implementation of SPAC, which is essentially the Tor of carry. So you have this like social network of carry. So I'm part of Key State Capital. My name is Nicholas Rotz. We've built several reports, one about the VLEI, which you will hear about soon, another about verifiable smart contracts, which we produced with Cardano and Glyph, and Chainlink built an implementation of. And we also, as you saw, if you were here earlier, you saw Yvette and Nisa present about the Web of Trust map, which we're extremely proud of. So thank you so much for hearing my presentation. And one more thing, if you are interested in developing in the space, and I don't have time, so I can't show it off, but I highly, highly, highly advise you to check out vlei.wiki. We created an MCP server implementation here, wherein you actually have all the GitHub repositories, all the associated data about VLEIs, all the papers Sam Smith has ever written at your fingertips. Not only as a helpful tool in understanding the space, but it actually can help you build out repositories and work with the carry repos. So simplifying a ton of abstraction if needed. I recommend, if this is a great way to get familiar, but if you want the official representation, you should go to like Glyph and the GitHub and go to them directly. But they're directly rooted in these core documents, so it's minimally hallucinating. So it's really useful stuff. I highly recommend you check it out. So thank you. Thank you for joining us.
It was great. Thank you so much, Nicholas. And on we go. So I added the VLEI wiki that Nicholas just presented in the in the chat, so you can check it out there. And on to our next panelist, Carla McKenna, who will talk about VLEI, as Nicholas had just alluded to. And Carla, over to you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Thomas. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for attending the presentation and the anniversary celebration today. So am I going to drive my slides, or will you?
Either way is fine, Carla. I think
I would be happy to do that.
Yeah, okay.
Let me do a full screen. Okay. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. So today we're going to talk about how do the LEI and the VLEI deliver secure, certain, and verifiable organizational identity, and enabling identification, permissioning, authentication, and digital signing, and some examples of what we're seeing, how we're seeing the at VLEI used and now that our ecosystem has been established for some years. So for anybody who's not familiar, I always include a little bit of the LEI at the beginning. The LEI for us was the driving force behind actually deciding to be able to go into the digital space and the digital identity space. The LEI provides the strong, validated identification piece of the VLEI. And it is a lifelong identifier owned by the respective entity, a perfect kind of identifier that can be put inside of a high assurance credential like the VLEI. And so made it a perfect choice in order to be able to become part of the credentials that we created. LEIs never go away. Once they are registered and established, just their status changes. And their data is forever available and recorded in the global LEI system and accessible from a historical perspective. And just a reminder of our credentials that we created. We particularly wanted to be able, in the space of organizational identity, to take things a step further. And our choice of CARI and the CARI suite of protocols and technical architecture was perfect in this particular space in order to be able to allow us to do this. So recognizing that organizations do not act on their own, that people represent them, engage with them, interact with them, we introduced the concept of being able to identify organizations and then in digital credentials to be able to formalize the connection among organizations, persons, and roles, creating two types of role credentials, as you know, the official organizational role credentials, and then the more flexible and adaptable engagement context role credentials. And I like to speak of the VLEI having use cases, being able to allow for permissioning, to be able to replace other forms of authentication in order to be able to allow access for systems, for example, in a more secure way. Of course, in the area of authentication and permissioning and digital signing, the use case of authentication comes in. So the verification of the cryptographic validity of the VLEI credential and the signature that accompanies it. And then, of course, evidenced by CSER, and we heard Nico before talk about work being done in order to be able to implement CSER at scale. The capability of the digital signing, the multi-sig protocols that are part of the CARI suite of technical protocols in CSER, and also the fact that we like to be able to leverage and to be able to deliver the capability of being able to sign any type of data, any type of object, and also to introduce the partial signing, which was very, very important to some of the stakeholders who want to adopt the VLEI. So I did some work with a couple of the experts in the field a little bit ago in order to be able to analyze the features of what we delivered with the VLEI. We focused on 6 areas, but decided to incorporate into our presentations 4 of them, looking at signing, verification, security, and global applicability. In these areas, you can see that various other types of digital credentials, like the first generation verifiable credentials, the eSeals and the digital certificates, have some of these features, but the VLEI figures strongly in as authentic chain data containers as the credential type in being able to offer across the board these features in these 4 areas. It doesn't want to go forward. Let me try again. There we go. So important points to take away from the previous slide. In the global applicability, of course, standards are very important to the GLIFE, and we were founded by the regulators, first asking for a standard on the international level in order to be able to identify organizations on a global scale. And that began the establishment and the development of ISO 17442, which is the LEI standard itself with the structure and the reference data, which is now part 1 of the standard because we have expanded the standard over the years. We've worked with XBRL, a very, very strong partner of the global LEI system, in being able first to develop a taxonomy with XBRL, and then most recently, in order to be able to expand the capability that we were talking about before in the use cases, with a digital signing working group in order to be able to document in a standard, which now is a draft recommendation at XBRL going through approval for how to be able to sign XBRL formats with various digital tools, including the VLEI. For the authentication, permissioning, and verification of organizations, the third part of the standard of ISO 17442 is part 3, which is the VLEI, which documents what we have done in the credential space there. So our discussion about the VLEI is not complete unless we talk about the unparalleled cryptographic security, making the VLEIs as based on Carry, ACDC, and Caesar post-quantum proof. Also, the automated verification in a decentralized manner is something that we think is definitely something to be able to focus on in comparison to the older digital tools that we have seen. And then, of course, what we talked about before, that sweet spot in being able to take the digital credentials and the VLEIs down to the role level in order to be able to prove that important connection among organizations, persons, and roles that can be leveraged inside, both within and outside organizations, that lays the groundwork in order to be able to take advantage of the delegation capabilities that we see with the Carry suite of protocols and the delegated authority within organizations. So an update on the state of the qualified VLEI issuer partners in our ecosystem. We have 8 QVIs currently. We have 6 based in Asia, and these are our most recent additions to the list of qualified VLEI issuers. We have 1 based in the EU and 1 based in the US, of course, which was Provenant, which was our first QVI. We have quite a healthy pipeline, though. We have 17 organizations in the pipeline in various stages of the program of qualification for the VLEI. I then want to move on to the second part of the presentation and give you some examples of the applications of the VLEIs that we are seeing. So many of you have seen this slide before. This is one of our extensions of the capabilities that we when we were in the digital space, that we had first attempted with digital certificates, and we were very happy in order to be able to move on and generalize this use case of the private sector reporting submissions to the public sector, and to be able for the first time to take advantage of the partial signing capabilities that Caesar allows us to do. This is always a very ironic use of the VLEI for me, because originally the expansion into the digital world with VLEIs was meant in order to be able to expand the LEI system outside of the traditional usage post-financial crisis and post-mandatory, especially capital markets reporting and submissions that needed to go into regulators and supervisors. But this is, when it is adopted, is going to be, I think, a very large part of the use of the VLEIs by the public sector, and accepting submissions and data from the private sector. And so there are domains in which Glyph sees specific usefulness of the VLEI, particularly trade, supply chain, leading to trade finance into payments. And you see here how legal entity identification helps, especially in the link of many, many organizations needing to be able to link many, many documents and many, many approvals together, which of course these days, still to this day, is largely paper-based, insecure, inefficient, and very costly. And so because of this, Life became active in several organizations and initiatives related to these, and we've documented some of them here. These next examples that I have quite a few slides on are, excuse me, other particular areas of applications of the VLEI brought to us by organizations who have become QVIs or are currently going through the program, as well as by other ecosystem participants. In continuing with the theme of the previous slides, we are seeing QVI and QVI candidates focusing on things like digital trade documents exchange platforms. And here, the problem that is, or the issue that should be solved, and the role of the VLEI in being able to make the process more efficient is documented. The same here with e-bills of lading. Also with product traceability. Applications of ESG, especially since the reporting needs to be and is focused at this particular point mostly on carbon submissions and carbon reporting, where various parties and organizations need to be reporting to each other, and there needs to be provenance and there needs to be auditability of these reports from a supplier all the way up to the company that actually has the reporting responsibility. We're seeing application of the VLEIs in the pharma industry. And the classic case of using LEI and VLEIs in KYC to simplify onboarding. This has an inclusion in most of the applications and the use cases that we see for the VLEI, but particularly is of concern and is a requirement that's high on the list of financial organizations and financial firms. Nico already covered this in his previous presentation, named names for provenance and for the GSMA. We are very, very pleased to be able to see that this original goal that Provenant had when they first approached us several years ago to become a QVI and to be involved in the VLEI ecosystem has progressed to this stage with the verification of the corporate voice calls, and that the GSMA has been formed in order to be able to further promote these types of solutions. And then also you will recognize that this would be the use case for switchcord, which are excellent examples of how, along with Provenant, how the scope and the applicability of the LEI and now the VLEI is delivering efficiency and security and other aspects outside of the initial focus of the financial crisis and capital markets activity for which the LEI was originally developed. So one of the main drivers in choosing to develop the VLEI technical architecture was based on Kerry, was to allow Glyph to be able to make the VLEI interoperable with other technical architectures. This has been realized and is evidenced most notably with collaborations with partners from the blockchain community. And I've highlighted on this slide 5 collaborations in which the LEI has been leveraged, and for which more details can be found in the press release page of glyph.org. So I've pulled out Viridian, IOTA, Chainlink, and Finternet. Also a shout out to Azados for SOWL for the VLEI module. Also, Glyph has established this year a partners program and invites and has invited consulting organizations, software development providers, wallet providers, and others within the VLEI infrastructure, including identity assurance experts who could be able to help provide efficiencies to our QVIs to join and to contribute to the adoption and expansion of the VLEI ecosystem. Nico also gave an introduction and some details on the global event, which was the VLEI Hackathon, and you see that we are now in the final stretch of these. So Glyph asked the submitters for 3 themes. The digital asset and financial infrastructures theme was the one that was featured in the New York event in November. Trade, supply chain resilience, and SME finance was featured in the Hong Kong event, which also was in November. And then the final stretch will be Industry 4.0, industry, commercial, and finance processes and operations, which will be featured at the upcoming Frankfurt event on December 2nd. For these themes, Glyph was pleased to be able to say that we received over 100 submissions for the hackathon. And we look forward to seeing many of these ideas develop into implementations using the VLEI. And so finally, I wanted to mention, because no presentation on the VLEI update presentation is complete without mentioning the ecosystem governance framework, which of course is a living and breathing document. And so I wanted to mention that I am preparing the required annual review of the ecosystem governance framework by Trust Over IP. And I'm planning for these documents to go out sometime in December, with the review carrying on and being conducted during January of next year. So there I'll stop, and thank you for the being part of the anniversary presentations today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carla. Oh yeah, I see that Drummond has a question or his hand raised.
Yeah, I'm sorry, right away. Carla, you mentioned at the end that annual review process. Can
Yes.
you talk a little bit more about how you worked with the Trust IP meta model to create that framework and why it has an annual review process? Scott talked earlier about the dynamic of define and then run and then reassess. So can you just, as someone who's gone deep, perhaps the deepest of anyone into a Trust IP governance framework, can you talk a little bit about your experience with that?
Yes. So of the people who are on the Zoom today, I worked most closely with Scott and with you at the beginning, as the governance framework meta model was being put together. There were some documents that the thinking on and the idea behind were very, very far along. But I think that you would agree, Drummond, that we made some major progress on areas like the credential frameworks, especially with what we had developed and had in mind for the VLEI, and how to be able to have those credential frameworks relate to one another because of the chained nature of the AC/DC credentials that we were using for the first time. I also worked very closely with Scott Perry at the time that the risk assessment part of the model was being developed. And I think that it helped in order to be able to have that collaboration and to get that further along into what was finally put as that document within the ecosystem governance framework. And because it's an ecosystem, and an ecosystem is a living, breathing thing, this requirement of involving the community and involving Trust Over IP as the home of the ecosystem governance framework for the for the VLEI, because we relied on using a meta model, we were very, very open, and we thought that it was necessary in order to be able to use a formal framework and not come up with something on our own when there was work being done at Trust over IP, to be able to make this a standard that was available to everyone to use. And this was one of the driving motivators for Glyph to be able to become involved as a member at Trust over IP, as a founding contributing member back when it was founded in 2020.
Cool. I just put a link to the governance framework in the chat, just so folks who want to dive in and see what that looks like can do so. So I'll turn it over to other questions.
And I missed you before, Sam. I'm sorry, I didn't see that you were on. I see you in the chat. I didn't see that you were on. Of course, Sam was the primary author of the technical requirements documents within the ecosystem governance framework. And also we learned from the ground up how to be able to incorporate security into the governance processes that we put into the credential frameworks, specifically in order to be able to issue high assurance credentials and to actually instantiate that strong security that the features of carry give us. I see Scott has a hand up too.
Yeah. So Carla, I understand that, the Glyph is managed by, a body that oversees its governance and such. And obviously, having an ecosystem framework that is transparent and accountable is part of that. Can you give some feedback regarding the governance body's acceptance of of this framework, and how it fits, the the objectives of Glyph itself?
Well, as you said, we were founded by the G20, the FSB, and from the beginning, part of the structure had the Regulatory Oversight Committee established as the overseer of the system, and of Glyph as the manager of the global LEI system. So the governance primarily, and the statutes, they focus on the governance of the system itself, and of the LEI as the identifier that then goes into the VLEI. But in order to be able to sustain and to expand the system, we went to our board and to our regulatory oversight body and said, the world is a digital world. We want to be able to leverage the important governance and the strength of the identifier that we have with the LEI in the digital world. And they were very, very involved in presentations about the governance framework that we put in place for the VLEI, how it was developed, how it all fit together, how it leveraged and in some way extended the strong governance that had been put in place by them at the beginning for the VLEI, especially the strong validation requirements of the existence of the company and the data that appears within the global LEI system.
Thank you. I think Nicholas has a question.
Yeah, Carlo, a great presentation. I just have a kind of a lob of a question. How do you see the ecosystem governance framework changing for Glyph and the VLEI in the years to come, if at all?
The things that I've been concentrating on most recently as we've expanded our partner network and as we continue to expand the partner network with the QVIs is to be able to eke out as much efficiency and scalability as we possibly can as the ecosystem grows, both in terms of processes that Glyph must manage and the processes that the QVIs must manage, without sacrificing any level of assurance and without sacrificing any level of security that were so important in the choices that we made in developing using Carry ACDC and Caesar. So that's the primary focus at this particular point in time, in order to be able, especially in the issuance process. And there may also be some changes that we need to reflect in the ecosystem governance framework as we build out the rest of the technical ecosystem and architecture, improving our witness network, building out and delivering the watchers and those types of developments. So I think I'm at the end of my time. So
Yes.
thank you, everyone.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Carla.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay. All right. And now we are moving to the next session. And thanks again, Carla. It was a great talk. And now Daryl is on. Let's see. I see you just recently joined, Daryl, so
Yep,
we should
I'm
be
here.
good to go. Ah, perfect.
Hopefully you can hear me okay.
Yes.
Perfect. Carla, thank you very much for that. It's nice to see you, and it's always nice to connect. And you'll see me mentioning Carla and I gave a presentation back in February, March that dovetails into this quite nicely. I'm going to share my screen and jump into the presentation that I prepared. I'm hoping to take a reasonable amount of the time, but have time for discussion as well. Let me just share.
Yes. And your session is actually the last one before the break, so if we run a
Okay,
little bit
always
over, it's no problem.
perfect. Just always awesome. Nice to be right before lunch or the break, I guess, depending on where you are on the planet. I'm going to do two different things today. One is give you an update on the Trust Registry Query Protocol, where I am for Trust over IP. I'm one of the founders. I am the co-chair for the Trust Registry Query Protocol, the Trust Registry Task Force, and we have some big news on that. I am also the executive director of IRA. The IRA Association. We're a Swiss neutral nonprofit that is basically operationalizing many of the concepts that we have come up with over the past 5+ years at Trust over IP and before that. So the agenda today really is about the Trust Registry Query Protocol. What is the problem it solves? How does it work? Who needs it? As well as mentioning the public review that's imminent. And on the IRA card side, I'm going to be talking about this IRA card protocol, which is a little intro to what it is. This is actually something that we've been doing many times, and Carla and I did this in Zurich many months back. But also explain the critical role of trust registries and the Trust Registry Query Protocol in what it is we're doing at IRA. So if I look at the Trust Registry Query Protocol, TRQP, there's really two questions we want to ask that we're asking or answering. One is, are you authorized? Are you authorized to do that thing? And as we look at a world of ecosystems connecting, do you recognize each other? Do you acknowledge that that other trust registry, that other ecosystem is out there? And at what level do you acknowledge them? So a little bit more detail on are you authorized? Basically, we're asked the question, can you do that thing? Can you issue a driver's license? Is that employee badge really from your company? And are you authorized to sign that engineering drawing? On the recognition side, do other ecosystems recognize you? Do you recognize and acknowledge other ecosystems? You can imagine a case where a driver's license, I'll use that example every once in a while through this presentation, is received, and if nobody recognizes the ecosystem it comes from, if there are other ecosystems of driver's license that are all cross-recognizing each other and acknowledging, that this is a Canadian driver's license from the province of Ontario, this is an American driver's license from the state of Florida, and this is a Spanish driver's license from the province of I can't remember of Andalusia. I was just there a couple weeks ago. It would be strange if you had a whole bunch of these things that are connected, but you didn't, and you find out suddenly this is a high school kid selling fake driver's licenses in a digital form, which is free, no costs. It'd be pretty easy to do. We boil these down to really two technical questions. Does entity X have authority Y in ecosystem Z? And I'll explain what that means in more detail. Similarly, on the recognition side, is entity X recognized for authority Y by ecosystem Z? And I want to explain why we need this trust registry query protocol. Because initially, when we first started this, just as trust over IP was really standing up, we started getting, crypto-centric folks saying, listen, this holder triangle, the trust triangle, issuer, holder, verifier, we use slightly different terms at IRA. So I've got some, people who provide data, people who consume data, and people who hold data. But this trust triangle is not sufficient to provide real answers of, are you authorized to do that thing? Because governance is required. This is part of the raison d'etre, but behind trust over IP, this dual stack, this tech stack governance stack. We have to have governance. We may need to, for example, there's many things we do in governance, but on a trivial basis, we may need to list, control who are the issuers in a particular ecosystem. We may want to control who the verifiers are, what their roles are, what the responsibilities are. We may need to limit the wallets and the other things in the ecosystem. But what this really boils down to is the top of this diamond, the triangle, allows us to establish technical trust. So we've talked probably today many times about the idea I can receive a credential, I can be issued a credential by someone, and then share proof of that credential to someone else that shows that I have not tampered with it. It's been signed by the issuer. And that I still control it, which allows you on a technical basis to say nothing has changed, it's still in their control, this is good, but you do not know if you can trust the issuer. That's a human trust thing. At some point, you end up coming down to the point of making a human decision that there's a governance there that's sufficient for you to do the job you're doing. You can certainly have credentials at play, but at some point, it's not credentials all the way down, it's not turtles all the way down. The phrase that I've heard repeatedly lately is all roads lead to a trust registry or to trust registries, because we're all different in who we trust as authorities. So boiling this back, this slide actually came from one that Mathieu Glaude from Northern Bloc presented. We did a project with CIRA, but we did this to ICANN. This was done to Steve Crocker and a few other folks at ICANN, who is really looking at the trust problems on the internet. But the idea is, when I share some information, I want to make sure the claim has been falsified. That gives us cryptographic verifiability, critical. That the claim has an accurate representation that's been authenticated. And that the claim has authority, that there's an authorization at play. The first one is technical trust. The second two are really about human trust. In order to authenticate and authorize, I need to know who you are, where you come from, what's the backing behind you. And that really requires understanding the domain-specific governance that's out there, that's in a particular area. Passports, who's authorized to issue passports is a very different question than where's the list of engineers who are allowed to sign engineering documents in a particular state or province or country. We look at this in different ways, and you're seeing some of the diagrams we used during the development of the trust registry query protocol. These are what I call the scribbles, where we're balancing between and bouncing between the technical trust, which really supports the human trust, but the human trust we want to automate as much as we can, so we end up refining that, and they feed upon each other. On the left, we have the technical stack. What are all of the pieces that are needed? And on the right, we have the governance stack. I'll cover that a little bit more in detail on the governance side, because often we focus on the technical side. Trust over IP is a very technical audience typically. But on the human trust side, we have a lot of different things. We have a governance stack, which can be a combination of governance frameworks, regulation, legislation. That's more of the law type of thing. And then we have the more social aspects of the relationships that we have, the social norms and mores, and the patterns that we're seeing in the real world. These two things really feed each other. What's important to understand, though, is that the Trust Registry Query Protocol really links those two together. I look at trust registries as kind of the concrete technical instantiation of the governance. It's there simply to provide answers. Now, I want to just talk about the separation of ecosystems, which is basically every ecosystem that we deal with is in essence, we overuse the word sovereign, but they are really in charge of themselves. They lead themselves. They govern themselves. What we're saying now is you're really, in order to be an ecosystem, that's conformant with trust over IP, you really need to run a trust registry, because otherwise we don't have a way of answering, is that true? Is that entity authorized to do that thing? Which is the fundamental question. As well as, do you recognize when we create a web of ecosystems, do you recognize the other ecosystem? This is where we would list the issuers, list the verifiers, list the wallets. But I'll get back to that in a little bit when I tell the IRA card story. So I wanted to talk a little bit more about the guts underneath the TRQP itself, which really is a relatively simple thing. And it has two different kinds of people who care about it. There are people who say, I need an answer. And there are people who say, I have answers. These are very different pieces of the Trust Registry Query Protocol. We call the one is a consumer. I am basically consuming data from the protocol. I'm going to ask you, is entity X authorized to do that thing? Authorized to, say, issue a driver's license in the province of Ontario, or the province of British Columbia? And then there's the other side who has answers. These are the trust lists, the systems of record, the authorities that are out there, either already existing. We've seen many folks formalize from almost handwritten notes through to fully digital trust registries lately, as well as there are other ecosystems that don't exist yet, but they want to start and provide answers to the yes, as far as our world of our ecosystem, that entity is authorized to do that thing, or no, we don't know who that entity is. And this is really the Trust Registry Query Protocol comes down to two things, just two things. If we look on a Swagger API basis, there are only two calls. There are two endpoints, and depending on your trust registry, you may lean 100% to one side, meaning all you point out is your authorizations. You don't recognize anybody else in the world. Or you may, like the IRA trust registry, be more concerned about connecting ecosystems where recognition is mostly what we do, with the exception being IRA cards. But you want to ask the question again, or answer the question, does that entity have the authorization, or is that entity recognized? So it's a simple protocol. Both of the calls are very, very simple. Authorization has an entity ID. That's entity X. It also has an action and resource. I'll talk about that in a moment, why we have broken those out. And an authority ID. That is really the code way of saying, does entity X have authorization Y in ecosystem Z? On a recognition front, it's basically the same thing. Is entity X recognized for authorization Y in ecosystem Z? This is, and these are real queries of countries saying, I need to know if that's a real driver's license issuer in your country, because I don't want to maintain a list for your country. You already have one. Similar question came in. I need to know if that's a real education institution, because there's a lot of international students. And those are basically the same questions we're asking. We're using a model that's called the PARC model. PARC meaning principle, action, resource, and context. If I look at authorization, the entity ID, that's our principle. The action and resource, that's the authorization. And the authority ID is really the context, because I'm asking that authority the question. We have other things we can do. We can say at a particular time, but fundamentally it's basically saying, I'm asking the context. I want to know, is your answer that this entity has the rights, yes or no? Stated again, and this is those in the trust registry world are tired of saying this, but we keep saying it. Does entity X have authorization Y in ecosystem Z? Looking at that on a sort of a data basis, does entity X, entity ID, have, and then say action and resource, which is the authorization Y, in ecosystem Z, which is the authority ID? As an example, does this government have the issue of a country driver's license in that country? Does Ontario have the right to issue a driver's license in that country? And is that really their DID? It's really the question you're looking at, their decentralized identifier. If we look at the model that we have, is that the Trust Energy Query Protocol, it's really meant to leverage existing systems. It's not meant to build new systems. We have had multiple players add the Trust Energy Query Protocol to existing systems of record. The effort is measured in afternoons. It's not measured in weeks, months, years. It's measured in hours. And it's relatively simple because the reality is these systems already exist, many of them at least. These are the systems of record that are maintaining a list of all the professionals in your country, lawyers, doctors, engineers, accountants. This is a list of the educational institutions that are in your country. The list of driver's license of MDL providers, AMVA, and there's a Canadian agency that does the same for North America. Most of the time, these either exist or it's relatively easy to create them. And adding the Trust Energy Query Protocol, just answering that authorization or recognition query is quite simple. Again, measured in hours, not weeks and months of effort. This is this trusted lists, the EU trusted list approach. We have a concept of working directly with those, concept of working through Train, one of the groups out of Europe who's working on that. OpenID Federation, many of our members are already doing this. This is where somebody has already established a federated system. They are the root, the authority. It's relatively easy to adapt that to support the protocol. These are the X509 PKIs. We've been talking with various different groups who are running PKI-based networks, where they are doing that formal work, that hard work of operational governance. And there's many, many, many more. The key I want to leave you with is that the answers are out there. The truth is out there for those who recognize the old X-Files. It's key to understand that we're not asking people to build things from whole cloth. That this is a small, tiny bit of adaptation, and they're answering questions that they already know how to answer. They're doing that internally. They already know if an accountant is licensed in a particular state. They already know if an educational institution is real or not. It's a question of how do they consistently answer the question so that we can all leverage that. So we are shifting to just as of last night. Drummond and I were working deeply in the repo, cleaning things up. We are moving to public review 2. We believe that'll be out in the first week of December. We do have a confirmation vote on that next Thursday. Don't see any reason why that wouldn't pass, but that said, we don't want to put the cart before the horse. At that point, we'll be entering a 30-day review period. We'll be using, per our normal process, GitHub to disposition any of the feedback that's received. And our community, certainly the IRA community, but the broader Trust Registry Task Force community is really looking forward to just starting to move on this. I'm running well ahead of time here. This is good. We may get you to lunch a little early, depending on how much. Actually, before I dive into IRA cards, maybe this is a good time to ask for any questions if there are any. I see the chat is active. I have not any questions. Don't really know where the questions would show. Here we go. Nothing coming? Cool. All right, I want to talk a little bit about something that's come up relatively recently. Again, like I mentioned, Carla and I did a presentation in early March, and then we kind of put the idea astern. It wasn't receiving enough input, but it has really come up as people digested it, and it's really become the focus of what it is that IRA is doing. Again, the role that we play is to help align the overall industry as a combination of both the commercial players who are out there, the people providing the tech stack, the systems integrators, the end users who need technology systems for commercial use, but also the non-commercial. We have civil society, we have ecosystem representation. Carla's on our board as one of those, as well as individuals. So how do we make sure that individual rights are maintained? The founders of IRA, especially the commercial side founders of IRA, who provide the vast majority of the funding, were very clear in the beginning of what was called GAN at the time, but now IRA, that if we did the purely commercial thing, that's the reason we have this dual non-commercial commercial structure to IRA, that if we did the purely commercial thing, we would likely do the wrong thing, and we needed a tension, a healthy tension, to make sure that we always kept the long term of the privacy of the individual, the sovereignty of individuals and states, the doing the right things when, commercially sometimes it's easier to sometimes cut a corner. We don't generally no one likes to do them, but the idea behind IRA is to keep that going. The IRA card protocol, this approach, one, uses trust registry query protocol, but it's really kind of broken down a few of the barriers to understanding what it is that we're doing. So one thing I should be clear is that IRA itself really is operationalizing a lot of the trust over IP concepts, all the way from governance frameworks through to the trust registry query protocol. As an example, later today, Drummond is speaking about the first person network, the first person project. That network itself depends upon the IRA Trust Network on a governance framework basis. It doesn't want to reinvent the world of governance. It wants to leverage things that make room for things like the first person network. And that's why we have a real modular governance approach. But also the IRA Trust Network is really a trust registry fabric. It's a whole bunch of ecosystems that really those trust registries underpin and answer questions on how do we connect, who is out there, and I'll explain what I mean by that. And this IRA card protocol we're talking about is leveraging and operationalizing it all. It's basically pushing and using the things we've been working hard at Trust over IP for 5+ years, and using them operationally. So I want you to consider and back up to kind of an analog world where I present a business card. And this is something I've been doing because it's really, really key. But if you can imagine me presenting my business card and you take the card, a few things have happened. One, we've started a relationship. It started before I handed you the card. I either offered you the card, you asked for my card. Well, we started a relationship, and that relationship may last for decades. It may last until you walk by a bin and toss my card into the bin. That's up to you. But we've established a relationship and we've shared a small amount of consistent information. Everybody knows what to do with a business card. It's limited in what it has. It usually has your name, your role, your name, your title, an address, a phone number. Even if it's in a different language, a different character set, you at least know what you're doing when someone hands you this card. You can likely pull the phone number out at minimum. What you do with it from there is completely up to you. It's completely up to the context of the dance you're about to do. We use the analogy in IRA of the dance, meaning we're not defining the whole dance. We're just starting the first couple of moves. How do I offer you a card, or how do you request it, and what do we do then? If you take a look at what's behind a card right now, I decide what to put on my card. That's mostly because I'm the executive director for IRA. But my company could do that. But I would also, as an employee, decide what else I want to add to that. Might be my personal cell phone number, for example. I've lost my card. Need my props. But there's also a context. I hand it to you, and then you decide what to do with it. So the card has no opinion on whether I'm using this to show my name as I sign into a hotel, if I'm meeting you at a conference, if I'm signing it in an office, if I am showing that I'm part of IRA and I want a discount at a coffee shop. There is no opinion in the card itself, which is nice because we decide from there what dance step to take next. I don't have to predefine every dance step known to humanity in this card. We know that it's just a starting point. It establishes a relationship. Think DIDCOM connection, think TSP connection. And it shares a small amount of information. Think simple credential. But how do I do that digitally? So this is an actual screenshot. Sorry, I see Mitch has got some stuff here. Okay. I'll take a look at that in a bit. This is a screenshot of my British Columbia government wallet. So this comes out of John Jordan's team. That is an actual high assurance credential from the government of British Columbia. It was called a level of assurance 3. In Canada, that's the highest you can get. Banks can do it too. This is a high assurance credential. And I know how to shoehorn my business card into that wallet. I know exactly what it is. It's a DIDCOM, and it's a sovereign and on anchored to a sovereign-like network, and it's a non-creds. On a business level, I don't care. It's a business card. What I don't know how to do is, I mean, I know I can put it on my wallet, but then what? How are you going to ask for it consistently? Or how do I offer it consistently? I don't know how to start that dance. That dance that could go anywhere, checking into a hotel, signing a corporate document, a contract. I don't know how to start. And that's really what the IRA card protocol is about. And it's about what do you do afterwards. That's really not my problem right now. But there's no consistency to this. This is really what IRA card is working on. So the idea is this. I put the credential in the wallet, put the card in the wallet. That's the term we use with most business users. They don't really care about the term credential, and actually the term credential kind of freaks some people out. It feels too formal. It's another reason why we say business card. When we launched in Davos in January, we presented right after that with Alexandre. He's the CEO of Glyph. Carla reports to him. The analogy we use is that IRA right now it's about a business card. It's about a business card. It is a simple, informal, can be a little bit formal, whereas something like Glyph is a passport. Best analogy there is it's much more rigorous. It has a lot more behind it, whereas we just want to start this initial dance. So imagine the following. I give you a card and I have these thing called payloads, extra stuff. Right now you do that today with a QR code. But imagine I can throw a bunch of payloads, just stuff, data. This is a deep link to whatever I want. But I can share, for example, the corporate registration. I could do whatever. I could point you to my education records, my professional records, my LinkedIn, my GitHub handle. I could share legal terms with you. I could share totally custom data that I don't even know what it is. I just know that when I go to my other office in another country, I can get in the door because right now people are being turned away by their own companies because they can't figure out if they're compliant or not, meeting local regulation. It could be a pointer to my government ID. In this case, I could point you right back to, and that's what it looks like. You don't see any of my private data, but that's exactly what it looks like. My BC person card, that's what they call it. What it looks like, I can point you at it. So let's take a little step now to payload of a corporate registration. I can, and this is legitimately the corporate registration record on this Swiss corporate registry or IRA association. This is really handy to basically say, hi, I'm Daryl, this is me. I could take that information, I could do automation, but what I can't do, because this is public information, if you want to look up who the executive director of the IRA association is, you will see my name. You could pretend to be me easily, but it's helpful for automation. Another similar way to look at this, let's take the world of the LEI. I could put an LEI in there. That's not ours. This is just one of the sample ones off of the Glyph website. Again, this is helpful for automation. It's, real world is how we're doing things today. What's your LEI? They email it, they put it in a system, it goes pushed around with a financial record. It's really just data at that point. It's not necessarily authentic, but it's helpful. That again is just another simple kind of dumb payload. You can imagine me sharing my business card and you click a button and boom, you're connected on Signal, WhatsApp, Wire, Line, WeChat, whatever your direct messaging tool of choice is. We can do that just as easily. But those are convenience things. Both on a personal basis, this is an example of a business integration would say, hey, great, you have an LEI. That's going to make things easy because we needed that information. But again, you don't have necessarily, beyond trusting me, which is kind of what we kind of get away from that. You can't go further. But if I was to do something else and I knew how to do, and the card doesn't need to know this. It needs to just convey the information that says, by the way, I have my card and in there is an AC/DC payload. It's called the VLEI. And if you know how to do the VLEI dance, I could hand that information to you. You could then hit me up through other channels to say, just Daryl just met you. Great, got your LEI. That's terrific. Can you please prove you're a signing officer for the organization? I would then go out of band using the VLEI, the Glyph network, the carry capabilities, and then do something to prove that I'm a signing officer. That means you've not only just done automation, which is providing that convenience, you've also gone to a very high assurance level very quickly. There's no more need, and what's nice is the IRA card itself doesn't need to know what that dance is. If your system knows how to do that, and Glyph is one of our members, we have other members who are very active in the VLEI community. Great, you can do that and do that dance whenever it is that you need that. The concept is, as Drummond pointed out to me behind this, really is that the IRA cards are, and this comes from a paper that we wrote when we launched called the network effects of IRA network credentials, which is an IRA card is a universal credential. It's very, very basic. They do a few things more than just being a credential, though. And it's important to understand that we're normalizing a few things that are creating kind of a confusing set of options, which means you end up with choice fatigue and means you end up with friction that shouldn't be there. Like, how many ways can you ask me for my business card? Do you have a card? No, sorry, but I'll email you information. Or no, here's my card. There's only so many things we can do. Whereas in the tech world, we seem to like all many, many different options. But again, what it's doing is it's establishing a connection, a durable connection that's about the relationship. It's also about communication. So I can have a long running relationship where we don't communicate much. I can have a long communication channel that's really just, we're just sharing information. That connection is incredibly valuable when you leverage it. It also is standardizing a couple things, the initial interactions, the first couple steps of that dance. We know we're going to put our right foot forward. That's it. That's maybe all we need to get things moving. Because how do I start the digital trust interactions? How do I make them consistent? It provides a credential, which is standardized data and format, fits all of the needs of cryptographic trust, fits the needs of human trust. And I'll explain how that works in a moment on how we wire things up to know that that's really an IRA card, business card, as an example. And then these payloads, how do I use a simple credential to carry these payloads so I can bridge into the existing and highly valued systems that I need? One of the things at Trust over IP we've been talking about forever is connecting ecosystems. One of the hard lessons we've learned at IRA is those two words are difficult by themselves, and when you combine them and say connecting ecosystems, it doesn't mean nearly as much as you think it does. When it comes time to say, well, great, let's connect the mining ecosystem in Canada. There's no such thing. If you look at, and Eric was showing some of the information earlier on what has happened with the Mining Association of Canada, what has happened with Energy and Mines Group in British Columbia, and what has happened with the United Nations Transparency Protocol, the fact that they're sharing information, those are three very, very different ecosystems. There was no mining. It was about who's registering facilities. There was a facility mining permit ecosystem. It was about who are the miners. That's the Mining Association. And where are their facilities, which linked that. It was about sharing information of saying this product came out of that facility through this company, is now being received in another country over the United Nations Traceability Protocol, Transparency Protocol. That's another, quote, ecosystem. They did not start to create that thing. They just happened to have information that was useful to share. We've learned that it's about connecting individuals, in our case, connecting orgs in the context of what it is they're trying to do. But I want to talk a little bit about the payloads of interest, because what has happened with IRA cards is many of our members have leaned in, and some of them very hard. I'll be talking about a demonstration shortly where our members are now actively doing demonstrations, launching proofs of concept, and talking about pilot projects because of this payload concept, which is, again, I have a credential. Very simple information. I have my name, title, etc. on my business card. But if I have something in the back, which is a bunch of other things that I have, it makes integration so simple that this is what's exciting people. It's also exciting people who are not decentralized identity, not SSI natives. They're just trying to get the job done and they have information that is useful to share. They just don't know how to start. If we think about what these are, these run from how do I know that's really you? Is that really you on that card? Like how do I know digitally? How do I do that? It's easy to fake. We have a working example of a large consultancy, not one of our members, who was offering hotel discount codes and basically saying, here's a template to create a virtual card. This is not good for the hotel industry. This is not good for that consultancy. This is just bad. But if we look at what it is we're looking for, I don't know. Depending on what we're doing, if I'm walking into an office to visit a client, it's a very different payload than if I'm walking in and meeting somebody in a gaming convention and I just want to share my gaming and social profiles. Very different worlds, but it's exactly the same procedure. It's like, hey, how you doing? I'm Daryl. Here's my stuff. And then they go, oh, okay, I don't really care about, I wouldn't even be able to ask for a vaccination record. I just want to know about the gaming profiles. But these payloads of interest are growing more and more and more, which is driving people to understand more about what Trust over IP has been doing than anything I've ever seen, at least. In the following, Drummond and I were talking about this with Heather, it's that in this credential-centric world that we live in, all too often we've basically run from the learning curve of going from A to Z. And we're standing at Z, and we didn't realize we've left people standing at A. They're like, "Hey, I know you're excited about that stuff. The business problem of trust is broken. I get it, but I don't know how you got to Z. I don't see myself there." What this is doing is allowing people to see themselves in their own context where they are absolute domain experts. We've had one of our folks say, "So hang on a sec. I need to share a driver passport. Can I just put that in as a payload?" Like, yeah, and at that point, they just basically are running towards the idea of here's a way we can actually start using this immediately. So if I look at the IRA card ecosystem itself, really IRA itself is really about business, governance, and technology, always in that order. The technology part is critically important, but it is absolutely not the main story because the tech is working at scale. We have one member with over 120 million issued credentials in production. We have seen scaling of the underlying communication technologies that exceeds what telcos can do with many of their tools. It's not a tech problem anymore. The business and governance are the critical piece. They are what we call the terms. They're the terms under which we engage. What I mean by that is the terms are the business and governance behind sharing information and connecting. These are the assurances. What assurances do I have that you did your job? If you're telling me that something is a high assurance credential from the government of British Columbia, what happens if I'm not actually Daryl O'Donnell in the province of British Columbia? What happens if I've taken information from you that you said was high assurance and it isn't? We end up talking about things like liability and indemnity. Many of our members, of the IRA members who have joined, have learned the lesson that liability and indemnity are not bad words. They're actually kind of indications of value. It actually indicates that something might be worthwhile here because we're solving a problem we just want to understand. What's the liability indemnity posture that's necessary to make things actually start to move? On the terms and the business governance basis, we want to make sure that things are consistent. On a tech basis, and I'll explain what we're doing on that, we need to know that the tech is actually really interoperable. Not arbitrary credentials moving around and automatic semantic linkages and stuff like that, but literally this is working. We can run the conformance test. We can prove in a business domain that things are happening, that we are actually sharing across silos. We've learned, by the way, that the ecosystems are tiny. The silos are tiny. We've also learned that the same patterns here that we're talking about work just as well inside a large organization as they do between organizations. We want to make sure that we're not breaking any of the technical trust, that we're not short-circuiting or doing an end run on some of the key cryptographic things, that we actually are doing all of the checks. We're making sure that you're a valid issuer, that kind of thing. And on a tech basis, we also really want consistency. So what we've learned, though, is that the trust registries are linking the ecosystems. And what I mean by that, you've seen this slide, I'm going to go through a little bit more detail here, is that every ecosystem we deal with, every organization that's in charge of something, whether that be like a chamber of commerce that's in charge of the businesses that are its members in a particular jurisdiction, or a large corporate group. One of our members has over 900 entities inside of their group. They're a huge conglomerate. But they lead themselves. They govern themselves. That's the key, is we are not trying to impose our governance upon them. They also, in this case, technically will run that trust registry. Again, the trust registries allow us to put some controls in place. One of the primary questions that gets asked is that a valid issuer? You know, are you authorized to issue a driver's license in the province of British Columbia? Yes or no? We may list verifiers. We may list who are the systems that can connect into the ecosystem. Who knows? It's important to understand, though, that IRA itself, we are also an ecosystem. We lead the IRA ecosystem. We govern ourselves. We also run a trust registry. Our primary focus is not on managing issuers. It's on linking other ecosystems. It's on discovering and linking to the other sources of authority. And it's also important to understand that in the IRA Trust Network, and many members that are there, they evolve independently. It's up to them. So the general fabric we have is a trust registry and a conformance test suite. These are the two key components that we're running. The trust registry fabric really is about each ecosystem running their own trust registry, because this tells others outside of the ecosystem, actually even inside their own ecosystem, who they can do business with in relation to that ecosystem. It is often just as important to know who are the players in your own internal ecosystem, because once you reach a certain size, you do not know how to get the answer definitively. Trust registries help on that. The other ask here is that the ecosystem itself, so the ecosystem establishes a relationship with the IRA Trust Network. What that really means is that our registries recognize each other. They recognize that that ecosystem is a member of the IRA Trust Network, and the other group says, yes, I am a member of the IRA Trust Network. We also want to make sure that these connections work. This is a conformance test. Basically, at the high level, any wallet to any data consumer. In the context of IRA cards, we're very opinionated on a small number of simple cards, but we're just one ecosystem. Our members have their own ecosystems. The goal there is our conformance test suite. What it does is basically says, hey, you've got a wallet, you've got a consumer, we're going to make sure that that is consistent. It does more than that. I'll show that shortly. It's also, though, really interesting when they realize, hang on a sec, if I have that capability, I can go outside of my own ecosystem with no real problem, other than I got to figure out a small amount of governance to release a small amount of information, as opposed to opening up my whole ecosystem, which is apparently a phrase that when you use that, it's kind of terrifying for folks. So just a little bit about us and the ecosystems that are our member ecosystems. We are governing the IRA Trust Network. Our members own us. We are a nonprofit Swiss member-owned group. We do run a trust registry, which is focused on the registry of registry capabilities. It's focused on that recognition piece. All these blue lines, these are all trust registry query protocol. That's all we use is trust registry query protocol to answer the questions. Is that entity authorized to do that thing in your ecosystem? Similarly, we have connectivity between the two that are running the conformance test suite. This is the, will the wires work and can I do the thing? Those are the questions that people want, because on a business level, if they can say, here's a conformance criteria I want to put on my contract, they know that the wires will work. They'll get dial tone, for those of us who remember landlines, that things are going to function. What does this look like internally? So we look at our trust diamond with an ecosystem trust registry. We have our own trust registry. It also has, well, today we're not talking about type catalog. This is basically the kind of credentials that are in the ecosystem. But in that as a business card, the conformance test suite is really focused initially on that. Can I get the information from the wallet? Does the wallet work with the verifier? We don't really care right now too much how it got into the wallet. That's an assumed problem. Down the road, that'll become more important, I'm sure. But the reality is we're checking all of these things. Is the card conformant? Is the type registered? Is the actual ecosystem registered to do that thing, that's actually full-blown trust registry query protocol tests that are run inside of our conformance test suite today. As an example, this is one we're using in a demonstration next week, which is imagine something like the Sweet Lane Group. This could also be a Chamber of Commerce. It could be the Mining Association of Canada, could be IATA running travel. What couple of our members have been working with them. But the idea is there's more than one company. The IRA network could say, hey, listen, Sweet Lane Bank, Sweet Lane Energy, if you want to do IRA cards, you need to work with us and we will register you. But that's not how we do things. We do not manage other ecosystems. What we actually want to do in this case is connect their trust registry, which will say, hey, listen, I'm going to have that action of issue IRA card, business card, which kind of begs the question, well, anyone could do that without being involved with IRA and just pretend to be part of IRA. That's totally true. Whoops, I've got the wrong direction on my keyboard. But the IRA Trust Network itself would say, no, we've delegated the managed issuers capability to that ecosystem, the Sweet Lane Group. If all of those things aren't true, that conformance test suite would fail. Technically, you may say, hey, credential matches, data works, everything. Nope, not part of the IRA Trust Network. Or some other problem exists, meaning maybe one of the companies inside the group itself just was not acknowledged by their own trust registry. If we look at what these are, the foundational components of what we're doing is this trust registry fabric, which is primary without linking ecosystems together, without the trust registry query protocol. We don't have a story at IRA. We are about connecting ecosystems. It is that fabric that really is the underpinning for us. Again, it provides a who you can connect with. Our conformance test suite really is about how you're going to connect. How do you know things are going to work? How do you know, and do you want to have a engineering level test, or do you just want to provide something that's conformant? And then down the road, as more and more things appear, this begins to build a market of marketplaces capability where we can have various different types of credentials that can be used in various different forms under different terms. And that really is the what and why you're connecting. We are doing a demonstration next week on IRA Card itself. What you're going to see in that demonstration is it's for members, but it's going to be recorded and we'll be sharing the results out on YouTube and LinkedIn and whatnot. Is you're going to see it in use. You're going to see the conformance tests, and you're going to see the trust registry integrations that are working. In this case, we have two of our members. Who knows? We might have a third, but two of our members, Affinity out of Singapore and Northern Block out of Canada, are providing various different pieces of this. But what's happening with this in the IRA card approach is this is leading to more formal proofs of concept. We have three of our members right now. We're just working with. They're putting out a call for a proof of concept to be run. We're just working to make sure that the scope is small enough, narrow enough to actually get something done in a short period of time. Our proofs of concept are maximum 90 days, but also broadly available to all of our members. We are a member-owned organization. We want to make sure everyone's there. We have other members who are looking at immediate, what pilot projects are we going to run on an operational basis, which are going to do more measurement, KPIs, metrics that they want to make sure that they're meeting because they're seeing operational value in this IRA cards concept right now. That I guess I only have 14 minutes left, but that was the rapid fire version of where we are with the trust registry query protocol. Let's remember it's going to public review week after next, and how IRA is operationalizing these trust registries. I would field any questions or give you time back depending on where we sit. If anyone has questions, I would love to hear them.
Okay, thank you very much, Daryl. That was really, really cool presentation. Let me just check quickly if there's some new questions on LinkedIn or YouTube. No, there doesn't seem to be anything at this time. Would anybody like to ask a question to Daryl since he's here? We have some time too.
Awkward silence ensues.
Okay. Well, I guess then it's time for the break for everyone. And thanks again, Daryl.
Thank you.
Oh, wait a second.
Oh.
There is a hand.
Hands up.
Maki raised the hand. Yes.
Nico.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes.
There's a whole discussion about the trust registry query protocol and how essential it is in its role of being one-to-one with governance frameworks, as you're suggesting. We're seeing this sort of design paradigm also emerge with, and I forgot to mention this in my presentation, but there's like a VLEI SATP mapping where they have this notion of a gateway, wherein the gateway is an abstraction layer above the API of a node, which is on a blockchain, right?
Okay.
And the TRQP, right, is kind of like this sort of like API for a gateway, which is an abstraction for this registry, right? Well, what I'm wondering in time is like whether or not this is one level of abstraction that is not quite necessary if if an endpoint can freely query a set of registries instead of needing to go to say like the registry of registries, a specific registry of registries, right? I don't know. There's a lot of implications there down the line, but I think that this is something that we should probably it's going to probably be needed to be resolved in the years to come.
Yeah, I think what you're describing to me is in my old life of situational awareness for both civilian and military, things that are really important to your core business, you're going to need to know intimate detail on, and you want to be able to dive in deep, slice, dice. Things that are more on the perimeter, you won't know enough how to slice and dice. You just want an answer. And there's something in between there. There's sort of the liminal area between the two of
right.
That I think is where the discussions are really, really, really worthwhile. Because I'll go native if I have the answer. If it's that important to me, I'm going native, right? Like if I'm doing driver's licenses as a law enforcement agency in Florida, I'm
Yep.
going to go native.
Oh yeah.
For and this is what they do now for the US and parts of Canada. I'm not going to go native for South Korea. I don't know, and I don't have enough traffic. I just need an answer. Is that a real driver's license? When I say that, I mean in if I speed in Florida, well, certainly when I was in Ontario, I would receive fines and demerit points in my home province from another state. That's a native integration. The outside is like, guess what? You can probably run away, but don't ever come back to Florida because we know who you are, type of thing. And somewhere in between there is that liminal space.
Right. That the openness versus the like explicit trust infrastructure, right? And then the reputation therein. Is that kind of
As well as the knowledge of how to leverage that explicit trust infrastructure.
Right. Yeah, and so okay, I think I know what you're getting at. Then you're saying that the TRQP is like one of these dances. Then this knowledge of how to leverage that when it's available, it's an option for people to pull, especially for like coming from more traditional like X509 native.
Yeah, like if I take this one here.
Yeah, exactly.
So this, like, I realize my screenshot's out of date. I have an LEI one.
Yeah.
If I already do the glyph dance, I don't need to use the trust registry query protocol. Like it's probably native to my business. Why would I use something as simple as the TRQP? But if I'm from the outside and not part of that, and I need to get an answer from it, I just need to, are you a valid issuer? Perfect. Great. That's all I need to know.
Cool. Thanks, Daryl. I appreciate it. Good to see you, man.
Good to see you. Mr. Reed.
Yeah, I actually, Nico's question leads into mine, which is the broader it gets. Daryl, can you talk about how the TRQP network relates, or the TRQP protocol relates to the DNS protocol, and how the IRA Trust Registry or the IRA Trust network of decentralized trust registries relates to domain name servers from an evolutionary standpoint?
Yeah, this is something that I mean, Drummond, you've written some of the papers on this, and for the audience, it's really critical to understand that there are cases where hierarchy makes 100% sense. You know, there are, and DNS is very hierarchical. You know, you have the root nodes, which are, and then they distribute data to other DNS servers. That's actually the data distribution channel of DNS. But then you have you know, who manages the .ca domain? Well, that's CIRA, Canadian Internet Registrar Authority. They are the top dog. They are the root of the .ca domain. They have a very particular governance, and they run that, and it's a hierarchy. And the trusted recurve protocol fits into a hierarchy very, very well. X509 systems are very hierarchical, by definition. They'll have you know, the certificate authority, and then they have this thing with the root, and then they have a tree. Other systems are much more, and Drummond, did you found the term hierarchical, or was it a term that was
No,
that was created?
No, it's yeah, it's well documented hierarchy.
Cool. So the hierarchy, the idea is we have a combination of things that are peers. There is no one. So here's an example of where actually one of the things, the thoughts or reasons we came up with this need for hierarchy. World Health Organization, when it came time to COVID, one group, it wasn't necessarily WHO, said, well, they're the authority for all of this, which was true until you tell a country that the World Health Organization is authoritative for the country's answer, at which point you realize quickly the global countries are not a hierarchy. They are peers. And you cannot have a hierarchical structure when everyone is a peer. There is no one on top of the US, the Canadian, the South Korean, the Zimbabwean government. They are sovereign to themselves. Therefore, you can't have a system that's purely hierarchical. It doesn't, there's some point at which the hierarchy doesn't exist. Does that help, Drummond?
Daryl, you pointed out something that, excuse me for interrupting, but that why I think potentially state endorsement, not just downward, but horizontally, can build incredible emergent governance. You know,
100%, and the general concept of endorsement, right? It's the state gave me this thing. That's one thing, sure. But the state endorsed, like, well, who says that's a state? Okay, cool. I agree. It's a state. I'm going to go with it. It's the little signals that pile up. And if you look at how we operate in the real world, where we build trust with each other, it's a bunch of small, many, many, many small signals. But Drummond, did that help?
Yeah, 100%. That was exactly what I was after. You know, is that contrast, which I'm realizing because we were just in there, is we actually summarize in the start of the spec too. So I did put in a link to the spec in the chat. So
perfect.
Yeah. Very good. No, this is great. And I just it's fascinating, as I mentioned in the opening, Daryl, this morning. We started work on TRQP almost 2 years before we started work on the trust spanning protocol because of the need in COVID credentials, right?
Yeah.
So
if you recall us talking, I won't name the government person, talking to a government person who said, I don't need trust registries. I have credentials and I am the source of truth, which is true. But then it wasn't. When they started dealing with groups outside of their own jurisdiction, they're like, oh, okay, I kind of, here's what the argument was, folks, is that credentials by themselves were sufficient. All they needed to know was the DID of that government agency. But then they quickly reached the point at which they said, yeah, it turns out we need a trust registry and we need it now because they'd gone beyond their domain, their span of control.
And exactly as you said, Daryl, all of the health agencies around the world, you know, were like, well, we're not under any hierarchy. We're authoritative. So it was like the perfect example.
There were health agencies that said, yeah, we know you pay for our whole system, but no. And you can't push a sovereign that far. You just can't. And if you need a hierarchy, things fall down quickly. If you have a hierarchy and it's working, awesome. You have all of the answers there.
Beautiful.
Cool.
All right. Sounds like lunchtime.
Now we're between, I'm between you and lunch, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just one thing, we did have a raised hand by Maki from the audience.
Maki, you still there?
Let's see.
Excellent. Yeah, thank you very much. I think it's really a great presentation, Daryl. Thanks a lot for that. So I was just wondering, in terms of, like, do you have any IRA dev kits being developed, or what's the status
Yeah,
on
so
that?
we've got one of the things that IRA is not doing is we're not building Stack. The only code that we are building right now is the conformance test suite itself. Our members have Stack that's usable. The conformance test suite is open. It's being worked on right now, so it's in pieces right at the moment. But yeah, that's definitely it's an open source project already for the conformance test suite. The rest is really we're leveraging existing pieces of kit. IRA's job is to be more of a market guide to help our members align. And they are already supporting all of the open standards that we're working on. Trustworthy Query Protocol, W3C, DIDs, VCs, etc. I'm hoping that helps, Maki.
Yeah, it does. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
Right.
Tomasz, thank you very much for coordinating everything. Appreciate
Yeah, thank you so much, Daryl. Yeah, and thanks for this great talk.
Awesome.
Okay, great. So it is time for break and for lunch, dinner, or whatever you're up to. And as we will go on a break, we will be running the bite-sized trust videos again. There we go. See you in half an hour.
Online, we rely on two core cryptographic. When we talk about verifying authorship and authenticity online, we rely on two core cryptographic tools, public-private key pairs and digital digests. Let's walk through how digital signatures use both. First, we start with a digital object, like a document or a file. We create a digest of that content using a hashing algorithm. This digest is like a digital fingerprint, short, fixed in length, and unique to the content. Next comes the signature. The signer takes the digest and encrypts it using their private key. This encrypted fingerprint becomes the digital signature, and it's attached to the original content. Now let's say someone wants to verify the signature. They take the original document and calculate its digest. Then they use the signer's public key to decrypt the digital signature. If the decrypted digest matches the newly calculated one, the content is verified. It hasn't changed, and it was signed by the holder of that private key. But if the digests don't match, that means either the content was altered or the wrong public key was used. In either case, the signature can't be trusted. That's the power of digital signatures. They prove who. It's cryptographic trust, transparent, secure, and built right into the math. When we think about security online, we often hear about private and public keys, but what do they actually do? At their core, keys are just long strings of number, but they serve a critical purpose. They allow us to secure communication, prove identity, and establish digital trust. Imagine you want to send a secret message to someone. You don't want anyone else to read it, only the person you intend. This is where public key cryptography comes in. The person you're sending the message to gives you their public key. You use that public key to encrypt the message. Once encrypted, only they can read it because only they have the matching private key. Even if someone intercepts that message along the way, they won't be able to decrypt it. This is how emails, messaging apps, and even online banking keep your data safe. But keys don't just secure messages, they also prove who you are. When you visit a secure website, your browser checks its digital certificate, which is signed using a private key. If the signature is valid, your browser knows the website is authentic. The same principle applies to digital signatures. When a person or organization signs a document with their private key, anyone can verify that signature using the corresponding public key. This proves the signer's identity without revealing their private key. From securing websites and emails to verifying software updates and financial transactions, public key cryptography is the foundation of digital trust. And as long as your private keys stay private, you remain in control of your own digital identity. When we think about trust on the internet, we often think of passwords or verification codes, but under the hood, trust relies on two powerful cryptographic tools: public-private key pairs and digital digests. A digest is a kind of digital fingerprint. It's created using a hashing algorithm, which takes any digital content, a document, a photo, even a whole data set, and turns it into a short string of letters and numbers. No matter how large the file is, the digest is always the same fixed length. Hashing algorithms are one-way functions. You can calculate a digest from content, but you can't reverse it to find the original file. This makes digests privacy-preserving and secure. Because the digest is unique to the content, even a tiny change in the original file, like a missing comma, produces a completely different digest. That's why they're used to detect tampering. If the digests don't match, something's been changed. So what can you do with digests? One important use is verifying data integrity. When a file is published, you can also publish its digest. When someone views the file, they can recalculate the digest themselves. If it matches, they know the content is authentic and unmodified. In this way, digests shift trust from institutions to math. No need to ask a central authority if a file is valid, you just check the digest. This is one of the foundations of digital trust: verifiable, transparent, and decentralized. When you resolve a decentralized identifier, or DID, you don't just get back keys, you also can get something called service endpoints. A service endpoint is like the address book entry for your DID. It tells others where to reach you, what protocols you support, or which services you're connected to. For example, a DID document might list an endpoint for secure messaging with DIDCOM, another for credential exchange, or even a simple URL for a profile page. Each service endpoint is described with a type, an ID, and a URI. But here's an important point. DIDs themselves don't handle routing. They don't deliver your messages. Instead, service endpoints connect your DID world to existing infrastructure, like the internet, peer-to-peer networks, or even email. That's how messages actually get from point A to point B. So think of service endpoints as the bridge. The keys in your DID prove who you are, but the service endpoints tell others how to find you and which communication channels to use. Decentralized identifiers, or DIDs, are identifiers that resolve to DID documents. A DID document is a structured record that provides information about the subject of the DID, including the cryptographic keys associated with it. Among these keys are what are known as key agreement keys. Key agreement keys are used for establishing shared secrets between two parties, most often for encrypted communication. The idea is straightforward. Your DID document lists a public key agreement key. Another party who wants to send you a secure message retrieves your DID, resolves the DID document, and uses your public agreement key to perform a cryptographic operation. When you receive that message, you use your private key, which pairs with the public key in your DID document, to complete the process and derive the same shared secret. With that shared secret, both sides can encrypt and decrypt messages securely. This mechanism is often built on well-known key exchange algorithms, such as the Diffie-Hellman algorithm, which allows two people who have never met before to create a common encryption key over an insecure channel. In the context of DIDs, it means that secure communication can be set up simply by looking up a DID document and using the key it lists. In practice, key agreement keys make DIDs more than just a way to prove who you are. They also provide a foundation for private, encrypted interaction. Whether it's messaging, data exchange, or establishing a secure channel for another protocol, agreement keys allow two DID subjects to connect in a way that is both verifiable and confidential. Decentralized identifiers, or DIDs, are identifiers that resolve to DID documents. A DID document is a structured piece of information that describes the subject of the DID. Among the most important details you'll find in a DID document are cryptographic keys. These can either be included directly inside the document or referenced indirectly through another DID. One category of keys commonly recorded in a DID document are assertion keys. Assertion keys are used to apply digital signatures to documents and other pieces of data using a public and private key pair. The public key is listed in the DID document as an assertion key, while the private key remains with you and is used to generate the actual signatures. This becomes especially relevant in the context of verifiable credentials, such as those defined by the W3C standard. An organization that has a DID and a corresponding DID document can use its assertion keys to sign digital credentials, things like membership cards, licenses, academic degrees, or other official records. When someone needs to verify such a credential, they simply resolve the issuer's DID, retrieve the DID document, and check the credential's signature against the assertion public key. If the verification succeeds, it proves that the subject of the DID was indeed the entity that issued and signed the credential. This is how assertion keys make trust portable in a decentralized environment. They allow credentials to be signed once and then verified by anyone, anywhere, without relying on a central authority. Decentralized identifiers, or DIDs, are special identifiers that resolve to DID documents. Each DID document contains information about the subject of the DID, including authentication keys. Authentication keys let you prove who you are when accessing a service. Imagine Alice logging into an email or work server, but instead of typing a password, she demonstrates control of a private key that pairs with the public key listed in her DID document. The service checks her public key, and she proves she holds the matching private key, and that authenticates her identity with the service. Authentication keys are a cornerstone of how DIDs enable secure, verifiable identity. They allow a DID subject to interact with services directly while maintaining cryptographic proof of control. This is what makes DIDs so powerful. They combine decentralization, security, and flexibility, giving users control over how their identities are used, whether directly or through trusted delegates. Resolving a decentralized identifier, or DID, gives you back a DID document, and inside it are cryptographic keys that enable different kinds of interactions. The flexibility of DIDs comes from the many ways these keys can be used for a variety of real-world trust tasks. First, there are authentication keys. These prove that you are the subject of the DID. They let you log into services or authenticate yourself in secure channels like DIDCOM. Next are assertion keys. These let the DID subject make claims that others can trust. For example, a university might use an assertion key to sign a diploma as a verifiable credential. Anyone verifying the credential can see it was issued by the right source. Then there are key agreement keys, which are used to set up encrypted communication. They let two parties establish a secure channel, exchange secrets, and keep conversations private, essential for things like DIDCOM messaging. DID documents can also contain capability delegation keys, which allow the controller or the delegate certain rights to another party. And finally, there are capability invocation keys, which are used to actually exercise those delegated capabilities. Just like with passwords, it's good practice not to reuse the same key across different services. Together, these keys turn a DID from a simple identifier into a flexible, verifiable toolkit for proving identity, making claims, securing communications, and delegating authority in decentralized systems. How do you prove who you are online? Most of us still use passwords. You pick a username, then a secret word, let's say Poodles Forever, and the site stores it. Every time you log in, you send that secret again. The problem? You're sending your password over the internet, and if it's leaked or intercepted, your identity can be stolen. Now, here's the better way. Keys. Instead of a password, you make a private key and a public key. You give the site your public key. Sure, anyone can see it, but your private key never leaves your device. When you log in, you sign a challenge with your private key. The site checks your signature with your public key, and that's it. You're in. That's how FIDO passkeys work. And then there's the next step, decentralized identifiers, or DIDs. DIDs resolve to a DID document which contains public keys, service endpoints, and other metadata. Instead of handing over just a key, you give a DID. The site resolves it to the associated DID document and finds your public authentication key. Even better, the site can give you its DID so you can check them too. And even better, Many DID methods allow you to rotate keys, just like changing your password, but with better security. Passwords have well-known limitations. Keys and DIDs are ways to improve the future of trust online. When you resolve a decentralized identifier, or DID, you get back a DID document. That document lists public keys, service endpoints, and other metadata. But here's a key question: who's allowed to update it? The answer depends on the DID method, because while the DID core spec defines what goes in a DID document, it does not define how updates to DID documents are authorized, signed, or recorded. Some methods, like DID web or DID peer, include a controller field right in the DID document, but these methods do not define a verifiable history of changes of the DID document. Therefore, there must be direct trust in the infrastructure operator. Other methods anchor changes to blockchains or distributed ledgers. DID-INDI, for example, records DID operations on a ledger. Anyone with access can check the ledger history to see whether an update came from the authorized key. There are also content-addressed approaches. With DID IPFS, the DID points to a hash of the document. If the document changes, the hash won't match, making tampering obvious. DID BTCR ties updates to Bitcoin transactions, where the chain itself provides the proof. Some methods go even further. DID WebVH, DID WebS, and DID SKID keep tamper-evident logs of all operations, which can be checked for legitimacy. Finally, static methods like DID key or DID JWK don't allow updates at all. The DID, the public key, and the derived DID document are locked together forever. The bottom line, all DID methods produce a conformant DID document. You can just trust a DID document, but to be sure updates are legitimate, you should also verify the cryptographic evidence each DID method provides, whether that's a signature, a blockchain record, a hash commitment, or a verifiable log. Some DID methods make this information available, but some do not. That's why choosing the right DID method matters. It determines not only how your identifier is managed, but also how others can trust that it hasn't been tampered with. A decentralized identifier, or DID, is a unique string that resolves to a DID document. This document holds important information, including the public keys associated with that identity. But like many digital technologies, DIDs come with certain risks, and different DID methods have emerged to help manage them. One risk is that the owner of a DID document can change the public key listed in it. For example, someone might publish a key in their DID document and use it to sign digital statements. Later, they could edit their DID document, switching keys, and then claim those earlier statements weren't theirs. Technically, the document itself would still be valid, with all the required digital signatures in place, making the change difficult to detect by looking at the DID document alone. That's why it's important to observe DID document changes from the outside. There are a few ways to do this. One approach is to store the DID document in a public tamper-resistant location. DID methods like DID-INDI and DID IPFS use this strategy. DID-INDI, for example, uses a blockchain to preserve a transparent and verifiable history. But not all systems rely on public storage. DID carry takes a different approach. It uses a network of observers known as witnesses and watchers. These participants sign records of the data source of the DID document and keep copies of relevant sections. They can verify that the history of changes remains consistent over time. This decentralized, peer-based model allows duplicity to be caught. In a blockchain, the watchers can be anyone with access to view the blockchain, while in carry, the observers are selected for each DID. A different approach used by some DID methods is to post a digest of the DID document content to a public ledger, such as Ethereum. Instead of storing the entire DID document, only a cryptographic fingerprint of the content is recorded. This digest acts as a tamper-evident seal. If someone tries to change the content of the DID document, the digest will no longer match. Verifiers can use this to ensure that the DID document they're viewing is exactly the one that was originally anchored to the blockchain. Having a way to observe changes to a DID document from the outside by disinterested parties who will not collude to enable DID document duplicity is essential for maintaining trust in decentralized identity systems. Since the DID controller can update the document, independent verification, whether through public ledgers, hash commitments, watcher networks, or other methods, helps ensure that changes are transparent and detectable. Without this external observability, malicious actors could alter their identity records without accountability, undermining the integrity of the system. A decentralized identifier, or DID, is a unique string that can be resolved into a DID document. This document typically contains public keys, service endpoints, and other metadata used to enable secure, verifiable interactions. But the way a DID is resolved depends on the method it uses. Of the many DID methods that currently exist, let's look at a few representative categories of how DID methods handle resolution. Some DID methods rely on existing internet infrastructure, such as the Domain Name System, or DNS. A common example is DID Web. In this approach, the DID string encodes a domain name, and the DID document is retrieved over HTTPS from a well-known location on the web. This method is straightforward and leverages existing authentication mechanisms like TLS, but it depends on the continued availability and security of the domain's web server. Other methods anchor data to a specific blockchain or distributed ledger. These DIDs resolve by querying that ledger and reconstructing the DID document from a series of recorded operations. Examples include DIDs registered on purpose-built identity networks like Indy, or on permissioned infrastructures such as those used in government-backed ecosystems. The resolution process involves retrieving cryptographically signed updates and proofs that attest to the integrity and history of the DID document. These methods offer strong tamper resistance, but often require network access and more processing to verify state changes over time. In contrast, DID key uses a self-contained model. The DID itself includes the public key material, allowing the entire DID document to be constructed locally without querying a remote server or ledger. This makes it ideal for offline use, ephemeral identities, or constrained environments, though it lacks support for key rotation, service discovery, or document updates. DID peer takes a peer-to-peer approach. These DIDs are designed for private, pairwise interactions and are not globally resolvable. Instead, the DID document is directly exchanged between parties during connection establishment. This method maximizes privacy and avoids reliance on global infrastructure, but it requires secure and trusted communication at the time of exchange. Some DID methods combine these strategies. For instance, others may publish a digest of the DID document to a public blockchain rather than storing the full document on-chain. This approach offers tamper evidence without bloating the ledger while enabling off-chain storage and resolution. Each DID method might have its own implementation of a DID resolver, but due to W3C standards, projects such as the Universal Resolver from DIF can be used to produce common standardized output through consuming different DID resolver drivers. Each of these DID resolution models reflects different priorities, whether it's decentralization, discoverability, privacy, performance, or compliance. Understanding how a DID resolves to its document is a foundational part of establishing trust in decentralized identity systems. When we talk about DIDs, or decentralized identifiers, we're really talking about two parts: the identifier itself, the DID, and the DID document, a standard file that describes the DID-associated public keys, authentication methods, and service endpoints. But here's the key question: where is that DID document data actually stored? Well, that depends on the DID method, which is reported in the DID string right after the word DID. Different DID methods use different storage models. Let's look at a few. First, some DID methods store the DID document data directly on a blockchain. This gives you strong immutability and public verification, great for high trust environments. Examples include DID Indy, DID EBSI, and DID Checked. Other methods, like DID IPFS, use content addressable storage. The document's address is based on its content, so if the data changes, the address changes too. That makes it tamper evident by design. For ease of use, there's also web-hosted DIDs like DID Web. These live on a server, often at a well-known URL. It's easy to publish, but relies on control of the website, so it's less secure. Some newer approaches, like DID Carry, skip static documents altogether. Instead, they store a verifiable event log. That log keeps track of all key updates and changes over time, making it highly resilient and transparent. And then there are peer DIDs and key-based DIDs. These don't live on any global network at all. Instead, the data is shared directly between parties or even derived entirely from a key. They're lightweight, private, and great for secure, limited scope interactions. No matter the method, and no matter how the DID data is stored, when you use a DID and resolve the associated DID document, the output is the same, a standard DID document following the W3C standard. But how you get that document and how the underlying data is stored depends entirely on the method behind the DID. In the world of decentralized identity, one output format, many storage models is what keeps things flexible, secure, and interoperable. We use identifiers all the time. Your phone number, your passport number, your email address. These are assigned identifiers. Someone, usually an authority, gives them to you. And if someone wants to check whether they're valid, they usually have to ask that authority. But not all identifiers work that way. Some identifiers are derived. That often means they're calculated directly from the thing they identify. In the digital world, this often means taking a file or a piece of content and running it through a cryptographic hash function. The result is a digest, a short, unique fingerprint of that content. Change even one character, and the digest changes completely. These are called content addressed identifiers. Now, let's add another layer, cryptographic trust. On the internet, trust is often established using a pair of keys, one private, one public. A private key is used to sign something. A public key is used to verify it. If you want to check who signed something, you look up their public key and use it to verify a signature. And how do you look up that key? One common way is through a decentralized identifier, or DID. A DID is the identifier that lets a user resolve a DID document which holds or links important information, like the public keys associated with that identity. Now, here's where it gets interesting. If we combine these ideas, derived identifiers, DIDs, and cryptographic keys, we get something called a self-certifying identifier. This is a special kind of identifier that proves it belongs to a specific entity without needing an authority. How? Take the first entry of a DID document, its genesis, which includes the controller's public key. Now calculate a digest of that document. That digest becomes part of the DID itself. Because the digest includes the public key, you can't change the key without changing the identifier. If someone tries to claim that DID using a different key, the digest won't match and everyone will know. DID WebVH and DID WebS both use these kinds of identifiers. In other words, the identifier certifies itself. It's tied to the cryptographic material at its core, and that makes it secure, verifiable, and tamper-evident, just the kind of identifier we need in a decentralized world. When we want to talk about something, whether it's a person, a document, or a dataset, we need a way to refer to it. That's where identifiers come in. Identifiers are like names. They're how we point to something, label it, and keep track of it in both the physical and digital worlds. There are two basic types of identifiers, authority-assigned identifiers and cryptographically derived identifiers. Assigned identifiers are given by an authority. Think of something like a student ID number, a passport number, or a product serial code. These are handed out by whomever governs the thing being identified. The university gives you a student ID. The government gives you a passport number. You name your report final version 2 submitted.pdf. Derived identifiers, on the other hand, are calculated directly from the thing being identified. In the digital world, a common kind of derived identifier is a digest, a unique fingerprint of a file or piece of data created using a hashing algorithm. Because the digest is based on the actual content, it changes if the content changes. That makes it useful not just as an identifier, but also for detecting tampering. So why does this matter? Derived identifiers are especially powerful in digital systems where you want to verify integrity. When you are directed to a specific file or chunk of data which is identified with its digest, you can recalculate the digest yourself. If it matches, you know the file or data is authentic. If it doesn't, something's changed. That's a level of trust you can verify with math. No need to ask an authority. Both types of identifiers play important roles in how we organize, reference, and verify things in the digital world. Whether assigned or derived, identifiers are the foundation of everything from databases to identity systems. When we use private and public keys for security, there's always one big question. What happens if the private key is compromised? If someone else gets access to it, they can impersonate you, sign documents in your name, and access things they shouldn't. The whole system relies on keeping that private key secure. But no security is perfect. Keys can be lost, they can be stolen, and once they're compromised, how do you recover? This is where key rotation comes in. Key rotation is the process of replacing an old key with a new one. If a private key is compromised, you generate a new key pair, update your records, and start using the new key. But that introduces another challenge. How do people know which key is the right one? If someone has your old public key, how do they know it's no longer valid? And how do we keep track of this history in a reliable way? That's where the W3C Decentralized Identifier Standard, DIDS, comes in. DIDS were designed to solve this problem, along with another major issue, the endpoint problem. Normally, to verify an identity, you need to check a trusted authority, like a certificate provider. But what if you don't want to depend on a central authority? What if you want an identity system that works anywhere without relying on a single organization? DID solve this problem by creating a self-sovereign identity system. Instead of relying on a central registry to control the records, each DID is controlled by the entity it represents. A DID is a unique identifier that links to a document containing the public keys and service endpoints for that identity. If you need to rotate keys, you update the DID document. Because it's often, but not always, stored on a decentralized system, like a blockchain or other distributed ledger, anyone can verify its history. That means anyone can check which keys were valid at a given time, track updates, and confirm that the information comes from a trusted source. With DIDs, if a key is stolen, it can be replaced, and anyone verifying the identity can immediately see the update. By solving the problems of key rotation, tracking key history, and removing the need for a central authority, DIDs create a new way to manage trust in a decentralized world. Verifiable credentials are a way to prove something about yourself in the digital world, just like physical credentials do in the real.
Okay. We are back now. That was Bite-Sized Trust by Carly. Thank you, Carly, for that. And I'm happy to announce our next session and our next panelist, John Phillips, who will be telling the story of the dual stack. So, John, over to you.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Good day all from Australia, where it's the early morning. So I hope you enjoyed your lunch. I've just had breakfast. So I'm going to talk about the story of this dual stack diagram. I'll share a few screens as I go along. So this is an image you may have seen if you've been on the Trust Over IP website. This idea of this diagram that we're showing here, that's been used in quite a few of our publications. And it has a bit of a story as to its genealogy, where it's come from. So what I'm going to do is use material that's freely available to all. I actually published this link to this drive. I just double checked the share permissions. That drive is accessible to anybody with a link. And you can kind of view and look at the content and use it, hopefully, to your benefit and to those of you who you're talking to. So I'm going to use one of the versions of these diagrams. I'm going to use this particular one. It's the dark background, just to save energy across the world. And we're going to talk first about how the diagram evolved, some of the key decisions that were made in evolving the diagram. And then I'm going to kind of run through how you can use it in a conversation, in a bar, in a cafe, over the table, in some education center, or wherever you are, and finding yourself explaining how Trust Over IP works. So the diagram that we are looking at now had an origin way back when in sort of 2020, where we had a number of different sort of formats of this diagram. So during the period of sort of 2023, we kind of felt we needed to think about how that diagram works and update it. Now, this is the diagram from the second generation. This is what we're looking at during 2023 about what we wanted to change. So it has a few things that we were thinking we'd like to refresh. There's some good ideas in this, and there's some things that were a little sort of challenging, I suppose. One of the things I'm part of the governance stack working group, and one of the things that was interesting for us is that it implies that governance is a sort of layer by layer kind of approach, and has a few other sort of attributes that actually from a governance point of view don't quite work that way. So we wanted to sort of think about how we might express governance in a more representative way. We wanted to look at things like the analogies that are drawn in these diagrams, these sort of skeuomorphic kind of diagrams you see in the layers, and those were drifting a bit from some of the technical discussions. So there's a need to refresh the diagram. So we go into this process of working groups and discussions. Starts off being a technical sort of technology working group, and then it spreads into the governance working group. And we basically realized that drawing things is easy because we had lots of ideas about drawing things, but actually drawing them simply and correctly is actually pretty hard. So we went through a bunch of sort of thinking and came up with the realization that we probably need more than one type of diagram. In fact, we kind of need a set of diagrams, and they have different purposes. So there's the glossy, which is that thing you saw when I flashed up the Trust Over IP webpage. There's this idea about a trust canvas, which is like a blueprint that you can kind of reuse and use in a number of different ways and kind of put your own things in it. And then there's this idea of a toolkit, sort of a bunch of elements that you can now use in diagrams. And all that's in that directory I showed you, the folder I showed you, available to all. So the how do we go about? What's the story of the trust over IP stack? So a few obvious points to call out. We can see that the diagram has these two stacks, this technology stack and this governance stack, and it has 4 layers. So we can kind of abstract out of that thinking into this sort of very skeletal looking thing, which has these 2 stacks and 4 layers. We needed to accommodate an idea about governance, which is really important, which is that we're not just talking about governance of the technology. So I'm not talking about sort of how do you release a new version of a protocol, or how do you replace some sort of stack of technology that you've got currently implementing a system. We actually have to think about what is the purpose of the system? What risks does it seek to mitigate? What benefits does it seek to achieve? So that kind of thinking about governance means it's more than just the technology that it's governing. It's actually governing, if you like, the purpose of the thing that we're talking about. So we needed to extend the shape of governance outside of just the technology and give its own little space. Now, we also had this idea in the version 2 of the diagram of ecosystems, and I'm actually going to do a kind of a dirty kind of flick back here. You'll see that ecosystems were drawn as a thing on layer 4, right? As if we were somehow defining ecosystems. And if you've listened to, I hope you did, by the way, Darrell's great talk and others before, you get the impression, the real impression, the understanding that ecosystems are actually quite different things, different from trust over IP. They're not something we necessarily control. So what we wanted to do was to draw them separate to trust over IP. And what we're drawing on this part of the diagram is the idea that trust over IP is responsible for its stuff. Of course it is. It holds itself responsible for what it defines and draws and agrees. And that's our span of control. And ecosystems do their thing. And that's their right, their sovereign duty, or whatever, in terms of what they do. So we now have this idea of a relationship between trust over IP and ecosystems. And we have a way of representing that in terms of an ecosystem uses the materials it finds out of trust over IP, what it finds useful, selects and uses those elements. Trust over IP pays attention to and learns from ecosystems, so it modifies and updates and changes its content to reflect what it's learned from ecosystems. And ecosystems themselves use more than just trust over IP. They'll probably be using a whole bunch of other stuff, from legal and governance and standards and other things, and they will probably have relationships with other ecosystems. So the IRA discussion that you heard from Darrell is very much a story of ecosystems and their interrelationships. And then we end up with this sort of diagram of the sort of many. So we've now made trust over IP a smaller element on this diagram, a sort of humble element of this diagram, and we're showing ecosystems collaborating with each other and using the trust over IP content as they benefit from it, and trust over IP learning from those ecosystems. That's the kind of future, if you like, of trust over IP, that we continue to develop useful, beneficial standards about trust over IP, and that those ecosystems using us inform us, if you like, about ways that we might need to improve, develop, and increase the content that we have, such that it's even more useful for others. So that's the sort of story of the story. There's a few products that we created. I mentioned this idea of the trust canvas. That's this sort of blank image, if you like, that has space for you to put your own elements in. Then we've got this idea about the bigger version of the canvas that you can actually use more easily in a diagram. And then we've got this idea about a glossy, which is where we filled the image with all of the kind of icons that give people understanding when they look at the diagram about the kinds of things we're talking about. So we've populated it with images and icons of people, organizations and things, and relationships as a pipe and all this sort of stuff. We've also elaborated the governance model, as you can see, in some richer form. And that's very important because the governance sort of discussion is one that has a lot of qualities to it that aren't immediately obvious unless you're into governance, and it's worth sort of having that ability to kind of walk around the process of deciding what you need to govern and why, the kind of risk assessment, and then through into running a governance process, and then kind of feeding back into the way we're thinking about the governance. What else is changing? Is the context changing? Are the risks changing? Are the other things changing? So how now do we need to moderate our governance? That's why the governance loop is drawn as this sort of continuous process, and the stacks are drawn as they are. Now, that's the big version of the diagram. So how on earth do you use this? So what we do generally when we're using this, and I've used it in I say anger, I've used it in pleasure, I suppose, in talking with other people, and it's a way of having a conversation with somebody about trust over IP and about trust in general, or trust on online systems. So what you try to do generally is to introduce each element one by one and the reasons why that element exists and what it's adding, and then add another, and then add another, sort of a layered approach. So that's what I'm going to do next. So if we're talking about digital trust, the word digital is a bit of a lead, a bit of a sign for us that it tells us we're talking about technology. So if we were in a pub or a cafe or something, we might get out a piece of paper, we might draw a little blob around it or a whiteboard, and we'll call it technology. And there's a bunch of stuff in technology which we haven't yet elaborated, but it obviously involves technology. The next observation we make is that technology without governance is in itself not trustworthy, generally speaking. To understand the purpose of the technology requires generally people to sort of explain things about it, or to write some sort of guarantees about it, or to make some other claims about it. In of itself, the technology doesn't sort of provide you that comfort. It might have a kind of thematically sealed mathematical quality to it, like a sort of a blockchain, Byzantine general sort of consensus algorithm approach, but it doesn't necessarily tell you why you could or should trust this. So we need to think about the other aspects about the system that we can learn from as people, and that's this sort of governance thing that we're drawing on the right-hand side here. Now, for most of us who've worked in technology for a number of years, the idea of sort of abstraction, as it's called, of separating out concepts and services and layers, as they're drawn here, helps us to understand complicated things. So pretty well every form of technology we come across in our lives is not simple anymore. It tends to have many parts to it to make it work. And if we're looking at a device as rich as a smartphone, then there are a lot of layers in the way that thing works. And the four we've shown here are relatively simple, really. It's a sort of a simplification, if you like, of all the possible layers we might have. But in those layers, we have work that the Trust over IP body is working on to provide protocols, advice, and substance, if you like, to the technology thinking. Each of these layers leans on the other, typically speaking. So the trust applications use trust tasks use this trust spanning protocol, and so on. And that's the way the layer thinking works. Now, at the moment, we've still drawn sort of technology and governance sort of somewhat separated. But on the next diagram, we're going to govern some of this technology. So we're going to have this idea of we should understand how we are using, moderating, overseeing, checking, these sort of concepts of maybe perhaps human in the loop, if that's something that you think is necessary around the technology processes. But governance has this whole idea of this continuous process. So it's not enough that we set once and done, if you like, an idea about governance. Governance tends to be a process by which you start. If you're starting from a blank piece of paper, you consider the risks and the objectives and the purpose that you want to achieve, and how governance will aid you in doing this, and what provisions it needs to have, and what checks and balances and all so on. So we go through this process of defining the process of governance, and then we're going to go through a process of running the system. And as we run the system, we learn more. And as we run the system, time is moving on, technology is moving, the risk environment that we face is changing, or the opportunity for benefits might be changing too. So we need to reflect that back into a kind of refine of governance. That's why this circle is drawn as this process is drawn as a sort of continuous loop. When we think about trust over IP, which is a body of work that is defining an approach to getting trustworthy IP systems, trustworthy technology and digital systems, in and of itself, trust over IP doesn't run those. It's not an organization that provides the service. It provides the descriptions and the standards and the thinking that helps systems like ecosystems become trustworthy. So this is why we've drawn the ecosystem separate from trust over IP. Ecosystems use and selectively use the work of trust over IP, and trust over IP learns from ecosystems as they are using trust over IP systems and learning as they progress. We have control as trust over IP over the things that we write and define. It's our responsibility. We want to get those things right. We can't control, nor do we claim to control ecosystems. It's up to them what they do. They have their own sovereign rights, if you like, about what they do and how they do it. But we might learn from what they do. And learning from those implementations will help us to improve the trust over IP thinking. Each ecosystem has its own little world of things that preoccupy them, that justify their existence, that they want to achieve, and so on. So we can think about the purpose and scope of ecosystems, how it governs itself, the technology choices it's made, the commercial model that sustains its continued existence, the roles it has inside the ecosystem, membership policies, regulatory policies, legal standards, liability insurance, all sorts of stuff, which is specific to that ecosystem. And those are the things that it will be particularly concerned about, which for trust over IP are interesting, but we're not necessarily involved in that process in any sense. We might provide templates for some things, but it's up to the ecosystem to define that detail. Ecosystems themselves have relationships with other ecosystems. We think about any of our kind of real world examples of how we live and where we live. One of the things that I'll go to an example here. One of the examples we probably have all used if we've traveled over the last few years is some form of sort of smart passport system. So a smart passport is the one that has that chip inside it that lets you kind of have your passport read at a smart gate and lets you hopefully get through the customs control process a little bit quicker. Now, that system is supported by a United Nations special agency, which, as I think Darrell was saying earlier, the sovereign nations of the world, those countries can decide to make their own rules and laws, and they decide if they recognize other countries. 107 of those countries have collaborated in a system, which means they have provided the public keys they're using as the sort of pair of the public-private key to this curated PKD system run by ICAO. And that means that as you approach with your passport, you can use your passport in the countries in which your passport is recognized and the keys used in this PKD system. So that's that ecosystem that's running over here. It is in itself that there's an ecosystem for ICAO's PKD, and there are ecosystems of each country that are sovereign to those countries. And that's a kind of real world example of effectively a trust ecosystem that achieves an outcome, which most of us have hopefully benefited from if we've traveled internationally. And then we use these concrete representations. So if it's easier for people to understand by seeing kind of representative images of stuff in the diagram, then what we can do is populate the diagram with this stuff. So that gives us this sort of a better place for some to explain the idea of trust applications, the kind of things we're talking about at trust application level, where we can sort of talk about our classic three-cornered hat thing about issuers, holders, and verifiers, and how that kind of works or is applied in this space. Wallets and agents might be another thing we talk about as trust applications. And then we can go down to the layer about trust tasks, the specifics of an interchange between parties and what they're trying to achieve. And then sort of the idea of trust spanning and the trust spanning protocol, and then what elements you need for trust support. And again, we can go into more details about the governance processes. On the governance side, and I'll speak selfishly, we have a fair body of work out of people like Scott Perry and others that have worked on things like the meta documentation for governance and some other aspects that are really quite useful for considering how to govern a trustworthy system. And when we've put it all together, we get this model that says trust over IP is hopefully a very useful cog in the whole wheel of trust on world global systems. So ecosystems that are learning from and using the trust over IP thinking and stack can then sort of communicate with each other via a number of means, and we will learn from their use. So we continue to learn and grow as trust over IP from the application of our thinking in the real world. And we continue to develop that thinking. A great example that's given in the last few hours is the Trust Registry Query Protocol, TRQP. And I personally, for other projects which I won't go into, have a very keen interest in that kind of space and what that might mean for the future. So that's it. That's the story of the trust over IP sort of stack. The actual elements that you can make use of include a whole bunch of things that are kind of available to you. You've got tools, tips about how to use it. This stuff is all in technical word stuff. This stuff is all in Google Doc format, but it's also, if I go back to that folder, there are PowerPoint versions of the same material, if your preference is PowerPoint. And there's even a Draw.io if you're into sort of Draw.io kind of formats of the diagram and the content. So that's deliberately intended for people to make use of. And we've even got in this content a bit more sort of information around how we did things and the fonts and the colors. So just to be brand consistent, this is the Trust over IP palette and the colors that we use and how we use border fills and a whole bunch of things that people that like designing stuff might get into, and how scaling works and visual languages, all sorts of stuff like that, and some assets. So it's pretty rich. It's got, I think, though, a nice way of getting to what is a relatively complicated diagram, but through a nice process of one step after another step after another step, and allowing people to ask questions along the way. Which reminds me, I didn't allow people to ask questions along the way. So, Thomas, I haven't been looking at anything on the screen to see if anybody's been raising hands or saying, I can't hear you, John, or anything else.
Yeah, no, thank you, John. No, we don't have any questions in the chat right now, and I was just checking YouTube and LinkedIn. Doesn't seem to be anything there either. But now is a good time, so everybody that's present, please feel free to raise your hand and speak up. Oh, Drummond, there you go.
Yeah, I'm usually first here. So first, John, we want to acknowledge you, led the effort on this third generation diagram, and people have been piling in accolades here. So you were the unanimous choice to present this. So since you are one of the best information architects at presenting these concepts, I'm going to ask, what is your favorite addition or new part? When we went to the third generation, what was your the change that you think made the biggest difference in terms of audience's ability to understand, and then how do you explain that change?
So thank you. It's we didn't rehearse that, but that's a great question. Thank you, Drummond. There are probably two bits, right? Not even probably, there are two bits. The bit where we went from a kind of governance as this idea of being aligned to but sort of separate from the technology. How does governance relate to the technology? That was a key thing for me, that the idea for an audience says, whatever you're trying to achieve for a system that's important to humans, there's going to be something more than just the technology that's going to be important to them. And therefore, the governance idea is both a technology kind of governance, but actually also what is it you want to achieve, the benefits, the risks, and so on. And that's where governance sort of steps into the bigger picture thing. That was one key thing. And the other key thing, I think, was when we had that look at the second generation diagram, we went from an idea where we were kind of drawing ecosystems as if they were the sort of top of the stack, which I acknowledge kind of makes sense, but it made it very difficult to talk about. We almost wanted to have another fifth layer for ecosystems. It was like becoming a bit of a challenge until we go, actually, the ecosystems, it's kind of up to themselves how they do stuff, and we're going to draw them to the side. And we could have drawn them above. This isn't a sort of, as others have said, it's not about hierarchies and stuff. It's about sort of recognition of duties and separations of duties and so on. So those two things, drawing governance so that it does govern the technology, it must do for any system, but it also must consider other things. That's a key thing for me. And the second was, what's our relationship with ecosystems? What rights and duties do we have with ecosystems that use trust over IP?
They're great answers. I was sort of betting with Scott Perry whether it would be governance or the governance loop or cycle or something else. And you have a really good point about breaking out ecosystems and making it clear how we provide a model for ecosystems to interoperate and adopt. Yeah, it's made a really big difference. And it looks like Scott's appearing to share his view on that topic. Go, Scott.
No, I was going to just ask a question about and ask for John, because John is our custodian of the trust over IP stack. Where do you think it'll evolve to? Is it stuck here, or it has another iteration to go? And where do you think that modification would be?
That's another great question. And when we drew this, a little peccadillo of mine is that if there's one thing I can't stand, it's absolutism, right? So which was obviously a joke, but the idea that this is the last and final ever, this is it, we've done it, is absurd in my opinion. And what we anticipated, even when we were drawing it, is that there will be a need to evolve, if you like, this diagram. Now, the question, I guess, if I'm thinking about it in my terms, is how might this diagram evolve? Now, one of the ways it evolves is to ask it new questions. So if we ask it the question, how does this diagram, this representation address agentic AI? For example, that's a buzzword of the moment. You know, how would we think about agentic AI given this diagram? Where would we put things? Do they have a natural home? Does it fit well? Or do we have to think of something else to accommodate that idea of sort of autonomous agents? Now, what I think we do is we find if it works and it's not ugly, then we keep what we've got. But if it starts becoming a bit of a stretch to make it work, then we need to think about reiterating the diagram so that it can make sense to the audiences that we're talking to, the developers and those that wish to use trust over IP. So I do think, it was just off the top of my head, but I do think the question about AI and agentic AI is bound to be asked about trust over IP stack and how that works. And we need a reasonable answer to it. It's quite possible that answer can be given with the current diagram. It's also quite possible that we might need to think of novel ways of addressing, or new ways of addressing it. So yes, it continues to evolve.
So quick follow-up before Don gets in. I was just going to say that, you know, we need to prove it out. We need to submit a question that I just asked to AI and see what they come up with. You know, let's use the resources. I would be curious to see what they would come up with if we said, what do you think?
It is fun asking AI what it thinks of itself, yes, and how it thinks it might impact something. There's another more sort of diagrammy technical kind of information architecture thing about this. There's a potential for a more kind of rigorous representation of this diagram, I suppose. This is like a presentation layer, a drawing of something, where the drawing is making an implicit a suggestion about the meaning of things. That, you know, these stacks, 2 is above 1, 3 is above 2, 4 is above 3, and they kind of make use of. There's a way to describe these in probably a more formal language that could be used to produce the diagram. There's a sort of way, if you like, of making diagrams parsable in computing terms, so that you can see that they're drawn correctly. That would be interesting, but I wonder whether it would be relevant, because I think the main part of use for this diagram is helping people understand at a different sort of level what trust over the internet demands, what type of thinking it demands.
Hey, do you have an adapted version of this for like the Bhutan project, or where you could sort of look at all these layers, but in context of application?
That's exactly what I don't personally, but if we take the view that says could we, the answer is absolutely yes. That was the idea of giving effectively this sort of toolkit type approach. So we have a blank, I'll use this example as if it was a blank canvas like this diagram we're looking at right now, into which you would populate the elements that the Bhutan Digital ID has implemented. So you could actually take the diagram with its sort of full detail. Let me scroll to where we can see that. Something like this, and you could make these clickable links to the governance requirements that Bhutan have used. You could actually sort of make these little icons become the things that take you to other parts of documentation, or sort of test, as we were saying before, test that how can we put all that is Bhutan's digital ID into here, or do we find in the idea of learning from ecosystems, do we find there are some elements that Bhutan needed that we don't talk about, and do we need those then in the trust over IP model? So yes, Don, I would be very interested to pull the Bhutan system into here and then sort of see how it maps and where the bits are.
Indeed, thanks.
I was going to bounce that question actually back to Scott and say to Scott, did any of the documentation for Bhutan include this? Did that come out at all in the work you were doing?
Well, I mean, Drummond started with them with their governance framework, but I think he told me publicly that they have a law, and the question is do they have the mechanisms to hold people accountable under the law? I think there's still opportunity there. So, I don't know if they've filled out the governance side, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I think that's something that they need to do in the future.
That's a really interesting point, Scott, because back to this idea about where might this go next. One of the things I've been musing over for a while now is this relationship between governance and legality, if you like, the legal framework, the jurisdictions framework, and that's something that increasingly becomes important in certain sort of real world environments where you need to know whether something is legally relevant or important or not, and that can be important sometimes it's not, but quite often it is. So this idea about the legality in the framework is actually quite an interesting point about governance. How would we introduce that thinking to here? Drummond.
Yeah, just to follow.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, Scott.
I think 2026 will be the testing ground for that. We have laws that are coming up in California. We have a suite of laws going into practice in the EU. And I think it's important. We need to pressure test our methodologies against law and standards against law and see where it goes with that. And we're going to learn next year for sure.
Yep. Absolutely. And so true for Australia. We have some laws coming in on the 10th of December that are quite interesting. Drummond.
I was going to quickly say that, Bhutan made a conscious decision to divide governance into the governance framework, which they do have an NDI governance framework, but they said, hey, we want this deeper than that. The other half went straight into their law, the National Digital Identity Act. And so they said, we want to govern, all the way down to, build it into our national legislation. They looked closely at we literally went through the elements of the meta model with them and said, well, what should go in the national legislation versus what goes in the governance framework? And the one other thing I was going to point out, John, I put a link in there. There is another more technical view of the stack, particularly strong on the technology side, which is our technology architecture specification, which goes into a lot more detail about layer by layer what the requirements are. So there is that depth behind the conceptual picture.
Yep, absolutely. Cool. Well, I'm nearly at the end of my half hour segment, Thomas. So that's pretty cool.
Right. Yeah, thank you so much, John. It's a very good talk, and thanks also Drummond and Scott, and Don, of course, for your questions and the debate. I think it's always fun to listen to all the knowledgeable people talking to each other. All right. We now, not to take too much of Wenjing's time, I would like to announce our next speaker, which is Wenjing Chu, and he's gonna give us the introduction to the trust spanning protocol, the second revision, Wenjing, right? That you mentioned. I should emphasize.
Yes. All right. You can
Okay.
hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. So let me start here. Hope that's showing up okay.
Looks good.
Good. Well, first, congratulations for the 5th anniversary. And I'm trying to cover what I think in John's diagrams as the spanning protocol. I always think that if people see that diagram and see, a lot of layers and blocks, if you don't know where to start, I would suggest start with the trust spanning protocol, which is also considered layer 2 in that stack on the technology side. And so I'm going to present about Rev 2. The common questions I get, of course, what is in revision 2 is still in implementers experiment for the protocol, but Rev 2 changes in there. And the real question, I think, is always what is TSP different and why TSP is the right solution to the problem or to what we need for spanning protocol in the trust over IP stack. And maybe you have in your mind how TSP compare to XYZ that you're familiar with. And I think I want to cover that. And finally, maybe quickly about applications we're thinking about, and finally a demo. So I'm trying to spend most of the time on what makes TSP different and the demo. I realized that these two are both time consuming, and I've never had a time to actually finish both, so I'm going to try it this time. All right, so let me get started on the revisions that we've done on TSP. And if you don't know what this sort of like is about, that's okay. So we're going to cover in the second portion later. But this is strictly speaking, what changes we made in revision 2. Um, uh, so before I go do that, I will list the specification current version on the first link, and also software implementation on the second link. And what's new in revision 2 are these changes. So first of all is the alignment with Caesar code table version 2. The I think earlier we have a carry introduction. Caesar is one of the carry protocol. It decides on the encoding scheme or serialization scheme for TSP, and specifically the dependencies on the code tables and the exact code we actually use itself. So the version 2 of that now and TSP's Rev 2, they now align. So the code table will be the same, and you will probably see some of the packet will look different, and that's because the code table changed. Second thing is that we revised and cleaned up, streamlined the relationship forming control messages. You can think of that as a control protocol for TSP's operation. The third one, I think the big item is that we added a experimental implementation for post-quantum cryptography. So PQC support are more and more important. These are still experimental because our upstream libraries are still in that stage. They are, getting more mature, but I think this is still time for us to sort of take a look. You can run on these and take a look at how they look like, how understanding how the protocol is embedded or integrated into TSP.
I'm listening in. I can step away.
Yeah, someone may not be muted. And the last one is that we changed the VID type. I'm going to talk a little bit about that later. So this allow or will remove us the burden of doing ID number or type number administration. So it's not a big change, but basically now the formatting of that will be either a DIT format or UIN format. And then many editorial and minor changes later. Okay. Corresponding to this change, the software also changed from version 0.8 to 0.9. All right. Next question I'm trying to cover is, what makes TSP different? So I'm going to try to highlight things that I think is unique, and it really fits the role we give it as the spanning layer of the trust over IP stack. And this diagram really shows, the role TSP plays. If you look at the whole stack, in John's diagram, it's a clean table vertical. But I want to highlight the role TSP as a spanning or a layer that achieves interoperability. It bridges between infrastructure or transport mechanisms and applications. Both infrastructure and applications, we want to be as diverse or as flexible, as accommodating as possible. So you will see in the diagram, they are big and they are different, right? If we all go that, then we don't have any kind of interoperability. We won't be able to speak to each other. You will have a lot of silos. So how do we allow as many diverse kind of infrastructure as possible, as many diverse applications as possible, while still maintaining interoperability? And the key is trust spanning protocol. And so that's what the TSP trying to achieve. And we want to have this minimum commonality, and the commonality need to solve one problem. The one problem, of course, is the strong trust base for that. We want a spanning protocol that provide the strong basis for trust, right? Okay. So that's our second point, is a very compact, strong trust primitive for general purpose use. And I'm looking for different phrases or ways to sort of describe this. And a simple way to say it is who said what to whom. So when you see something, happening in terms of communication, can you decide, can you discern for certain who is the sender, who is the receiver, what's the content in it? And we believe that the current web stack or the common, de facto commercial implementation of the day are quite short of doing that. And that shows up in numerous problems we will cover later. So the way we do that for TSP is we design this envelope of a message. So these first downward messages, we have two endpoints, the two purple circles. And you can think of from the left is the sender, from the right is the receiver. Now, identifying the sender and receiver, that's the function of the identifier. So we will think of, like, for example, a lot of us are talking about this. They don't necessarily have to be this, so we're going to cover that a bit later. You have a sender and receiver. You need some kind of a verification or authentication of them. You also want to be able to show that the packet is then received with knowing who is the receiver, who is the sender, who is the receiver on both sides. Or you can think of it, these rows of first party, second party, and third party. All of them should be able to agree on a common view of who is sending to whom. And finally, a type of encryption that allow this be integrated together. So you have authenticated encryption. The authentication and encryption, if not properly integrated, you will not actually be able to achieve this. So the way we do it is known as ESSR. We encrypt the sender's identity and then sign the receiver's identity. On the bottom, I'm showing a base64 printout of a message that says hello. So let me explain a little bit more on the identifiers. We call verifiable identifier, or VID. Here is one example of did web VH. You also heard about Carry, you also heard about did WebS, and I think SKID as well earlier. And those are good examples too. So here I'm going to explain a little bit about did web VH. So on the top is what the stream itself, that you will use that as a handle or as an identifier. From this handle, a a third party or receiver would be able to resolve that by pointing, the red portion of the string or converting the red portion of the string into a URL. That's the second component. From this URL, you would be able to then verify history. So the history allow us to be use the term long-term or durable. Your identity is durable in the sense that it will last a lot longer. For example, the keys can change, they can rotate. That allows the identity or identifier to remain the same, but through key location, you will still maintain the freshness of these keys. And so the identifier then is very different from a token, for instance, which is designed to only be valid for a short period of time. Okay. This goes into a lot more into how we compose the message together. So again, I'm saying very simple case of endpoint A to endpoint B, and it's sending a message, and we want to open up the message and see how it looks like. So the message has the envelopes, its payload or ciphertext, and the signature. Okay, so the envelope contains the sender and receiver. And you will see the, sorry, this goes backward. The purple string as the sender did WebVH did encoded in a Caesar string. And similarly, on the receiver VID is also did WebVH here. And the payload, in addition to the user data, in this case, it's just hello. And we also include the VID sender. Again, that's to implement ESSR. So all of those then is encrypted through a public key encryption scheme. So it's either HBKE or sealed box encryption. Those then turn this string to this blue string shown on the bottom in the middle. Then we sign the whole thing. So that produces a signature. Now, if you combine all these together, on the very bottom, the red is TSP's code for recognizing this is a TSP protocol and its version. And then you have two purple and brown are the sender and receiver DID-VH IDs. And then the blue portion is the ciphertext. And then the green is the signature. Okay, so that's just open the hood and see the mechanism. The third point I want to make what's different is that the protocol then offers both scalability so that it can link with existing internet infrastructure, but also offer metadata privacy protection through known as nested messages, as well as routed messages. Message routing and nesting allow us to leverage the existing infrastructure and provide, so that provides scalability, but also then provide metadata privacy, which be able to hide a lot of your protocol header information and other so-called metadata, other than your own content, to be away from snooping eyes, right? So this mechanism is built with the into the TSP protocol itself. It's optional to use, but this allows the applications to choose stronger metadata privacy protection as needed. The fourth point I want to make is the way it manages long-term trust relationships. Number one, the protocol TSP itself has a built-in set of control messages allow you to form relationships. So the relationships can be quite complicated, and we're not talking necessarily about a simple ones like two persons, Alice and Bob, but also Alice and Bob may be simply chatting, or they may be, trying to do a transaction, or like, we mentioned earlier, there might be a legal requirement for certain procedures. And all of that can be built into the same mechanism using TSP protocol, but TSP will also manage those contexts. So you tie those contexts into specific requirement for example, a certain kind of a stronger credentials, but also you rely on the TSP and your initial person-to-person relationships to establish these stronger relationships. So these are the we call relationship forming protocol. It's a building mechanism within TSPs. And combine that with long-term verifiable identifiers, this allow you to have a timeline of very complex relationship building between peoples or people with AI agents or organizations, etc. And this is really the basis of a protocol that I think is fundamentally different from most of the existing protocols. It is about a long-term relationship management rather than tokens that are targeting a short-term transaction for that session or transactions that only last for short period of time. We've mentioned that AI agents quite a bit, and so this is a part of work that's not the TSP itself, but you will see that TSP is a natural foundation for managing such kind of trust relationship, a long-term trust relationship needed for autonomous AI agents. AI agents are autonomous because it is not taking close control, or they're not being under very close control of the human operator for a relatively long period of time. And that's exactly what we're talking about, long-term trust relationship. So I hope intuitively this gives you a context to manage that between a operator or a person with a AI agent. It also gives you a context and trust signal, like we said, who said what to whom, which give you reputation and accountability. And both are strong control mechanisms for deploying AI agents. And finally, I think it's also quite unique that TSP is very flexible and simple. And so it's easy to integrate into AI agent protocols like MCP or A2A without requiring them to make fundamental changes. So the application developers would have a relatively easy time to adopt a new technology but maintain their own protocol interface using MCP or A2A. And we will have a session, I think it's the last session of today, if you are interested in this topic further. The last 6th point, and this is the last point, I'm going to put a lot of things into here. What we say is a TSP is a spanning protocol with very careful considerations in a lot of practical but critical components. So I've listed a few here: efficiency, scalability, flexibility, agility. All very important things. I won't be able to go very deep on each one of them, but I want to mention that these are fundamental reasons we go talk about TSP, design TSP, and trying to implement a lot of features we add or we remove are for these reasons. So I will highlight a few things. One of them is the use of Caesar encoding. to improve both data and compute efficiency. That also allow us to then mix different kind of up layer user data encoding schemes. You can continue to use JSON or CBOR or others, while the TSP envelope and most of the cryptographic primitives are encoded in Caesar. So that's very important for us, both to have efficiency, but also allow applications to to continue to use the data format that they are already using. We separate these so-called endpoints, intermediaries, and support systems. I'm going to go back. So this is on the right side on the up diagram on the right side. We'll get to that later when we do demos. And then the implementation is in Rust, very, I think, highly secure programming language, and allows us to then provide multiple different kind of language bindings, like in C, Python, JavaScript, etc., for applications. And the Caesar encoding also allow us to have so-called self-encoded codes, which allow us very rapid adoption of new algorithms. So, for example, for adoption of PQC support. All right. So I'm going to spend maybe 2 minutes on what TS doesn't do. I thought this is also very important. It doesn't enforce a control model or agent or the state machine of your application. We thought that's your job. There are many different applications would choose very different controller models. And I think by not enforcing something would allow the application to choose their own. The second is that we don't force a particular type of identifiers or even this, as long as it's verifiable. And that definition, I think, very much tied to how application would actually use these identifiers. We will tie that into public key cryptography, and that's because it's built into the TSP's envelope itself. We already talked about we don't force you to use any kind of a application data encoding scheme. It does not force a particular kind of wallet or compute or storage element. It does not assume any kind of networking layer. I think that's critical, but we will come back to that later. And it doesn't force a routing scheme. Again, we want to leverage existing infrastructure. You don't need to invent a new infrastructure. If you are in the cloud, on the mobile environment, hardware or IoT environment with a very low-level networking layer, you can keep doing that. And it does not tie it closely to any particular crypto, and I mentioned that already before. So I hope this all makes sense. And the reason, again, is because it's a trust spanning protocol. Okay, so here is a summary of all the things I mentioned. Let me see, I will go through this a little bit again. A minimalistic spanning layer. It's compact. It's very strong in trust. It doesn't mean it's going to be a lot more expensive. That's why we need to deal with efficiency. It will have built-in mechanism to manage long-term trust relationships. It is a very good trust layer for agents. It has very clean support for managed privacy. It's not an add-on. It's built into the TSP protocol itself. And finally, we deal with a lot of practical issues like efficiency and scalability and flexibility for developers. Okay. So I think I'm running short on time, so I'm going to go very quick on these broad areas of applications. Again, as a spanning protocol, we don't design it to support any one particular type of application. Most applications we talk about may be the first bullet here. Control protocols, like in credential exchange, authentication, authorization, etc. And I list here the latest kernel group, for example, want to use the TSP and as well as first-person project for credential checks. That's one example. You can apply similarly that to a Git. So you will introduce these credentials and authorization into the Git-based workflow. And again, first-person project, I will not go too much into it. Drummond, I'm sure, will support. I think the next talk is going to go a lot deeper on that. So those are all great examples, and most of the discussions today might be in this category, and that's awesome. The second category I thought would be somewhat different, data protocols. In the past, control protocols and data protocols tend to be separate. So you have OAuth to do certain things, you have OpenID to do certain things, but you have HTTP, which is considered the data carrying protocol. TSP combined the two. So the carrying portion of the protocol, I put here two examples. One is you integrate that with C2PA, which we covered earlier as well, so that you would have a protocol for content authenticity, not only the content itself, but also the communication. Again, who is sending you this? And then in the document itself, who is the author, who signed it, etc. Right? So we have content authenticity and the communication authenticity together with it. There's a group also working on Matrix, running together with TSP. So Matrix is like I think it's like a Twitter, has an open source deployment, use federation model for message exchanges, and the TSP allow them to, for example, have your own identity, authentication of who's the sender, but also portability. For instance, you would be able to move from one server to another with your own identity and your relationship is going with you. So that portability is extremely important. And we can, there's a lot of other features, but these seem to be the top of line that a lot of social media application would like to have. I talked about AI already. I'm going to skip that here. And we also will see TSP applications in transports. So this is the lower layer. You will be talking about network equipment, telcos, industrial use, for example. Okay. So I'm going to then leave you with this slide, which is where to find the specification, where to find the open source code, and the different kind of repos, and where you may join us. So those are the links right there. Before I jump into demos, I want to see if there are questions here, but I want to have majority of the next half hour into demos. Maybe get out of the, oh.
Wenjin, I'm just going to say, I think most of the questions and comments in the chat we have been dealing with. Some of the rest of us have been answering them. Sam and I are both there. So, and you have to reload because your application's out of date.
Reload this page. Okay.
Yeah. No,
Okay,
I don't know if anyone else actually. Don looks like Don Duval just put his hand up. So go ahead.
Go ahead, Don.
Yeah, hey. First, I think this is great. You know, when you were talking, something came to mind. There's a concept. It's a psychological concept called uncertainty reduction theory, and it's self-explanatory in the name as far as just being able to reduce your uncertainty with what you talked about as far as who's saying this. Can I trust this communication? What part of the stack that you show do you feel on a user end allows the user to verify that? Because I don't know if I missed that part. But
Sure. Yeah. Let me highlight maybe two aspects of that. Let me see where I can go back to. So in this slide, we talk about the actual construction of the message itself. And this mechanism, for example, number one, it reduces that uncertainty by adopting a public key encryption. Most of the encryption we use, I would say almost all of the encryption we use today is based on it starts with the public key, but they quickly negotiate a symmetric key, also known as shared key. And so most of our application software runs on the shared key. This is problematic in many sense. So the uncertainty is the same because if you use this symmetric key for a while, the symmetric key by definition is shared between the two parties. And this can be stolen. If you have a long period of time, the stolen key can be used during that period. So this is, getting into the session, and the session can be then hacked over there. The second one is that because it's symmetric, you cannot tell who is the sender, who is the receiver. Yeah, because the keys are essentially the same. So that I think fundamentally reduce quite a bit of risk on that. The authentic encryption is another type of that, which combine the two, which is what I explained earlier on ESSR, which basically reduce the risk of disputes after the fact, let's say, between the sender and receiver. All the past protocols assume the sender and receiver trust each other, which I thought always is a wrong assumption. The sender and receiver are two parties, and they clearly not always have exactly the same interest. And especially in the case we're talking about, are definitely different. And so those are, I think, critical. And we also, if you want to get more technical, we have this called receiver forgery risks. We talk about key compromise impersonation or KCI risks. So there's quite categories of risks that we deal with. So that's one, I think, a main answer. I want to maybe point out a little bit more on that, on the history or long-term trust relationships. By going through a history, the risk of forgery or identity theft becomes harder and harder because as the history accumulates, to fake the history, longer history is a lot harder than for a short history. And again, history not only give the benefit of long-term relationships, but also give you the ever strengthening I think identification or authentication scheme behind this. So I want to point that out as well. Hopefully that both makes sense to you.
Ask a follow-up question. In America right now, and I guess sort of in the West right now, there seems to be a lot of social fragmentation, a lot of breakdown in trust. How do you see, just as far as this stack, being able to use this, or what components of it either are there or could be added that could increase trust between citizens and the institutions?
Yeah, great question. For that, I want to point to the Trust over IP stack. If you think about that stack, both a technical side, governance side, ecosystem, etc., right? So most of the answer lies over there. TSP is designed to do the minimum, a tool that they're going to need. And a weak tool would fundamentally weaken the whole. If you think about the building, this is the foundation. With a weak foundation, we probably cannot do anything. So we do need a strong foundation, and hope TSP is that strong foundation. But to really, solve the problem you are thinking about, I think that would require us to build the whole building, which is the stacks, but also the ecosystems that go with it. So I think TSP help, but those tasks will still remain.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to then turn to the demo portion, which is going to take me later time to set it up. So I'm going to stop share. I think the way I'm doing it now is going to be, yeah. And then I'm going to restart share the desktop. Okay. You see my whole desktop.
Yeah, we're seeing two large. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So let me get back to the slide here. So I do have one slide I need to explain. So this is a demo of our TSP SDK testing environment. For SDK, you are set of libraries, and well, it's very hard to test just a set of libraries. So we need to build a kind of like a proof of concept tool that we can exercise a lot of functions with that SDK. And so the tool need to replicate or simulate this whole picture. So in this picture, we do have the two endpoints, A and B, and intermediaries and support systems like data resolution, intermediary for routing messages, etc. Right? We're going to highlight the endpoint A and B and their interactions. But behind the scenes, we need to simulate the support systems and intermediaries. I just want to point that out. This testing tool is just for testing. Please don't think of it as application. Please don't think it can do everything. Please don't think it's actually the right way to write applications. It's just a testing tool. But it does show, how the TSP might work and give you a sense, see some messages, etc. Okay. So with that caveat, I'm going to start with these two windows here. So if you, I don't know whether that's big enough. Can you see it okay?
It's the two windows again.
Yeah. Can you see the size of the text okay?
It's readable for me.
Yeah.
It's not particularly large. It's a little bit larger is good.
Okay, so let me try a little bit larger. Oh, sorry, what I'm doing. Okay, where am I? All right, so hope that's a little bit larger.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm gonna have a Bob on the right and Alice on the left. As it just empty, it's empty directory, and you can see I was running something earlier. So that's the wallet I have on the SQLite database. And I have TSP. This is just a command line tool for testing. installed already, and it's version 0.9 alpha, so perfect. So what I'm gonna do is simulating the as a our endpoint A and B, and go through the steps. So the first thing we will do is I'm going to trying to print as much as possible to create a ARD for Alice. And so going to specify the type as WebVH. I'm going to, so this is going to be Alice Z, okay? And then I'm going to give it an alias. And you will see why the alias is important, because these are so long. Oh, sorry. I have a typo here. I meant to do. Oh. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So so this worked, and looking at the typos, and okay. So for people familiar with date, you will get a date right here. So that is the date string itself, and date require a place for resolution, and the resolution is right here. So if we take this to website, you will be able to see the document. Okay, so very nice. Let me see what else we can have. So we can also do a show of the wallet. A wallet is being created, and if you see the file, there is a new file for as a wallet for Alice. Okay, so let me then do the same thing on the other side. Okay, so I'm gonna call it Bob did, and I'm gonna give it the alias Bob. Okay, so same thing, both worked okay. All right. The next step is verification. So this is also for the two sides to know each other. So the way I would do it, and again, in a specific designed application, you probably build this in your application itself. But I'm just going to show it manually in a way so that it can simulate that behavior. So I'm going to go say, here is the did I learned, right? So you learn through some kind of a what we usually call bank introduction. But let's say you learn this did. I want to verify this did, which goes into verify the history, for example. So it will go do a verification, and I am going to give it a alias. Say here is the Bob. So I have a did. I want to call it Bob, just so that we are easy to remember these names. Okay, so now it is verified, and you can see it in the wallet itself. What are the remote VIDs? So this is what this one is, and we give it an alias on Bob. Okay, And again, we want to do the same on the other side. Let me see if I can copy this. So it's TSP verify, and we want to copy Alice is dead, which is this. Okay, and I will give an alias called Alice. All right, so now we have both of them have some ID, and we are ready to then maybe send some messages. So let me see if I could do a receive. So in the Bob side, let me see if I can do verbose as well. And then receive. Okay. The reason we need to do this is because we are using HTTP as a transport, and you will need to start listening. So in your app, you will never have this issue, hopefully. If you have a intermediary or server, for instance, built into it, you should be able to do that. Okay. So over here, we're going to do a echo. Again, just say hello. And we'll do that with TSP send. Let me see. So I think this is sender. The ID is Alice. Receiver. The ID is Bob. Let me see, anything else missing? There you go. All right, so on the receive side, then you would see the message being printed out. So this is the message, and again, the message's content is hello, and this is the color-coded TSP message that you've seen earlier in the presentation in the slides. Okay. Do we have time for more? Yes, we
So
do.
Wenjing, just a quick question. So the balance that looks like there's a bunch of debugging and tracing. If that were not on, would it just be that the Caesar message? I'm just trying to get a sense of what.
Oh, well, I thought people want to see this, so I'm turning on all the debugging.
Oh, that's okay. That's why it's
for you to
verbose.
see.
Yeah, yeah.
For you
I
to
just
see.
figured as much.
Yeah. For you to see. Yeah. It's a testing tool, so I want to see more and more.
Oh yeah, exactly.
You would see, for example, it's a HPK or encryption here, signature here, the types, etc. You would see the dates. Again, this is the date, right? Again, this is the sender, receiver, message type, etc.
So the actual Caesar bytes that went over the wire are the Caesar encoded message there?
You would see this in binary, of course.
Yeah.
This is the basic for printout for us to read.
Right.
Yeah.
That's all.
So yeah. I think I can do the same thing. Oops, what did I do? Okay. If I turn on verbose as well, on this side, you will see the same thing as well. Yeah. So that's the very simple message. And if we do have time, I can try to see do nesting or the control messages. Let me see. So to simulate control messages, I'm going to get ourselves out of here. And see, I should have, maybe I can print out quicker. Oh, gosh. If I could, into TSP, so we would do receive, and then Bob, I'm going to do just one message. So we're waiting for, let's say, Alice and Bob and I are talking, but they want to then create a more private channel without using the public DIT. So this will be the process for Bob and Alice to do that. Sorry, I know there's something. What's my All right, so Bob now is active and waiting for messages. And what Alice needs to do is a TSP request. It's nested. And then we'll do the sender VID again, Alice, and receiver VID, Bob. And here we want to wait. So this simulates. Let me see, what did I do wrong? Oh, no, I'm not on that yet. So I need to remove the nested. So I'm not going to do the nesting quite yet. All right, so you then see a essential relationship request message. This is the I5 message, and the message comes in with a thread ID. Let me see, let me move the windows here. So the thread ID sits here, which identifies this particular request. Okay, and then these are the DITs and the thread ID, and also that the Alice would propose a new kind of a VID for use because we can be establishing a peer-to-peer relationship. So to do that, the Bob need to accept. So we're going to go accept sender is Bob, receiver is Alice, and we will need the receiver sorry, sender is the Bob and receiver is the peer. So the peer is let me see, where's the peer? Thread ID Hmm. Alice, and then is here. All right, so now the two sides have received a accept from the Alice, and with the right thread ID. Let me see. Hmm. Let's see, do a show on this. Where are we here? How about here?
Wenjing, just to highlight that we have 2 minutes left.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I know these demos is always slower than I can do. So I'm going to maybe call a stop and then see if we can use the last minute. So I don't want to overrun and be the first person overrun on my time here. But we earlier we had a schedule for a workshop which will have more time to go through this, but unfortunately I think we won't have time to do it. Hopefully we will have another opportunity to do this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Wenjing. And maybe an option would be to do it on the workshop tomorrow, or that's a different one. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, the workshop is a different one, and also the actual hands-on workshop is canceled because we would require more people to be on hand to do it. So you can see these are complicated with lots of different moving parts, and so.
Right.
So I tried and we did half of it. So hopefully to be continued.
Right. Great. Thank you so much, Wenjing. And then we're going to see you in a little bit for your other session.
Exactly. So if you are interested in the topic of AI agent and how TSP work over there, we want to do some demo too. I learned a lesson. I'm going to make the demo as simple as possible.
Yeah, thank you very much, Wenjing. Okay, let me just share my screen for a moment. Thank you, Wenjing. And now Drummond, and this is the promised and long-awaited the first-person project presentation. So the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Tomas, and thank you, Wenjing. It is a great pleasure to serve as a co-chair with you of the TSP task force. I'm looking forward to part 2, if you want to call it that, when you are going to talk about using TSP or MCP and A2A over TSP. And about, I think it's at 5:30. I'm not certain. You can put that Tomas in the chat. So I'm going to talk now about the first person project, and I'm going to use. Let me share my screen here with the right thing up. There it is, right there. Okay, and I'm going to go into slideshow mode here. And is this showing okay? Just want to make sure that's
yes, looks good.
Very good. You might be looking at this and saying, well, this is the first project white paper. And I'm just going to provide the background that this is, I realized I proposed this talk and I said, I love it. An hour-long talk, and I don't have to create any slides for it. And that's because what I'm going to show you is what we call the visual overview of the first-person white paper. It's an 86 page. It's now on version 1.1. 86 pages of content that explains everything about the first-person project. And we said, well, to make it more digestible, besides a 4-page executive summary, we said we're going to do a visual overview, a slide deck, what I call a narrative format slide deck that covers the whole paper, and that's also linked off. I have the QR codes coming up here. And so this is the first time I've ever actually given a talk on the entire visual overview deck. It, just to warn you, it has a lot of slides in it, but there's very little on each slide. So it's not the quantity of slides, it's again in this narrative deck format. So I don't think we'll have any problem getting through it in an hour. In fact, since it is in a number of chapters, exactly 10 chapters, I'm going to stop briefly at the end of each one and ask for questions. So it'll be hard for me to monitor questions in the chat while I'm talking, but I'm going to stop again for each one and at the end of each chapter and just ask for questions then. So feel free to queue them up in the chat if you'd like. We don't have to wait all of them until the end. Okay, so let's dive into it. Again, it will not cover all the details in the white paper. This whole thing is a big advertisement for you to say, yeah, it's worth your while to actually read this paper. And to make it easy, again, grab your phone. The presentation itself is the QR code on the left. And if you want to go straight to the location of the white paper, it's the QR code on the right. And you can grab those. We'll also put a link to this in the chat. All right, so at a high level, executive summary. This is the number one reason we started the first person project, was to address this problem, broadly known as proof of personhood. We've widened it slightly to say, how do you prove you're a real person with real trust relationships? And as we got into this, this all originated a good 18 months ago. Once we had sort of the core architecture of where we were going, how we were going to be using the trusted OIP stack, which is what I'll explain to you here today, we realized that it also laid the foundation for a second very hard problem we're going to be, we're walking right into, which is how do you actually prove that as an individual that a personal AI agent is acting on your behalf as a real person, right? These two problems are closely connected, and we believe that this is, we can also lay the foundation for that. So that's what we're after. Now, the origin of the project, there's a lot of things that came together to do this, but I want to highlight, since we're here at LFDT, it's our home as Trusted OIP, that all four of these projects have been involved in collaborating on the pieces of what have come together into the first person project. And interestingly enough, that also led to the first place where we are implementing the first person project is, in fact, at the Linux Foundation itself, as you'll hear when we get to part 6. It's with the Linux kernel project, and I'll give you an update on that when we get there. So that's the high-level overview. The paper is broken into these 10 sections, and I will be going, again, chapter by chapter through them. It'll be about 5 minutes per section. Again, we tried to take it down to a summary of each one to get the salient points. But I will stop at the end of each one to see if there are any questions. And okay, let me just dive down. I'm dialing up the chat so I can keep an eye on it. There we go. All right, so let's pop into it. The missing trust layer. You've been hearing all day about this is why we started Trusted OIP 5 years ago, and we did it because the internet was not designed with the trust layer. And it just, there was no, I don't blame the core architects at all. It was, they did, they accomplished an amazing thing with what they did with the TCP/IP stack. But no one anticipated quite what the internet would grow into. And we've been able to live with these trust issues, the lack of security and privacy in the internet. But generative AI, Gen AI, has really sort of poured the gas on the fire to turn what was smoldering into a bonfire. And it's because it's now so easy for AI to impersonate a human, and then we have this need now to distinguish between what is AI and what is human every place. And we started out, and before the internet, we had many centralized systems. And once the internet happened, and then the web evolved, it was pretty natural that that's what would happen. Is we'd centralize because it was much easier to build that solution, and especially with the hyper growth of the internet. But what it now has left us with is these trust silos, these platforms in which trust is managed within the platform, but not between platforms, because that would be leaking a lot of value. And that actually is the gate on value generation. So it turns out this is exactly the same evolutionary path that the internet itself went through 30 years ago. We had all of these local area networks that couldn't communicate with each other. They could handle, they could do brilliant things internally, but they couldn't talk together. And there were, some very large companies with proprietary protocols for connecting networks. And then along came TCP/IP, and it was like the Rebel Alliance, and it won because it unlocked a massive amount of value when you could connect all those networks. That's what we're doing for trust. A lot of folks are now calling this, hey, we're building the internet of trust. And it is modeled after the internet. I'll make this point again. It's not the web, it's the internet, and it's peer-to-peer. Any node can talk to any node. In our case, any verifiable endpoint can talk to any verifiable endpoint. And we believe this will unlock a massive new layer of value. That's what we've been doing at TrustOP for the last 5 years. And now I'll talk specifically about where it's going with the first person project. Now, everything we're doing in the first person project, the whole idea that we could solve this problem comes from the fact that we've been working on these basic building blocks for decentralized trust. So I'm going to stop here quickly, just see if there are any questions. I think I got through that one in less than 5 minutes. That's good. And again, just Tomas, ping me if you see any questions that we need to answer. I'll stop on
of course.
Slide. Okay. So you've also heard earlier today, basically these basic building blocks, we have been working on this for 20 years. I guess it's tending to 21 now, because we just said IAW was first in 2005. It's happened every 6 months since then. And we just had number 41 in October. So we're going on 21 years now. And I've been to every one of these. So the whole evolution of where we are now with decentralized identity, self-sovereign identity, decentralized trust has evolved out of this work. And in the first half of that period, we were really focused on how do we make federated identity user-centric? How do we make it work for people and not just for companies and large entities? OpenID was originally started with how do people have URLs that we can use to log in places. But where it ended out was because it leverages an OpenID provider, the bigger and more trusted their servers are, the more feasible and economically feasible and adoptable they are. And now OpenID is dominated by the largest platforms on the internet. So when blockchain came along, and early on, as referenced earlier today, it was called blockchain identity, this new idea that we could have actual decentralized identity without having to use identity providers anymore, but it would be based on blockchains. And we then grew beyond that. This book came out when we were really just coming out of that. So we talk about blockchains in it. But we also make it clear you don't have to have a blockchain, and blockchain really is a I want to call it a companion technology in decentralized trust, but not a required technology for the trust issues we solve. So anyway, Self-Sovereign Identity is the book that came out in 2021, and what I'm going to cover in this chapter is all in that book, which is available electronically if you want to get at it. But the heart of it is digital wallets and digital credentials, and very much like what we use in offline today. These have already become ubiquitous, for in wallets like those available from Apple Wallet, Google Wallet, Samsung Wallet. And now they're starting. Apple just announced they're adding support for mobile driver's licenses. Google already has that, starting to spread across U.S. states. We've got the European Digital Identity Wallets Initiative. So anyway, it's happening. In the white paper, we have this chart that we included to emphasize that there's this whole world of Web3, which is entirely based on cryptocurrency wallets. And they don't even have the concept of logging into anything. You just connect your wallet. There's a protocol called Wallet Connect that's a de facto standard in that. And it's all about using the wallet to interact and transact with cryptocurrencies, with blockchains. Meanwhile, we've got identity wallets that are all about how you obtain and present digital credentials. But the vast majority of what's going on is the same. And as I point out almost every time I talk about this, in the real world, I have one of these and I use it for everything. I don't differentiate over whether I'm transacting in money or I'm using it for my identity. We think this is where it's going to go in the practical world. You're going to have general purpose wallets and agents that are working with it. And they're going to both use that for credential exchange as one trust has to establish trust, but also for payment, value exchange, cryptocurrency exchange, whatever it is, and many other trust task protocols, as you've been hearing. So as a fundamental building block, that's there. And all of that works out of the classic trust triangle that you've seen in several presentations here today. This is the depiction from the W3C verifiable credentials, the 1.0 specification. It's now, or actually, I guess it's 1.1, but 2.0 is already out, and it hasn't changed. It's important to point out that digital credentials do have a number of capabilities that go beyond what you can do with physical credentials. And one of them is you can prove control using cryptographically verifiable identifiers. And I've already given one talk today on how important DIDs are as a fundamental building block of decentralized trust. But here I want to turn around and point out, but they have many other uses beyond digital credentials. And one of the most important and fundamental to what we're doing in the First Person Project is how DIDs can be used to create what we call the personal private channel. And that is summarized in this diagram here. The steps are actually on the next slide and fully explained in the white paper, but I'll just quickly walk through them because it's really critical to what we're covering here today. If you imagine meeting, Bob and Alice meeting at a conference and doing the ceremony that they would do today on LinkedIn or WhatsApp or Signal or WeChat, Telegram, all of them support QR code based contacts, creating connection, on that network. One of the two parties pops up the QR code, the other one scans it, and bingo, they're connected. What we're proposing is, we can do this wallet to wallet, agent to agent in a completely network independent way to form a relationship between Bob and Alice that they can keep, as you just heard from Wenjing, a long-term relationship, like literally for their lifetimes and beyond, if they want that. There's no intermediary in that relationship. It's all based on exchange of cryptographically verifiable identifiers and documents. So in this case, Alice pops up the QR code, Bob scans it, says, yep, I want the transaction. I gave a talk earlier today on self-certifying identifiers. In this case, we're assuming Bob's wallet generates a key pair, generates a self-certifying identifier and the DID document, and that's what it sends back to Alice to the address in that QR code. And it's got a nonce there, so Alice verifies all of that and says, yep, that's really Bob completing that connection. Once she's verified that, she does the same thing back to Bob, and they have exchanged pairwise pseudonymous DIDs to create a new personal private channel between the two of them. That it can be used now for many things. So again, it's one of the basic building blocks of all of decentralized trust, but not one that we focus on so much. We tend to focus on, credential exchange. Well, this channel and the whole presentation you just heard on TSP, that's what now can operate over that channel. So can protocols like DIDCOM that are designed between two DIDs or verifiable identifiers. So many things are possible, and we'll get to this in a bit. But that's wanted to cover that. By the way, this is in the paper in the slide deck because of the steps. You can step through it. So the next point is that if you want to scale a digital trust ecosystem, you need one more piece. You need governance. You need that other half of the trust RP stack that you've seen us present here today, the define and run loop. And that means that this trust triangle of the exchange of credentials at the top half of this turns into the governance diamond. And you heard Daryl talk about this. Governing authorities that will govern one or more trust registries for providing authorization for the issuers and potentially the verifiers in their ecosystem. And they will publish that in a governance framework, which is always human readable, and some or all of it may be machine readable. And that's been the work of the governance stack working group at TrustRIP. There's a whole TrustRIP meta model that you've heard Scott Perry and others talk about. So all these building blocks are what we do here at TrustRIP and the rest of LF Decentralized Trust. And that's our coverage of the basic building blocks. So again, I'm going to stop. Yeah, that was a little more than 5 minutes. So just checking to see if there are any questions here, Tomas. Doesn't look like it. Okay, I'm going to keep going. So now, again, this white paper is written for folks that are, may not be aware of TrustRIP. So we want to make sure they understand, well, here's the background, right? If you've heard on this whole symposium is to celebrate our 5th year anniversary and the fact we joined LF Decentralized Trust last year. It's always been about the 4-layer stack that we believed has been necessary to achieve this interoperability and scalability of digital trust. This is my favorite single picture from John Phillips' work on the 3rd generation of the TrustRP diagram. You've heard many explanations of why the 4 layers and the governance cycle on this side. At the first person project, both sides are very important, as we'll cover here. As Wenjing explained, the key is the spanning layer, just like the IP layer in the TCP IP stack. That's what we felt was necessary, and he gave a deep dive into the architecture of the trust spanning protocol. That's why I wanted to follow him in the order of presentations today. So you can see that most of what we're doing in the first person project is right up here at layer 3 and layer 4. It's the set of trust tasks you need to solve these problems, proof of personhood, and the control of AI agents. But all of it runs on top of TSP at layer 2. So, and you've already heard, again, I feel like I'm repeating his message about TSP, authenticity, confidentiality, metadata privacy. For anyone who's watching this talk on YouTube, please go watch Wenjing's talk on the TSP protocol to understand that better. And again, I emphasize what we're doing primarily, what I'm going to talk about here today is the trust tasks on top of that will enable the creation and verification of trust relationships under the first person project. So, and the last point I want to make about this is the separation of establishing human trust on top of cryptographic trust. This is a big difference. It's what TrustRP enables and first person totally builds on top of, because they are fundamentally two different problems. And today they're mixed together. I love this story that as soon as we needed trust, as soon as Netscape needed trust back to start to get e-commerce to happen over the web when it was first growing, they said, "Oh, wow, we've got to figure out how to add encryption and tell people when they're talking to a website that's protected with encryption." So they came up with the SSL, now TLS protocol, and the lock in the browser, and you had that nice icon up there. Well, in order to get encryption protecting our communications everywhere, the more broadly it got accepted, and finally when Let's Encrypt came out and said you can get it automatically for free, that lock stopped meaning, oh, you're dealing with a safe site. It just meant you're dealing with an encrypted site. Well, the bad guys can be encrypted just like the good guys. So the lock's no longer, you don't see it in your browser anymore because it's all encrypted traffic, but it doesn't mean the other site is trusted. It means you've established some kind of verifiable connection down here, which by the way is a one-way connection in most cases. The server has a certificate, but you don't, and that's leading to many of the problems. So with TSP and the TrustRP stack, both parties can have verifiable endpoints in terms of those verifiable identifiers like DIDs that we talked about. And once they have that and they've established that channel, now they can use trust task protocols. And the primary things they're going to do to establish trust is verifiable credential exchange and trust register queries, which you've heard about. If you haven't seen the talk from Daryl O'Donnell on that, please go do that. So there's one particular trust task that's very important for scaling what we're doing with these credentials, and that's TRQP, as you heard Daryl talk about. And as sort of DNS for trust, it standardizes how any consumer or client device can talk to any trust registry, very much like DNS standardizes how you talk to name servers, only it's not strictly hierarchical like DNS, it's also hierarchical, so that different trust communities that are all peers can refer to each other's trust registries, and that's how you can navigate that. That's where this diagram that John Phillips ended with, this is how we can have many interoperable digital trust ecosystems, also called trust communities, of any size anywhere, and they can establish trust and build trust between them. This also is why it led to, okay, how are we going to have this a coherent network of decentralized trust registries? This is why IRA was formed, the IRA Association, as a Swiss association, announced in January. And it was going to run one of the registry of registries for any number of ecosystems or trust communities that want to join that network of networks. And that this is generally how that works. All right. And this is how we can now have scalable trust networks. That's what we needed to finally solve this problem of proof of personhood. And that's my next section. I think I'm doing okay time-wise. I'll stop again, just look and see if there's any questions. All right, take a brief sip of water here. All right, proof of personhood. Why is this such a hard problem? Here's the definition of Wikipedia. And it's interesting. They pretty much say, look, this is what you need to prevent civil attacks. It doesn't really talk about proving that you're a real person. It does talk about that later in the page, but it really is, how do we prevent, how do we know when it's a bot? And so therefore we can filter out or prevent bots. Now, there are a number of solutions out there. The goal of the First Person Project was to do this without a global biometric database. That specifically means without using something like this, which you might recognize as the Orb, a specialized biometric device used by what's now World, was originally launched at WorldCoin. And when they first announced in 2023, they went to Vitalik Buterin, the creator of Ethereum, and asked him to endorse what they were doing and saying, hey, Ethereum can really use a proof of personhood for many different things, DAOs and other blockchain-based governance mechanisms. We need to know when it's a real person. And so they asked him, and he did what he always does and wrote a wonderful essay on the whole thing, which is summarized in this diagram at the end. He breaks it down. He says, these are the 4 criteria that he felt were important for a proof of personhood solution. And WorldCoin was the specialized hardware biometric. And, this is his overall appraisal of that. At the end of the paper, he says his preferred solution is actually a social graph-based solution because it's got high security and pretty high decentralization. His concern was about these 2 areas, privacy and accessibility and scalability. And he explains why that is the case. Now, he was looking at it, as can be expected as the inventor of Ethereum, through a blockchain lens. And that same paper, which I was asked by the then president of Avast, now Jen, to review, when you looked at it through a decentralized identity lens, as we do here at TrustORP, we said, oh, we can do this, but we can do it if we use decentralized identifiers and verifiable credentials. We can solve this same thing quite elegantly. We can provide that decentralized, what we call a decentralized trust graph that is privacy preserving and human empowering. And it comes down to this, his 4 criteria, going from the bottom up. We can do the same high assurance in a digitally signed credential. It can be highly decentralized because it lives in the agent wallet of every holder in the graph. But accessibility and scalability is now very high because any human with any connection to the social graphs of the rest of the world at all can participate. And then the privacy is also, because there's nothing about this that needs to go on a blockchain, the privacy can be very high. Every individual can control their own personal trust graph. Every community control their community trust graph, consisting of whatever is being shared with them by their members. And communities can connect with other communities all over these personal private connections. So we got very excited about this and said, hey, this decentralized trust graph is really a powerful way to put the TrustORP stack to work. And in fact, enough so in this section, I'm going to explain, here's the core elements of what that graph looks like and why we, the TrustORP and DIF together chartered this working group. We actually did approve the charter in, I think it was late May or early June, but we didn't launch it until September. So we're about 2 months into it. Now, again, I'll stop just to check and see if Tomas, if we have any questions. But if not, we're going to keep right on going. Yeah, good. Halfway through.
Looks okay.
Good. Okay. So decentralized trust graphs are hard of what we're doing in the first person project, and it comes down to 2 types. We just need 2 types of verifiable credentials to specify this. First one, we call personhood credentials. Actually, we adopted that name, as I'll explain in a minute. And the second one, verifiable relationship credentials, which was a concept we were already working at TrustORP because of the importance of trust relationships in building trust. Now, that first one, the term personhood credential actually was introduced in this fantastic paper. It came out August of 2024. And this is literally just a screenshot of the title page. 32 authors of this paper. You can see all their affiliations there. Very interesting is that the 2 lead authors, Stephen Adler, Zoe Hitzig, were at OpenID. And Sam Altman from OpenID is a co-investor, co-founder of World and WorldCoin. But solving proof of personhood is so important to the entire AI industry that they also were clearly investing in this solution. Anyway, I highly recommend this paper. There's the QR code. It is 63 pages because it really goes deeply into the topic, but it has a great 4.5-page summary. So if you want to understand all of what that paper is about, please do read it. It boils down, and they say this right in the executive summary, to 2 strict requirements. One is purely governance driven. The issuers of PHCs, through their governance, agree that in their ecosystem, they will issue 1 per person to a real live person. They will not issue them to anyone that's not a person, and they will only issue 1 to a person. If they have to revoke it, they will do so and reissue if it makes sense, but only 1 per person. So we talk about the importance of the governance side of the stack. It is the only way that we see to solve this problem with adequate privacy. And then on the privacy side, the second requirement is, because you're now talking about a credential that can be very widely used to prove you're a person and to form these trust relationships, it must not be used to correlate you. And so it has the same requirement that the EU Commission, the EU regulations have specified for the European Digital Identity Wallet, which is the credentials must be unlinkable, support unlinkable pseudonymity. And even though right now they're trying to do that with what's called batch issuance, giving you a bunch of credentials so you only use one at a time, they're rapidly discovering that that's not going to be feasible for any longer term. And the real solution is zero knowledge proof cryptography. I'm not going to go deep into that, but I'm going to again point you to the paper that does explain it very well, and and why we are headed to wallets that need to support that. So personal credentials are the strong links that provide that uniqueness within an ecosystem, and that it's a real person. But they only capture that one kind of relationship within the graph, this relationship that the issuer could issue to both Bob and Alice in any ecosystem. Could be in the same country, the same company, the same university, the same open source project. Okay. So yes, as Scott just pointed out, you will be hearing shortly from Hart Montgomery and Dr. Sandra Garg from Berkeley about the ZKP that we're going to be using here. So that's personal credentials. If we want to capture the vast majority of our trust relationships, though, are with other people in those contexts. Yes, I'm a citizen of the United States, but I know thousands of people in this country. I went to a high school. I've got one diploma from that high school, but I've got 50 relationships, 42 now. I've actually, unfortunately, a number of my classmates have passed away, but within that, and those are rich and they're very personal. So that's the second kind of verifiable relationship credential. Now, when we gave several talks on these VRCs at last April's IAW, Phil Windley summarized them all in a great blog post. So what I'm about to show you, if you want to dive deeper into it, highly recommend his blog post on this. That's the QR code for it right there. But my favorite explanation ever of this came from the keynote that Jim Zemlin gave at the Linux Foundation Member Summit last March. And in the keynote, where he was announcing that Linux Foundation needs to start using first-person credentials, he said, the way to understand it is this is the ultimate instant key signing party, the original PGP idea of key signing, which the Linux kernel project does today. Every maintainer of that project, every contributor to the core kernel has to have their key signed by, I think it's 2 other members of that before they can start doing that. So it is a literal PGP web of trust, but it's old, it's somewhat brittle. Apparently, it's not terribly well maintained, the GNU GPG privacy guard, and it's manual. It's slow. So Jim was excited about, well, how does first person turn this into a modern, much faster process? So after he gave that analogy, we drew this diagram and to explain how it works. And so this pink section up here is that creation of the personal private channel, the exchange of the pairwise private DIDs that set up that channel. Now, as soon as that happens, the 2 agents and wallets, what happens is when Bob gets Alice's DID doc back, he can generate this credential. The VRC, the bare bones VRC, is the pair of DIDs with a date stamp, and Bob signs it with his private key. I'll talk about personas in a minute. He is the issuer of that credential, and he issues it to Alice as a peer. Okay, the conventional is some company or government or university issuing a credential. These are peer-to-peer issuance and verification. Alice gets that credential and verifies Bob's signature on it, just like any verifier would. When that's good, she does the same thing of generating the credential, signing it with her private key for her DID, and issues back to Bob. And bingo, you have a pair of credentials. Each of them now has a credential that they can sign by the other that they can use, and they have one signature on it sitting in their wallet. The other signature they would need to give to a verifier will happen when they do a presentation. If anyone wants to say, "Oh, prove to me you have a relation, Bob, prove you have a relation with Alice," he will present this credential and then sign the presentation with his private key. Verifier can check both signatures and say, "Yep, okay, there's a real relationship there." Now, there is one issue with that, which is Bob and Alice's. These pairwise DIDs are private pseudonymous pairwise DIDs. So it actually doesn't prove anything other than there's a relationship with someone. That's going to take us into personas in just a minute. Now I'm going to stop here briefly just to say this is one of the deepest slides. Is there any questions that anyone has right here that anything that they don't understand about this? And if not, we'll keep right on going. Yeah, Mick Travers. VRCs are the heart of what we're doing. I will say in the decentralized trust graph working groups, the question is, I'm pre-anticipating the question, well, couldn't a personal credential just be a type of a VRC? And the answer is yes, it might be. So we're going to look at that. Again, all the steps are in this and in the white paper. So now the question of, all right, well, Bob and Alice, how do they actually prove who they are to someone else? And that brings us into the whole question of personas. And we believe the First Person Project that this is the first generally, internet scale solution to how we can actually have privacy preserving personas at scale on the internet that anyone will be able to use because wallets will be designed to support them. It comes down to a very conscious use of keys and DIDs in what we call sovereign wallet design. And I'm gonna share. This is the deepest of all the slides I'm gonna share with you. I'm not gonna take too long on it, but just long enough to explain that in a sovereign wallet, what we need to support first person is that this bottom box in blue are all those relationships, those pairwise DIDs. To summarize here, we just call them RDIDs, relationship DIDs. Those are the ones that are automatically negotiated between the two wallets and agents for any relationship, person to person, person to business, person to government, person to AI agent. We'll get to that at the end. They're always private per relation. There's no correlation. They're never shared anyplace else. They don't need to be. They're how you establish and protect those long-term relationships that Wenjing talked about with TSP. The upper box are persona DIDs. These are key pairs and DIDs that are intentionally created and intentionally shared for intentional correlation when you need to prove for your own purposes that you are the same person across multiple jurisdictions. Now, if you want to prove it globally, you'd have a public DID or several. And I'll make a key point about that. You could have that and still be pseudonymous. If you're an artist like Banksy, you could actually go around and now have literally sign any digital creations of yours and still be pseudonymous because the DID doesn't give away anything. You can also share them just at the community level. If you want to keep your Linux Foundation developer or open source developer persona separate from your political persona, separate from your health persona, those are different communities in which you will share your DIDs. Even private DIDs, if you just want to share that's your medical records, but you don't want to be correlated any place else out of that, or you want a legal identity that you just use across the legal documents you need to sign, but you don't share it publicly. All those things are possible now with persona DIDs. It's a critical feature. And when a persona DID is shared in, I think that I might have that in the next, I just have this slide about talking about those three general categories. But the point is when a persona DID or set of persona DIDs is shared in a verifiable relationship credential, that's how you can prove the person you know that you are known across, for instance, all the other open source developers in a Linux kernel project, or all of the Linux Foundation, or all of your open source, right? It's up to the parties what personas they want to share. All right, so the combination of these two credentials is what creates what we call a verifiable relationship trust triangle. This is the atomic unit of the decentralized trust graph against which, and you'll hear it in the next presentation, you can, the holder of the wallet with these credentials can make zero knowledge proof assertions. How many PHCs they have, how many verifiable relationships do they have in the context of those ecosystems. And that's progressive. The more you have, the stronger the proof that you are a real and unique human. And I liked this analogy because of the triangle. It's very much like it gets stronger and stronger the more of those that you have. We're going to build a strong trust fabric or trust layer, very much as Buckminster Fuller talked about the increasing strength of these geodesic domes. Okay. Oh boy, I realized there was a lot to this paper. I'm going to go fairly quickly because I want to get to the last parts of it. With these two things, with the personal private channel, and now these proofs against your decentralized trust graph, there's several other things you can do. In the exchange that we just talked about, everything is machine readable that's been exchanged so far. But through that personal private channel, the next thing your agents can share is what we call R cards. And you've heard Daryl talk about IRA cards as business cards. These are these do not have to be verifiable credentials. We're actually having that discussion in the Decentralized Trust Graph Working Group, but they are truly just digitally signed business cards or contact cards for whatever information you want to share with that other party in that context. And it doesn't have to be just one. You can have a set of our cards, just like you might have more than one business card or a social card, and you control who you share them with. And if you update one, it's an agent-to-agent push to update the other party. So we're finally getting to the long-standing promise of self-updating address books that work across all of our devices. That's a simple idea of that. There's also the tremendous potential here for this to be the basis for socially verified reputation in any context. This is an older diagram. And now this is one of the things we need to update, that we're saying when we do that, we should keep the what we call endorsement credentials separate from the VRCs. This one shows that it's an extension of VRCs, but this is Bob vouching for Alice, very much like the early days of LinkedIn endorsements, which were not contextual, by the way. They were the same for all of LinkedIn. So there was a lot of gaming that happened there. We believe that within specific trust communities, this can actually be a useful tool. But reputation is always hard wherever you do it. And that's why we want to reinforce contextual, not global reputation. I want to put in a plug. This is the TrustOVP 5th anniversary. Our newest working group is the Decentralized Trust Graph Working Group. Yeah, it's a little bit of a long charter, but don't worry about it. It's all at well, these are the our task forces. The first 3 of these have already been created, and these next ones are coming along. We self-organize work inside working groups and task forces, and these first 2 are already roaring along 2 months into the work. This is a QR code to take you right to the homepage. If you're interested in the work of that working group, we'd love to have you. You can be a member of either TrustOVP or DIF. It's a jointly hosted working group between both of us. And we intend to do a lot of great work here in that, up at that layer 3 and some things at layer 4 on the user experience of that graph. Oh, I'm just checking right now. Oh, a little behind time, but the nice thing is these get shorter now. So I'm going to quickly, so Linux Foundation, it was the origins of all this, but we were very pleasantly surprised when we really got a sort of a boost when at the Linux Foundation Member Summit, when Jim Zemlin gave his keynote there. This is a picture of him at the start of that. And he was really serious about this, security, trust, and innovation as being essentially existential threats to the open source industry. One reason, a major reason, is the malware injection attacks, such as the XE attack. This is a QR code to the Wire magazine article about that attack, and it's really eye-opening. I suggest reading it. It's very well done. It's very very carefully planned attack. Jim's answer, this challenge to all of us at the LF Decentralized Trust is we need a solution. We, the Linux Foundation, our projects need a solution. And you know, he knew that we had originated our work here, and so he's like, hey, this is what the first person project does. This is what you saw our mission was on the first slide. So he then went in and used the same slide to say, and this is where personhood credentials have come from. A lot of work's gone into it. So where should we start? Well, his answer was, we should start right there at the Linux Foundation with open source projects. It was a little surprising that he actually said, and let's start with the world's most valuable open source project, the Linux kernel itself, which it turned out his logic was because it actually uses a web of trust today, and it turns out they really did want it replaced with something that's newer and smarter. So he also made the point that I want to leave you with, which is there's a key benefit to this project in that to solve the problem, we have to have the support in the wallets. We have to have the standard credentials that will be supported and the protocols for exchanging them. And we have to align the ecosystems that will be issuing them and verifying them. So we get this through line of interoperability that has been a challenge in decentralized identity solutions. So, and this is a major reason we're doing the first person project. So here it is right here. First customer is the way I like to put it, the ecosystem of the Linux Foundation. It's actually a subset because the Linux Foundation is itself an ecosystem of projects, each of which is their own ecosystem or trust community. Every one of those projects can do it. We're actually starting with just one. If we prove that successfully there, it will move across. Hopefully it'll get built into the LFX platform, and any Linux Foundation project will be able to start using first-person credentials among the contributors. All right, checking time. I've got 12 minutes left. I can go fairly quickly here. I think we're just going to hold off on questions until the end because I'm now going to wrap up with, so what are we doing with the first-person project? What is the balance of what we're after? So all of what we're doing at TrustOIP can enable decentralized trust networks. We believe that decentralized trust graph will be a particularly strong foundation for decentralized trust networks, and that these will become an alternative to the centralized platforms that are sort of the trust silos we have today. And it's very important. Again, we have those trust silos in part because of the client-server nature of the web. It's not the internet that's brought us that. It's the web and the fact that it puts so much asymmetry between the power of the web servers. With everything we've been doing at TrustOIP, we are back to peer-to-peer at the trust layer, just like peer-to-peer at the packet layer, the data movement layer. And this is what, again, is going to help us address those power asymmetries and, you know, put people and companies, for example, even platforms, all as peers. One thing I should point out, I forgot to mention it in the private personal channels. When you're a peer of a site, you not only can exchange credentials in both directions, you can exchange terms. And for the first time, an individual will be able to say to a site, how about you accept my terms rather than me clicking the box to accept your terms? And my terms is the market name for a new standard coming out from the IEEE. It was a major topic at this last IEW. It's IEEE P7012, I believe, is the official standard, but wait for more news on that. We believe this architecture is one of the things that can help my terms get into broad adoption. So if it's a decentralized network, how do you actually ensure that you can trust these PHCs and VRCs? How do they form a coherent network? And the answer is you need governance. We're back to this there, right? We've got the whole answer on the technology side, but we need governance. And we need governance as coherent for a decentralized trust network. That's the purpose of what we call the first person network. And yes, we're going to be producing a governance framework. We invite every one of you listening to this call to be part of this. It's going to be the first person governance framework. And our goal is, and this is specific to the growth that we're after here, it's a two-sided market for trust. It's a trust network effect that we're after. So when you talk about two-sided markets. This is the classic example from eBay, right? You actually have 4 network effects. You've got same-side network effects between buyers. More buyers attract more buyers. More sellers attract more sellers. And then they each attract the other, right? So these are the 4 network effects of any effective two-sided market. What we're talking about is a two-sided decentralized trust network, where we have people inviting other people, forming trust relationships, as you saw between Bob and Alice. But you've also got trust communities that are going to invite other trust communities, open source projects that tell other open source projects, hey, this is a great solution for preventing malware injection attacks and establishing provenance of all the code that's being and then of course the trust communities invite members and people invite trust communities. So this is the network effect we're after, and there's no limit because it's a decentralized network to the scale we can reach. We believe we can grow as larger than any social network over time. And it won't be driven just because, oh, this is good for privacy or sovereignty. Yes, that helps a lot. It'll be driven by its value. It's the utility it actually can unlock in terms of the things that are possible with these trust relationships, proofs of personhood, personal private channels. I'm going to refer you, because I only have 7 minutes left, to the paper to go more deeply. We have a whole section that talks about, well, what is currently siloed trust and what it produces, what can happen with an open global trust network. This is what energizes all of us at the First Person Project while we're working on this. But what is really carrying forward, surprise, surprise, AI agents, right? It's this last piece. I don't need to tell anybody how the AI rocket ship has taken off, but there are a lot of people concerned about humans do not get left behind. And I want to point out there's this really fundamental conflict of interest problem that's going to be there for personal AI agents, right? If it's coming from a for-profit company and you're sharing, as you must, to get the full value of the agent, a tremendous amount of personal data, how are you ever going to reconcile their profit motive from your motive to keep your data secure and private? There's Riza Razul from the Kwai project is here. The entire Kwai project exists to help establish how we're going to have personal AI, and we just we see these pieces fitting together very nicely. I encourage Riza to put in links to what they're doing at Kwai. So we actually in the paper boil this down to a sovereign AI agent, a set of tests. Are you actually using a sovereign AI agent? And again, I don't have time here to go through all of these, but I would say these are the 6 tests that we believe should be asked. And in order to have a solution like that, we believe what will really be required is a fiduciary relationship between the agent provider and the individual, very much like you have that relationship in a banking situation or a legal representation or even healthcare. Although healthcare, they don't call it fiduciary, but just generally, it needs to be a fiduciary relationship, and that extends to the software that you're using. The browsers you're using today are owned by the companies that are, well, except for one potential exception, the companies that are largely responsible for the surveillance economy. So if we're going to start using wallets, agents, and what we call a personal network manager, or the community is going to be using a community network manager, you want to make sure that those also are, you can be confident that those are not sharing information or surveilling you in ways that you don't want to. We have slide, the paper here goes into what are the core capabilities that you want in a personal network manager or a community network manager. And but I want to finish up here in the last, I'm almost done. If we want this governance and we want this certification, these are the reasons that we have created the First Person Cooperative. It is, the idea of a platform cooperative is not new. There's a great definition at Wikipedia that And there are a number of them that are out there, platform cooperatives, meaning it is a cooperative that actually owns a platform. The idea of a network cooperative just expands that to the members of a digital network. And so what we saw was that first-person network, the members of that network will naturally be the owners and members that could form a cooperative to represent their collective interests. And it could be a governing body. It could administer certification for the apps or agents, AI agents, and it could serve in a fiduciary role, either directly or by contracting with others that agree to serve in that role, providing personal AI agents. It's also a potential coordination funnel for actually getting funding in to build this. I don't have time to go into the depth of this, but this diagram is explained in more depth in the paper. And this is what we're working on right now to get funding into the space to help through what we call an ecosystem development fund that can actually bring in money through companies that are going to build on top of this space to build on the first-person network and the decentralized trust graph. And I'm happy to say we announced at IAW 3 weeks ago, we have formed this cooperative. Of all the places in the world, the most advanced cooperative law is in Colorado for what we're doing. It's a public benefit limited cooperative association. And these are the work streams it will be undertaking. We're after funding right now, so stay tuned. We hope to have news before the end of the year on that. And we hope, and I'm going to wrap up here by saying this will lead to a world of trust communities where communities and ecosystems are competing on trust. And if they do that, there are many places that we believe all of these are very ripe for adoption. We've talked about a couple of them. Guess what? Universities are already at the table, the same place that the social network started out. Philanthropic regenerative communities are also at the table. They can't wait for us to deliver this. And it even gets to a new concept from my good friend Brad DeGraff called Network Adaptive Organisms, or NOWs. It's a play on DAO. And there is one, you can actually go to this paper of Brad's right here. And there is a now, the Now Genesis now that's already underway. Some of us are working with that. So that is how we think we can actually make a difference in collection action at scale, which is why we're doing the first person project and why we're so happy to be building it on top of 5 years of work we've done here at Trust Over IP. And according to my watch, I have a minute left. And during that minute, we can take questions, and I will show a couple QR codes if you want to join the first person project mailing list, or I think I have 2 more while we do questions that I will flash up if you are interested. We'll also put the link to this whole slide in the chat. So questions?
Yes, thanks, Drummond. Reza has a hand up.
Yeah, let me just verbalize my question. Thanks so much, Drummond. That was a very comprehensive overview of what's going on. Thanks for the shout out for our the workshop tomorrow. It's going to be 11 a.m. Pacific. You've graciously given us 90 minutes to present what Quai is all about. My thinking is that identity is necessary for trust, but it's not sufficient. I might know who Darth Vader is. I might know their identity perfectly, but I don't trust them. And in the same case, in our transactions with businesses, it's an asymmetric relationship, and we have to use these services, but we don't necessarily trust them. And so, what is your thought on how we can bridge that gap between identity and trust? Is it reputation? Is it something else?
I feel strongly that there's, even though we tend to just call it trust relationships, that the baseline of the relationships that an individual and companies will form on the decentralized trust graph will be a baseline type of reputation, as in I know you are a person or a verified person, verified company. and in a privacy preserving way. And then that baseline, then you can start to build up, Riza, and it will depend on what credentials, what the context is, right? Is it a school that needs to know something about you? Do you need to know something about a business? We will level the playing field really fairly massively in terms of getting out of that asymmetry that we're in right now, where it's only a platform that can tell you anything. And of course, the platforms have become the targets of all the attacks that are now, making it so hard to make those decisions. So I hope that will be true. And I do believe that AI agents will assist people with those trust decisions. So I'm really a big fan of what sometimes we call guardian agents. I think that'll be a huge area. And with that, I suspect we're out of time. But over.
Thanks so much.
You bet. Thank you. And look forward to your talk tomorrow.
Great. Thank you, Drummond. Well, we're heading into break. So I think if somebody wants to have a question, and if you still take them, Drummond, I guess.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm happy. I didn't realize right before break. So yeah. I'm happy to.
Yeah. I saw that Steve had a question, and there were a couple of other ones earlier, but I got a little bit lost in the chat. So maybe if anybody has a question, you can go off mute. There you go. Don has a question.
Yeah, we at Kawhi, I'm also part of Kawhi, volunteer there. We've had discussions about trust and reputation quite a few times, and you just piggybacking off Reza. I'm looking at how do you believe that the foundational trust relationship, it starts in the home? Do you believe it starts in school? If you were going to tier out where you were going to start monitoring reputation, where would you start targeting first?
So it's a really good question, Don. I'm worried about the term monitoring reputation, because with a decentralized trust graph, nobody monitors you. Everyone can ask, and you can decide whether you respond with a zero knowledge proof about your personal trust graph as an individual, or a community's trust graph as a community. So, so my answer is going to be, it's just like trust is highly contextual, meaning it may matter to a certain individual. The trust relationships matter all about their local community, their church, their school, their neighborhood, maybe their local government, their town. But they may, not care about or put a lot of credence in relationship with a university on the other side of the country, or a company, or an industry. Whereas in other contexts, those will be the most important things. Well, what are your professional credentials? What are your university credentials? And so the world of verifiable credentials and the decentralized trust graph, I think in many ways the best thing about it is that we can bring context back in and make it really supreme. And now you can get back to how trust works in the real world, which is highly contextual. I hope that helps answer your question.
Yeah, to a degree. I need to meditate on it a little bit further, because I feel a lot of people are just on a user level are not really clear, particularly in certain communities, they're not really clear on what the variables are of trust, right? So there, for instance, in my community, a lot of people's first interaction with technology might be from a nefarious standpoint, right? So they might not have an idea of what would lead to the credibility indicators that would lead to trust. So there would need to be demystification campaigns, or there's a lot of risk of creating more, I would say, moral hazards, where the technology that you're building for trust isolates groups of people that are trusted from people that are not trusted, if that makes any sense.
No, I get that. But I want to point out literally the reason we called it the first person project. The best answer I think I can give you to that is when the experience of someone new to the first person network, to decentralized trust graph, to all this, is a trust relationship with someone they know, someone who invites them to form that relationship. And and then they go, oh, I can then ask others that I know, right? You're starting with first person relationships. You're not starting with something distant. You're not saying, oh, it's a top down from government. There's nothing about this. I think government credentials are going to be very powerful, personal credentials over time, but it doesn't have to start there. So what can happen is every community, every group of people can say, well, I know who I trust in that group. I'm just going to start with those relationships. And then they can work outward as they care to. And the more trust relationships we form that start to cross those groups, the stronger the trust fabric we're building, and the more easily you can say, oh, well, I need to know, I want to connect with this group over here, but I don't know anyone in that group. Well, how can I figure out how to do that? Now there's going to be tools and services in a privacy preserving way for figuring that out without putting it all in one giant database, as happens with today's social platforms.
That almost seems like trust over IP would need to have a almost a Jehovah Witness like approach towards building their own community in a decentralized way towards generating members of the trust fabric that's being built, basically.
So I want to just correct you there. It's not trust over IP. Trust over IP is just doing standards and models. What you're saying is the first person network, the first person project would need to develop that. And yes, we have a lot of discussions going on. It's interesting, that particular analogy, but in terms of how you evangelize and help groups of people form trust communities, or they already have one, adopt this, that's going to be a major part of what we're about. I think we're going to see a huge amount of progress in 2026. We hope to have our first major sort of milestone at the Linux Foundation member summit in Napa, California, 24th and 25th of February, and a special event the day before that called the H2H Summit. And it hasn't been announced yet, but I'm letting you know that's going to be coming on the calendar. So,
do you have a working group for that aspect?
It is in let me put it this way: the technical parts of how to support that are in the scope of the decentralized trust graph working group. So, by all means, but if you're interested in the call it the human aspect of that, then get in touch with us through the firstperson.network about the first person cooperative, because we're absolutely going to be doing that there. Again, that's part of what we're seeking funding and resources and attracting volunteers to help with. The whole project has been volunteer with a small set of donations for 18 months now. So we're just trying to ramp it up.
All right, cool. Thank you.
You bet. I see Steve, he has his hand up. That's a good steering committee member weighing in.
Thank you. Excellent presentation. I really enjoyed it. One of my questions is a little general, and the industry is kind of struggling with it, so feel free to say it's in progress. But when I hire an AI to act as my agent on my behalf, and let's say there's a error in the AI, it does something unintended. It's a bug, it's some sort of compromise. What does that do to the individual user? Are we just creating a environment where we're all held accountable to whatever the AIs do, or is there some discussion on how to mitigate that in some way?
I'm going to invoke the trust RIP maxim here. Actually, I'm going to extend it into the well-known real estate metaphor. Instead of location, it's governance. And specifically what I mean there, Steve, and it's a really active conversation, interestingly, in two working groups right now, two other working groups here at Trust RP. It's called AI and Human Trust Working Group. Wenjing Chu is I think he's the chair. I'm not sure if he has a co-chair right now. But meanwhile, as you know, you're also on the steering committee at DIF. There's a DIF working group, Trusted AI Agents. Both of them are bearing down on the questions around that. I'm very bullish on the idea of the what I call the policy negotiation layer. So if you think of it, I'm thinking of AI agent communications, just following exactly the framework that we talked about here. We talked about identification, right? Forming that the cryptographic connection. which if you have a VRC with the agent, not only have you exchanged credentials, but you then have a way of basically signing the delegations and the agent saying, this is what I'm delegated to do, right? And it can be cryptographically verifiable. Yep, that's what it was. The layer above that, what they can prove about themselves and what you can prove about yourselves is that verifiable credential layer, right? We can put that in place. What I think the next layer, the trust task that should be in there, or set of trust tasks, is that policy negotiation, which is before you even hire that agent, right? I think of it recently, I had to get a pod, not a data pod, the real world pods from the company in the US called Pod that gives you a storage unit. We had to remodel a garage and we just had to move everything out into a pod. So it's almost entirely an automated process. Never talk to a person in that whole process of ordering my pod. But the T's and C's, oh man, step by step by step, right? So I believe what we're going to have is we're going to have agent policies that are worked out. Now, if you have this fiduciary relationship with your agent provider, things are quite a bit simpler. Yes, we have T's and C's from our banks and our lawyers or our doctors, but they're under regulatory requirement to represent our interests. So it's quite a bit simpler than if it's a for-profit company where it's like, well, geez, what are you going to do with the data? And what kind of assurances you give me and all these kinds of things. But regardless, I think you're going to have this policy layer that the agents go through, and you end out with a signed, these are your commitments, these are your intents, these are the policies that you're committing to, and they will include things like liability, right? What happens? I think the lawyers are going to have a field day, and of course they'll all start using AI agents to produce these policies, but that's a different topic. So I'm curious, what you're quite involved in that area. Do you think there's going to be a policy layer to address that?
Oh, I think there would have to be, and I think I pretty much agree with you that the lawyers are going to have a field day with this, because some of these transactions might be time critical, and then other transactions might depend on them, and so rolling them back might not be possible in all cases. And so, yeah, I was just curious what you thought was the best path forward, but yeah, I think this is kind of a TBD from my perspective.
And there is someone, I think I might have seen it in the chat, but I'm going to try and find it right now to put it in the chat. Project that I know Quai is part of, but Consumer Reports and the Stanford Human Center AI, it's called Loyal Agents. And the idea of loyal agents is literally that you have that, I'm not sure if it's strictly fiduciary duty, but the idea that the agent is loyal to you and is their promises or policies in place to ensure that. Again, that's only to help protect you. Now you have to deal with, well, what are the policies when that agent talks to a business agent and somehow between the two of them, they screw it up. And we know it's going to happen. So I'm really glad you asked the question. I think it's going to be one of the key things holding back, personal and business AI agents until we get that figured out. Yeah, loyal agents, not double agents. Yes. I'm going to find a link to that and put it in the chat. Happy to answer any other questions if they come up. I know we've already used up half the break, but I'm fine. It's always energizing to give talks like this. Loyal agents.
Yes, we are still good 15 minutes before the break. So if anybody wants to come off mute, just raise your hand, please. Otherwise, just there's no other questions. I just noticed that both on LinkedIn and YouTube Live seems to be the attendance is picking up again. So it started to go down a bit. So to Daryl's point, I guess the people in Europe went to bed, but now the people in Australia and Japan are waking up. So we are the attendance is increasing there. And I popped the link to the registration here. So if you would like to join this, just please come join us and you can ask your questions here. And of course, you're welcome to also use the chat button or the comment section on YouTube and LinkedIn Live, and I will ask Drummond or the other panelists to answer them. Okay, doesn't seem that we have anything else right now, so I guess we can do this, 13-minute break before we continue with Hart and Sanjam. And then see you on the other side.
And Tomas, I'm going to put a link to that presentation that I just gave in the chat for anyone who wants that if they didn't snap the QR code.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, I was using my phone to snap those. And just for everybody joining us later, just so you know that we will also link those slides for the presenters that want to share them on the YouTube recordings of this symposium. Great. Thanks, Drummond.
And thank you, Tomas. This library is going to be fantastic, and we're finally going to have something, first-person project we can point to. Yeah, with the one full hour run through of the whole first-person white paper. So thanks for hosting that.
Great, thank you. Agree. It's going to be a great resource for people.
Super. All right. Well, we'll see you. I'm going to go offline here. We'll see you in. And by the way, if folks are not listening or you haven't seen these bite-sized trust videos that run during the break, yeah, listen to one all the way through. They're 2 to 3 minutes. I love them.
Yeah, they're great. There we go.
When you resolve a decentralized identifier, or DID, you don't just get back keys, you also can get something called service endpoints. A service endpoint is like the address book entry for your DID. It tells others where to reach you, what protocols you support, or which services you're connected to. For example, a DID document might list an endpoint for secure messaging with DIDCOM, another for credential exchange, or even a simple URL for a profile page. Each service endpoint is described with a type, an ID, and a URI. But here's an important point. DIDs themselves don't handle routing. They don't deliver your messages. Instead, service endpoints connect your DID world to existing infrastructure, like the internet, peer-to-peer networks, or even email. That's how messages actually get from point A to point B. So think of service endpoints as the bridge. The keys in your DID prove who you are, but the service endpoints tell others how to find you and which communication channels to use. Decentralized identifiers, or DIDs, are identifiers that resolve to DID documents. A DID document is a structured record that provides information about the subject of the DID, including the cryptographic keys associated with it. Among these keys are what are known as key agreement keys. Key agreement keys are used for establishing shared secrets between two parties, most often for encrypted communication. The idea is straightforward. Your DID document lists a public key agreement key. Another party who wants to send you a secure message retrieves your DID, resolves the DID document, and uses your public agreement key to perform a cryptographic operation. When you receive that message, you use your private key, which pairs with the public key in your DID document, to complete the process and derive the same shared secret. With that shared secret, both sides can encrypt and decrypt messages securely. This mechanism is often built on well-known key exchange algorithms, such as the Diffie-Hellman algorithm, which allows two people who have never met before to create a common encryption key over an insecure channel. In the context of DIDs, it means that secure communication can be set up simply by looking up a DID document and using the key it lists. In practice, key agreement keys make DIDs more than just a way to prove who you are. They also provide a foundation for private, encrypted interaction. Whether it's messaging, data exchange, or establishing a secure channel for another protocol, agreement keys allow two DID subjects to connect in a way that is both verifiable and confidential. Decentralized identifiers, or DIDs, are identifiers that resolve to DID documents. A DID document is a structured piece of information that describes the subject of the DID. Among the most important details you'll find in a DID document are cryptographic keys. These can either be included directly inside the document or referenced indirectly through another DID. One category of keys commonly recorded in a DID document are assertion keys. Assertion keys are used to apply digital signatures to documents and other pieces of data using a public and private key pair. The public key is listed in the DID document as an assertion key, while the private key remains with you and is used to generate the actual signatures. This becomes especially relevant in the context of verifiable credentials, such as those defined by the W3C standard. An organization that has a DID and a corresponding DID document can use its assertion keys to sign digital credentials, things like membership cards, licenses, academic degrees, or other official records. When someone needs to verify such a credential, they simply resolve the issuer's DID, retrieve the DID document, and check the credential's signature against the assertion public key. If the verification succeeds, it proves that the subject of the DID was indeed the entity that issued and signed the credential. This is how assertion keys make trust portable in a decentralized environment. They allow credentials to be signed once and then verified by anyone, anywhere, without relying on a central authority. Decentralized identifiers, or DIDs, are special identifiers that resolve to DID documents. Each DID document contains information about the subject of the DID, including authentication keys. Authentication keys let you prove who you are when accessing a service. Imagine Alice logging into an email or work server, but instead of typing a password, she demonstrates control of a private key that pairs with the public key listed in her DID document. The service checks her public key, and she proves she holds the matching private key, and that authenticates her identity with the service. Authentication keys are a cornerstone of how DIDs enable secure, verifiable identity. They allow a DID subject to interact with services directly while maintaining cryptographic proof of control. This is what makes DIDs so powerful. They combine decentralization, security, and flexibility, giving users control over how their identities are used, whether directly or through trusted delegates. Resolving a decentralized identifier, or DID, gives you back a DID document, and inside it are cryptographic keys that enable different kinds of interactions. The flexibility of DIDs comes from the many ways these keys can be used for a variety of real-world trust tasks. First, there are authentication keys. These prove that you are the subject of the DID. They let you log into services or authenticate yourself in secure channels like DIDCOM. Next are assertion keys. These let the DID subject make claims that others can trust. For example, a university might use an assertion key to sign a diploma as a verifiable credential. Anyone verifying the credential can see it was issued by the right source. Then there are key agreement keys, which are used to set up encrypted communication. They let two parties establish a secure channel, exchange secrets, and keep conversations private, essential for things like DIDCOM messaging. DID documents can also contain capability delegation keys, which allow the controller or the delegate certain rights to another party. And finally, there are capability invocation keys, which are used to actually exercise those delegated capabilities. Just like with passwords, it's good practice not to reuse the same key across different services. Together, these keys turn a DID from a simple identifier into a flexible, verifiable toolkit for proving identity, making claims, securing communications, and delegating authority in decentralized systems. How do you prove who you are online? Most of us still use passwords. You pick a username, then a secret word, let's say poodles forever, and the site stores it. Every time you log in, you send that secret again. The problem? You're sending your password over the internet, and if it's leaked or intercepted, your identity can be stolen. Now, here's the better way. Keys. Instead of a password, you make a private key and a public key. You give the site your public key. Sure, anyone can see it, but your private key never leaves your device. When you log in, you sign a challenge with your private key. The site checks your signature with your public key, and that's it. You're in. That's how FIDO passkeys work. And then there's the next step, decentralized identifiers, or DIDs. DIDs resolve to a DID document which contains public keys, service endpoints, and other metadata. Instead of handing over just a key, you give a DID. The site resolves it to the associated DID document and finds your public authentication key. Even better, the site can give you its DID so you can check them too. And even better, many DID methods allow you to rotate keys, just like changing your password, but with better security. Passwords have well-known limitations. Keys and DIDs are ways to improve the future of trust online. When you resolve a decentralized identifier, or DID, you get back a DID document. That document lists public keys, service endpoints, and other metadata. But here's a key question. Who's allowed to update it? The answer depends on the DID method, because while the DID core spec defines what goes in a DID document, it does not define how updates to DID documents are authorized, signed, or recorded. Some methods, like DID web or DID peer, include a controller field right in the DID document, but these methods do not define a verifiable history of changes of the DID document. Therefore, there must be direct trust in the infrastructure operator. Other methods anchor changes to blockchains or distributed ledgers. DID-INDI, for example, records DID operations on a ledger. Anyone with access can check the ledger history to see whether an update came from the authorized key. There are also content-addressed approaches. With DID IPFS, the DID points to a hash of the document. If the document changes, the hash won't match, making tampering obvious. DID BTCR ties updates to Bitcoin transactions, where the chain itself provides the proof. Some methods go even further. DID WebVH, DID WebS, and DID SKID keep tamper-evident logs of all operations which can be checked for legitimacy. Finally, static methods like DID key or DID JWK don't allow updates at all. The DID, the public key, and the derived DID document are locked together forever. The bottom line, all DID methods produce a conformant DID document. You can just trust a DID document, but to be sure updates are legitimate, you should also verify the cryptographic evidence each DID method provides, whether that's a signature, a blockchain record, a hash commitment, or a verifiable log. Some DID methods make this information available, but some do not. That's why choosing the right DID method matters. It determines not only how your identifier is managed, but also how others can trust that it hasn't been tampered with. A decentralized identifier, or DID, is a unique string that resolves to a DID document. This document holds important information, including the public keys associated with that identity. But like many digital technologies, DIDs come with certain risks, and different DID methods have emerged to help manage them. One risk is that the owner of a DID document can change the public key listed in it. For example, someone might publish a key in their DID document.
Okay, these are great, and you can also always find them on YouTube, but now we have, it's time for a new talk. It's going to be given by Hart Montgomery and Sanjay Garg. Just let me find my... Oops. There you go. Hi, Hart. Hi, Sanjam.
Hi, Tomas.
Hi, Tomas. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're audible.
Excellent.
And
Same
Sanjam.
from audible as well?
Yes.
Oh, fantastic.
Yes, you look great. So yes, Sanjam and Hart will be talking about zero knowledge proofs for decentralized trust graph. And I think Scott has and Drummond have already mentioned this presentation, and we're very much looking forward to it. Hart and Sanjam, would you like me to share the slides, or will you share your own slides?
Oh, sure. You can go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
Since we'll be trading back and forth anyway, we can just ask you to advance the slides.
Sure.
And I'm on, my hotel has pretty sketchy Wi-Fi here.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Yeah, if you don't mind going ahead and sharing.
There we go.
Awesome. Yeah, so thanks everybody for being here today, tonight, whatever. I'm Hart. I'm really lucky and happy to have Sanjam here with me. And we're going to be talking about zero knowledge proofs for the decentralized trust graph. So next slide, please. So what we're going to talk about today is we're going to start by talking about some graphs and some things that we want to prove on them. Our first example is going to be personhood credentials, which essentially Drummond has talked about in various different contexts. And we're going to use cryptographers as an example. Then we're going to talk about the Linux kernel web of trust and what proofs might look like on that. Then we're going to go into some zero knowledge and snark definitions.
And then we're going to talk about some tools at the Linux Foundation that are essentially ZKP toolkits or other things that you can use to sort of build proofs on graphs. So let's get started. Next slide, please. So first of all, who remembers this personhood credentials paper? Maybe some of you are authors of this. I'm sure Drummond has brought it up already several times. Can anybody tell me how many times this paper has already appeared today?
I remember only once.
Only once. Okay. Awesome. But our first example is going to essentially be personhood credentials. So next slide, please. So imagine, for the purpose of example, that we want to create a web of trust of cryptographers. So we're going to essentially create these edges cryptographically that have attestations. And I've used sigma to mean a signature here, but it doesn't necessarily have to be a digital signature. It could be some other form of attestation. So in this arrow, Dan is attesting that Sanjam is a cryptographer, and Sanjam is attesting that Dan is a cryptographer. So if we start to put these attestations together, then we can get a graph. And so next slide, please. So suppose, Sanjam wants to prove that he's a cryptographer, but he doesn't want to reveal anyone who has vouched for him as a cryptographer. We're talking about him even though he's here. And this is a graph of Bay Area cryptographers. Sanjam was too modest to let me call this the graph of famous Bay Area cryptographers, but that was what it originally was. So you can imagine sort of a web of trust looking like this kind of pairwise attestations, right? So you can see Dan and Sanjam's edge is this attestation, but Sanjam has also has an attestation with Abhishek and Brent, but maybe Hotek and Alet, for some reason, haven't attested that Sanjam is a cryptographer. Maybe Mark only attests people that have done quantum cryptography. I don't know. But anyway, so this is a hypothetical graph. So if we look at what we want to prove on this graph for sort of a proof of personhood, so next slide, please. It might look like the following, right? So in this very simple instance, we're only proving 1 degree relationships. So this means we're only going for sort of paths of length 1. So what would a proof look like? Well, Sanjam would like to combine all of these attestations into a single proof. So this would basically look like the following. So next slide, please. So right. So Sanjam would have attestations from Dan, from Shafi, from Brent, and from Abhishek in some sort of structured format saying that he's a cryptographer. And then he would want to use these to generate a proof, which we denote as pi. And this proof basically would say something like, I have a valid root credential, and at least 4 others with valid root credentials have endorsed me as a cryptographer. And I'm going to leave this kind of like root credential out of this explanation for now, because this could be anything, right? This just needs to be some Sybil resistant credential. If there weren't this credential, then maybe Sanjam could get Dan to attest for him 5 times, and he could count that as 5 separate attestations. So we do need some other external credential. And I don't really want to go into that because it gets a little bit complicated. But the fact of the matter is, Sanjam wants to prove that he has 4 different attestations. And he wants to package this into a compact proof. So a question to the audience. Can we do this with existing anonymous credential schemes? Does anyone want to answer?
Some anonymous person out there says, no.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So next slide, please. So we can't do this with traditional anonymous credentials. We have to use schemes that really haven't been used much before. And we'll get into that a little bit, but I'll hand it over to Sanjam for the next example.
Great. Yeah, thanks, Hart, for the initial example. I'll give another example in the context of a Linux kernel. So in software development, attacks by nation state actors and so on have become quite prevalent. The ZK utils attack was fortunately caught, but we can anticipate such supply chain attacks in software to only increase. So it's sort of very important that we have assurances in the development and commits made to open source supply chain that they're being made by legitimate, well-respected developers, or there be a mechanism to identify that. So that's where our next application is going to focus on, specifically in the context of Linux kernel. So next slide, please. So I'm going to, just as Art had explained, the web of trust for cryptographers, develop a web of trust for Linux kernel maintainers. And just like before, cryptographers were signing for each other, we now have a situation where one kernel developer might sign off on another person. So for example, in this case, Linus might sign often the statement that I met Greg and that he is a developer, I met him in person, and things like that. So this is a signature that Linus might share with Greg. Additionally, you might note a small passport icon next to these individuals, Linus and Greg, and that denote perhaps that they have some root level key that we previously did not explicitly mention, that they have some government identity document that has been issued to them. We're just using the passport as an example, but it could be something else. For example, a credential issued by the Linux Foundation. It could be a passport from different countries. Right now in the picture, they're just from the same country, or things like that. Next slide, please. So given these credentials that have been issued by Linus to Greg and so on, we have this sort of web of credentials. Note that it is now directed every time that I have a credential or signature being signed. It's to the next person. You could also have signatures back, so there could also be sort of cycles in this graph, but we don't have them explicitly. And the IDs or any kind of an authentication root level key a credential for each one of them has been issued, which you see in the form of a passport right next to each of them. And again, as I mentioned previously, they don't need to be from the same government. They could be different. But this gives you a high-level idea of what a web of trust in the case of Linux kernel maintainers looks like. Next slide, please. Okay, so just as in the previous situation, I was trying to prove that I am a well-endorsed cryptographer. We now have a situation where, let's say, Rock here wants to prove that he is a well-established Linux kernel maintainer, and he wants to prove it by saying that he has 2 pots, so a sequence of endorsements that lead to him that are each of length 5. and such that all users along the path also satisfy the property. Okay, so they all have to have the root level key credential issued to them, and the length of the path is less than equal to 5. And a critical property we want in this is that ROC does not want to reveal the actual identities of the other Linux developers who are along the path, because this might put them at risk from social engineering attacks and so on. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is again our trust graph, and our ROC wants to prove that there are two paths of length 5. Next slide. So here is an example of the two paths that he might be wanting to use to prove that he satisfies that constraint, that there are at least two paths to it, each of length less than equal to 5. But he doesn't want to disclose that these are the two paths. Next slide. So in particular, it could have been other paths, not necessarily those two paths that we just saw. Next slide. So what is ROC going to do? So ROC might have at this position, and note that this property needs to be satisfied for all intermediate developers as well. So ROC only has access to information from Dwight and Katie. The information from Dwight is that ROC is a developer, that Dwight has met ROC. That's the endorsement from Dwight to ROC. Additionally, Dwight proves that there's an appropriate path of credentials to Dwight. Okay, so that's a proof by satisfying the fact that it has the requisite properties, and its endorsement for Dwight is the signature sigma. Same for Katie, that she has a proof that she has this sort of a credential for herself. That's the proof pi for her, and sigma is the endorsement for ROC. That's the case. ROC can take all of these, combine them together to get a proof that I have two valid paths from Linus less than length 5, says that they have the requisite properties. So it's able to sort of take together the endorsement and the proof from Dwight and Katie to get this joint proof for himself. Next slide, please. Here we're sort of ignoring the fact that we want disjoint paths, and this is sort of meaningful in the kernel application, because if there weren't joint paths, then we could potentially, this would make it more vulnerable to civil attacks. So even if everybody had root level credentials, we want to make it harder, so not just one illegitimately obtained root level credential allows you to do things, or one malicious participant allows you to want things to be disjoint. So you have to have sort of multiple malicious participants. But for this kind of description, I'm going to ignore that. Next slide, please. Again, as Hart mentioned, this is not something that's achievable with traditional anonymous credentials. And this is where zero knowledge proofs come into play. And I'll sort of try to give a high level view of what they are, what their formal definitions are, how they work. Next slide. Snarks to the rescue. Next slide. Okay, so there's going to be a lot of innovation, so I'll say next slide many times here. So zero knowledge proof systems involve a prover and a verifier. Next slide. So in zero knowledge proof systems, between this prover and verifier, the prover has access to what we call a statement X. Okay, so the statement X is a statement that's available both to the prover and the verifier. In our example that we were talking about, whenever we thought about the statement, it was whatever I wanted to prove. I wanted to prove that I'm a well-endorsed cryptographer. That's my statement X. The witness W, which is only available to the prover and not the verifier, is this value W, which is the signatures which I had obtained from Shafi, from Dan, and Abhishek, and so on. So those were the endorsements that I had. If you're also proving things which are about root level credentials, they would also be included in the witness. What our prover wants to do is he wants to prove that the statement X, that I'm a well-endorsed cryptographer, is satisfied, given all the credentials that I own, which are part of the witness. So additionally here, we assume that there is the circuit C that can take the statement, all the credentials, W, and check it. So now there's an easy way for the prover to convince the verifier that they have all the requisite credentials by just sharing all those credentials with the verifier. But that wouldn't be ideal because the prover wants to keep these credentials private. They want to prove to the verifier that they're well-endorsed cryptographer, they have all the credentials that are needed without actually revealing the credentials to the verifier. So these are what are called zero-knowledge proof systems, where there's going to be an interactive protocol between the prover and the verifier. They send messages back and forth. At the end of the protocol, the verifier outputs 0 or 1. 0 signifying that the verifier rejects the prover's claim that X is true, and 1 signifying that the claimed statement is accepted as being true. Next slide. So for zero-knowledge proofs, this is sort of the syntax where the prover takes X, comma W as an input, V takes X as input, ignore the 1 to the N. That's sort of a cryptographic jargon. Next slide. There's 3 properties that we require here to be true. First is completeness, that if both the prover and verifier are honest, then the prover is sort of, with overwhelming probability, able to convince the verifier the statement is true. In other words, the verifier outputs 1 with very high probability. And next slide. Next slide. So the statement that you see, probability, is like a mathematical expression that the verifier outputs 1 with high probability. The second requirement is a soundness requirement, which says that if we're working in the setting that the statement that X is trying to prove, prover is trying to prove X, that there are well-endorsed cryptographers, is actually false. If the statement is actually not true, then they should not be able to convince the verifier of the same. Okay, so a cheating prover cannot prove false statements. Next slide. This is a mathematical expression of that statement. And the final property is the ZK property. Next slide. Yeah, next slide. So the ZK property at a high level says is that the verifier should not, in this protocol, learn anything more than the veracity of the statement. This is often formalized by saying that whatever the verifier could have learned in this protocol can actually be simulated without the knowledge of the witness. There is again, mathematically what it means. I'm not going to go over the mathematical definition. Next slide, please. In our context, what's often very important is that we want the verifier a running time and the costs to not scale with the size of the stuff that's being proven. So here again, like we saw in the last slide, we have a prover trying to convince the verifier that Cx comma W is 1. Next slide. But they additionally now have access to this structured reference string called SRS. So this is sort of like like powers of tau, if you might have heard about it, or KZG, if you might have heard about it. These are these one-time common strings that are generated and published once and for all. In some settings, this is, for some ZK snarks, these are not as cumbersome, but sometimes they're needed. So I'm being explicit about it. Next slide, please. This SRS is also available to the verifier. Additionally, what's available to the verifier is this statement X and the circuit C. Often the statement X, I am a well-endorsed cryptographer, is assumed to be rather small, but the circuit C, which takes the statement and potentially the list of all my endorsements, could potentially be very large, right? So if I'm saying that 1,000 cryptographers have vouched for me, then the circuit needs to go over them one by one, and that might take a lot of time. So we don't want the verifier to spend sort of this time that grows with the size of the circuit, but we allow the verifier to do this sort of one-time pre-processing, which isn't trusted, but that grows with the size of the circuit. So there's sort of one-time pre-processing that happens at the verifier that could potentially grow with the size of the circuit. Next slide, please. And a nice advantage over what I described previously in ZK proofs is we now get like a one-shot message. This prover can generate one message proof pi, and this proof can be zero knowledge as is required in our application. In some applications, it's not necessarily required to be zero knowledge, and that's suffices. Next slide. Regardless of the zero knowledge property, we want this proof to be very small. So every time I want to prove that I'm a well-endorsed cryptographer, the proof itself is tiny, a few kilobytes, let's say, and that suffices. And it can be posted on blockchain or communicated and stored because it's non-interactive. It can be distributed, can be verified by not just one verifier, but by multiple verifiers. So that's sort of the advantages of things being non-interactive. And each verification is very efficient. The amount of time it takes to verify post the pre-processing that has happened is much smaller than the size of the circuit. Next slide, please. We will want the same kind of properties that I talked about in zero knowledge. Next slide. The first property is completeness, which says that, again, as if the prover and verifier are honest, then the verifier accepts with overwhelming probability. Soundness is that no cheating prover can convince a verifier of a false statement. There are stronger properties that we also achieve, but I'm not going to get into that. Next slide, please. And the final property, as I said, is that we want to make sure that the proof pi does not leak any information about the witness W besides the fact that the statement X being proven is true. Next slide. And a final remark that sometimes some applications can live without a ZK. In the context that we're talking about, ZK is very critical. Next slide. So yeah, here are some commonly used frameworks for ZK protocol development. I'll let Hart take over from here. Do you want to talk here on this slide or next slide, whatever you prefer, Hart? You're muted.
Sure, thanks, yeah. These are some of the more common ZK snark frameworks that you may have seen. They're all interesting and good tools. And if you want to build something for yourself, this is a pretty good place to start. So next slide, please. So in addition, we just want to briefly mention some tools in the Linux Foundation that use these. So before I get into this, Sanjam, do you want to answer Mitchell's question in chat?
So, snarks try to build these proof systems where the proof is actually short. And so the S in the snark stands for succinctness. So it's sort of small proof. Often we also require that the verification is efficient. So not all proof systems require that. And those are sort of and the N in the snark stands for non-interactive. So it's just one message and that's it. So snarks are a kind of proof system. You can attach the ZK in front of it and that becomes ZK snark. In terms of new type of ZKP, no, I mean, they've kind of been around for 30 years or more. So ZKPs have been around and snarks have been around. Some of the more efficient constructions have been obtained more recently. But I think when you're thinking of ZKP as a very specific construction of ZKP, not as a maybe your question's coming from there. Maybe I can elaborate based on that, but these are just ZKPs with sort of succinctness as the focus. Hart, maybe you can take back, and if there are more questions, I can understand.
Awesome, sure. No, understood. It's right. So back to tools. So the code that we have been using for this Web of Trust graph proofs is currently in an LFDT lab called ZKBK. So you've heard about first-person credentials all day today. So I don't think we need to define that, but I just wanted to let you know that if you want to see where the code is, this is where you can find it. And this does stand for Zero Knowledge Berkeley, because I think most of the people who've been working on this have had some association with Berkeley, including, of course, Sanjam. So next slide, please. So I just want to also mention a couple of other interesting things going on at the Linux Foundation with respect to proofs that are relevant for this. The first one is a generic ZK snark standardization effort, which was contributed by the PS&E team of the Ethereum Foundation. They're very interested in using zero knowledge proofs for digital identity applications like we just outlined. And their goal is to standardize the high-level components of generic ZK proofs. What they're standardizing here is a little bit technical, so I'm not necessarily going to go into it. But the main idea is they want these zero knowledge backends to be pluggable. Advances, you can change your zero can. Next slide, please. Awesome. So another really exciting project is called Nightstream, which has the goal of developing a post-quantum ZK proof system focused on concrete efficiency, but a transparent lattice-based architecture. So this has a lot of very interesting people who have at least signed up for it, including Dan, who we used in our example earlier. So next slide, please. Next slide, please.
You're a little broken up. Art.
Yeah, I was about to ask if it's my connection or yours. Okay, I guess you're breaking. Now you're back, Hart.
Okay, awesome. So this is a little bit what Nightstream is about. I'm not going to read through this in detail, but you can just see the goal is to have a concretely efficient ZK proof system for a number of applications, including things that would work for both general digital identity projects and this trust graph application. So next slide, please. And that's it. We're happy to take questions. We'll make the slides public, but I do want to mention Berkeley online seminars. There are very frequently topics that are extremely relevant to digital identity for that. So I definitely encourage you to sign up for that Berkeley cryptography email list.
Yeah, also we also have our Bay Area Crypto Days. These are happen twice a year, rotating between Berkeley and Stanford and NTT Lab, sort of co-organized by myself, Dan, and Elette. So that's where sort of it rotates at the three institutions. Sometimes we also have at another partner institution. So if you're around in the area, please join us. And the link to it is also available on the slides, which you will probably have access to.
I have a question. Sanjam or Hart, I don't know who's the best one to ask this question to. I'm not as familiar with your stuff as some of the original ZK Snark work, but that required trusted setups, and there's a term people use called toxic waste, where if the participants in the trusted setups didn't delete that, then you could have forgeable ZK snarks. And I know that Zcash is moving to Halo 2. I know they're using multi-party computation to make it so you could detect if people weren't deleting their toxic weights. So how is your particular brand addressing those security issues with regard to your setups, things like that?
So I mentioned in my slides the SRS. That is the output of the trusted setup.
Okay.
There are
So
lots
you're
of
using trusted setups then?
yeah.
Okay. So how do you address like malicious parties that are not deleting their, so they're creating credentials, forging credentials because they're not deleting their trusted setups.
So as you said, there are kind of established ways to do that, doing an MPC or in some cases, if you use a KZG style construction, then the setup doesn't need to be redone again and again. It's one fixed setup. Finally, if those things are concerns, and that is definitely a valid concern in some applications, there are some snarks where that is not needed. One of them was FRI that was mentioned on the slide. One could use those as well. So there is a lot of variety of these ZK snarks. These are, what you're mentioning is definitely a problem. But I don't think it's a doomsday kind of a situation, because some of these setups have been done, and often for the KZG setup doesn't necessarily require an MPC. It's sort of like there's a setup, you can go and update it, and as long as you're honest or someone before you was honest, the new setup is going to be fine.
So given the variety of the different, I mean, this is obviously an active area of research, and there's a lot of innovation happening. But for the average person that wants to do first person credentials, what is the end game in terms of like availability of libraries that could be used for things and the time frame for that? NIST has got 2030 as sort of the deadline for people to start to convert over to post-quantum crypto. So how does that fit? That's not very far away. So how does all that fit? What's your time frame for addressing those things?
So there are post-quantum variations of ZK snarks without even the FRI one that I said, that is post-quantum secure. I'll let Hart say more, maybe.
Yeah. So a couple things, Sam. So one key fact is that this system is designed to be pluggable and flexible with respect to the proving system. So the credentials, are going to be, proofless. So in theory, and not just in theory, in practice, you can just say like, okay, it's time to move to this new proof system, and we can just do it. As far as the PQ proofs go,
when you say just do it, that means without revisiting the prover and going back and saying, issue me a new credential or do
exactly. Yeah, you don't need to have new credentials.
Okay.
You just start doing new PQ proofs. As far as the PQ proofs, that lab I outlined that's under development, the goal is to have a, scalable, much better than Stark PQ snark. So, that is a very active area of research. Our goal is just to be crypto agile with respect to the proof system, so that when these better snark systems are ready, we can just use them.
Okay.
Yeah, good question. I think we're over time.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Hart.
If anybody else has any more questions, our emails are in the slide. Please feel free to reach out. And one last plug, definitely join the Bay Area Crypto Day mailing list if you're in the Bay Area, and the Berkeley Crypto Online Seminar list.
Can you put hard links to those in the chat, or Sanjay, either one of you? That would be great.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll
I
do
can
that.
do it too.
Perfect. And Maz, he's incredible. Thank
Yeah.
you both very much. This is just super appreciated work.
Thank
No,
you.
thank you all.
Thank you. And okay, so we are ready for the final talk of the day. And apologies, Wenjing, for going a little bit over, but it's the last talk. So if you have exactly 60 minutes, we can also pull that one on a little bit. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. All right. Let me put my slides on. All right, let me double check. My sound screen all look good?
Yes, looks good.
All right, thank you. All right, so thanks for staying along to the last presentation of today's symposium. Okay, so my topic is running AI agent protocols over TSPs. I hope some of you, most of you, had attended earlier session on TSP. I will repeat a little bit of that, but I'm trying not to. And then we'll talk about how we could make the AI agent protocols more secure. So here's what I'm trying to cover. A little bit about AI agent protocol, maybe just explain enough to see why they are important, and then and why we propose to run these protocols over TSP. And if you recall, TSP is designed as spanning protocol or low-layer interoperability protocol with quite high level of trust assurances, and it's designed to allow other protocols, more specific for some application to run over TSP, and therefore agent protocol would be a good candidate in that. So we want to talk about why for motivation. And then maybe we'll look into one example of MCP protocol over TSP, and which I call TMCP, just make it shorter to say. And then we'll do some demo. And I learned from this afternoon's session that demo takes quite a lot of time. And so I'm going to make it as simple as possible this time. All right. So why AI agent protocol? We've known a lot about AI chatbots, which is powered by these large language models, or potentially other models, but LLMs are the most common one. And an agent, in the simplest way, is basically empower this model and its surrounding software to act. And act can mean, for example, to reach information. So one of the easiest example is to reach current information. So instead of generally talking about weather, the agent now can tell you today's weather. Second type of act would be go perform some function, or actually doing things which potentially can actually physically enable your doing things. So that could be sending an email, checking code to GitHub, buying a ticket, right? Or these kind of digital things. Or if you allow a robot or autonomous vehicles, then you can actually physically move some equipment and do real stuff. We immediately have I would call classic complexity problem, because in the past, web services are usually made available as APIs, and there are many of them. And we also have many choices of large language models. To allow these models to access different tools, you would need one by one custom built interfaces. Each interface require keys. You have to manage those keys, make sure they are well protected. The keys need to change. You may have to pay for these API use, so credit cards, and I hope you get a picture. It's complicated and not easy to do and very costly. So a protocol can potentially consolidate those efforts into one same thing. Makes the cost a lot easier to do. I'll just stay that way. But also, once you're going to take that step, it actually give you a lot more powerful functionality in addition to reduce complexity. So I'm going to give the model context protocol MCP as an example from here on. There are many such proposals, and here I provided a link on a paper. There's surveys of different proposals. But I think in general, at least the goals and methods and approaches are similar. So I'm going to stay with the MCP as an example for most of my talk. Like I said earlier, MCP once come along, answers a direct question or immediate question about complexity, but very quickly that also goes into a more interesting question, I think, about enabling a wave of applications. All of a sudden, there's a huge ecosystem out there. There are numerous people either building servers for this ecosystem or building applications targeting different, domains or providing infrastructure that make, MCP protocols or gateways efficient, scalable, secure, and many of those. And so it is shaping how AI agents are architected. And I want to emphasize that. That's why it's very important we make it right. So again, very quick background for terminology. In case of MCP, you would hear people say client, server, and host. But I also use the word agent, and agent are roughly the host plus the models, the LM plus a lot of application logic, etc. So that's a more vague term. But essentially, the client and server are one-to-one mappings or connections between them. So the host or the agent is where a lot of information or actions are going to be concentrated. And that's where these AI applications or, agents are the important point for not only for functionality, but for control, security, etc. So what is missing? So this is I provide a order, I think back in April, then I did another version in July about what is missing. There was a good blog post, I think, that says the S in MCP is for security, and there is no S in MCP. And I would extend that to say there's no T either. The S is actually answered right after that blog post was posted. It is basically now, the classic web stack security that a lot of people and app developers are familiar with, and that will be integrated now more and more closely into MCP. So in some way, you could say the S is integrated now, and I'm proposing that we should also integrate the T as well, and we'll get into what that extra is. But here, if you are interested in more informal talk about what is a T and why the trust is different from security, feel free to watch this video in YouTube. I want to, in the short term, trust to me means, in addition to security, you want to talk about value, relationships, control, and who is gaining, who is being trusted, who the person offering information, etc. That is very important to separate how that is done. While security oftentimes is a parallel system that imposes on current implementation. And so that's quite common. You may call that centralized, you may call it, I don't know, a trusted party. Essentially, it's another party imposing on something. All right, so the last statement I think is also very important. If we give agents extraordinary power, we need extraordinary control. And so current control, I believe, is not sufficient. And so this is some example of why that's not sufficient. There's a misalignment issue, and that would be, I think, partially a value issue, right? Even if you think it's very secure in classic sense of that word, you may not feel comfortable. The other is about handing keys to AI agent. In order for us to enable agents, for example, to be my purchase agent, right? I would have to give my credit card information to the agent. In order to the agent to use APIs, you would need to allow it to have your API key, for instance, right? That is something we'll give out. That once the key is given out, there's no way to tell who is who. You and the agent are inseparable or indistinguishable as far as this current system is concerned. And so we don't think that's a good way to go. So anyway, there's a lot of also more technical terms. I want to highlight a few of them. Why this stack is or the current best practice is insufficient. One is that about this identity or accounts being infrastructure centric. It's related to something, some website. And so they are not durable. They are also very brittle because they can change all the time. They take a lot of time to maintain them manually a lot of times. And that's very important, I think, first point. The second one is that once we do that, we delegate authorization to these agents. And that delegation is very risky. It has lots of well-documented risks. This is even beyond, before anytime any of the AI agents come to point. But and again, there's a lot of leakages, replay attacks, overscoping, and many of them, and that's the root cause of many of the attacks and compromises we heard in the news every day. Whatever assurance we have with the existing system, it dies when the session dies because it's protecting the session. Once the session is over, it's all gone. So there's a lot of gaps in between, right? So one of the example will be prompt injections in AI agents. That's because you may be talking to multiple websites, but if one of them is malicious, it could then use you as the agent as the integration point to influence other interactions you with other servers. So that's very common prompt injections the big topic today with AI agents. There's almost no metadata privacy to speak of. Identities improbability is very ad hoc. There's no native persistent identity. And then there's also no persistent credential binding. Most of these so-called credentials, everything, short-term token-based. And I think those will make the agent not only less secure, less trustworthy, but also very difficult to do. So the cost of making these applications will be very high. And okay, that's the last point. Very complex and brittle. And since I believe the workflows related to AI and the agents are rapidly changing, every few weeks there's a new pattern emerge. And so if you are a developer that want to have a long-term success, it's not the right way to go. Okay. So I hope I provided enough of motivation why we want to do this. And how do we do it? Well, we have two ways. We can go invent a new protocol, and a lot of people are doing that. You can read those the earlier paper, which people would quote in their motivation why they designed a new AI protocol. And I think many of the things I said may also appear in those papers. But I want to try to say, because we designed TSP as a low layer spanning protocol, I think we can work with any protocol. So I want to enhance MCP and A2A or any other protocol with a trust spanning layer. And so that will be the task. I think trust of IP is well suited to do. So let me be more exact on what we are trying to do. So this is a simplified version of what the MCP is, the Model Context Protocol. It's really a bunch of MCP messages, which defines a lot of the context management for agents and outside data sources and tools, right? Those are very application specific. So we don't want to mess with those. We want them to stay as exactly the same. NCP uses JSON RPC. So give a RPC level JSON defined interaction as the middle. So combine the two, that's the data layer. If we keep that the same, then really MCP doesn't change. MCP today then uses either streamable HTTP or STDIO or potentially other kind of transport in the lower layer, and that will be the transport layer. Okay. So the proposal then is to enhance the transport layer with TSP. So in this case, TSP is embedded or layered on top of either streamable HTTP, which we did, or STDIO or whatever other transport layer, and then present it as a new transport to JSON RPC. And so this will become a plugin as a new transport. This transport then provides a lot of benefit. So this is trying to show us as a AI agent developer how little they need to change. So on the left side, it's a simple agent that does two things. One is calculate the body mass index, BMI. Yeah, the second one is a fetch weather of a given city, for example. Okay. And there is a library or a Python package called FastMCP, very simple to use, that give you a simple server. So this is like one-page server. On the right side, we use NCP over TSP. So that's defined in TMCP manager. The TMCP manager then is plugged into the FastMCP as a transport manager. So this is a pluggable transport layer. Earlier, we defined another alternative, which is I crossed out, is you can also basically take FastMCP and modify it so that it will become TMCP, and you could do that too. So both works. But if you want to keep your own, MCP class or library as before, you could then use it as a transport layer cleanly without changing that code. So you won't have a dependency on the TSP code changes. So anyway, both systems work. I'm going to assume the later one now. I think that's a cleaner way of doing this. Just one slide. This same method applies to A2A as well. I need to update this. Some of the names have changed recently. But again, if you look at the A2A server, the A2A server could have a parameter that will take a transport manager as a pluggable transportation layer, transport layer, and that would also do the same trick for A2A. And I think this pattern is generalizable for other protocols too. All right. So that's what we propose to do. And now the question is, what does that actually do, right? It looks very simple. I hope you see it. And if you recall the TSP presentation, we talk about credentials or autonomy. We talk about relationships, reputation, context, accountability, scalability, efficiency, and probably a lot of things, right? So let's see how these apply to the NCP picture. And this is a quick recap in case you didn't catch the earlier TSP session. So this picture summarizes how TSP achieves its what we call public key authenticated encryption in a ESSR scheme that encrypts the sender's key and signs the receiver's key. And this allows us to provide really the strongest guarantee on non-repudiation and key compromise impersonation protection. So why these features are important? Again, I wouldn't go into detail, but those properties of security are not available in today's web stack, right? So these are the new, I think, stronger security properties. Now, non-repudiation is for the agent is very good. We want to make sure the software, once running autonomously outside, it's not easy for some attacker to break in or change what it did. That's what it is. Non-repudiation means that it's very hard for the attacker trying to change the record of history after fact. Key compromise impersonation is similarly, suppose the attackers found a way to compromise the key, what kind of worst case effect is going to be. And I think this protocol, along with the verifiable identified design, is designed to strengthen these cases. And so that you can have a very strong assurance on knowing who said what to whom. Okay, so hope that it's clearly relevant to the agent's case. I'm going to skip this page. This is going into a lot more detail into how these packages are put together. This one is very important if on the scaling of the network. So you can see relatively intuitively that this is really what our cloud or internet infrastructure look like today. And we're showing that the endpoints can securely communicate with each other through TSP using existing infrastructure. So you scale the same way, right? Two, it adds on a metadata privacy. So you and your agent maybe exchange a lot of information all the time. So if somebody monitor the agent's metadata, not the content, which they can open, but observing the metadata, it will be very easy for them to learn a lot of message information about what you may be doing. And so there's a good case to make that metadata privacy is very important. And so TSP has native support for that as well. All right. So that's a quick recap. Now come back. What does that exactly mean? So we come to this picture. I would explain a little bit. These circles are not, so these circles on the right are different kinds of servers or agent themselves, right? So let me put this away. So for instance, you would have a tool server, for instance, GitHub it will be a good tool server, or sending an email is an action you could take. Resource server, for instance, reading from a proprietary your own database, and another agent, you might need to reach out to a separate agent for payment, and all those things can be interconnected with the agent you may be building. The agent then have access to a LM in some way. So the client, or really showing the agent in this case, has three clients in a way, because the TMCP again is one-to-one mapped in this diagram. And then you would have a quote unquote cloud in the middle. And what is that? That's relationships that is empowered by TMCP. So these are the areas that you now have a separate level of control. This can be used for a lot of features and protections that are within this diagram. So specifically speaking, it will let you exercise control over the agent. What kind of control? Well, you could be enabling it to do things. So this would be identification of what that agent is. Agent may move around, but its identity can keep. You could then delegate authorization within the TSP context. So you could create a particular context with a pair of verifiable identifiers and then authorize in that context. You would be able to revoke or disconnect that anytime you want. You can then observe what is happening and also keep track of the behavior. So quite a lot of things you could do in this case. The accountability, I think, is also very important in terms of the control. So accountability is logging, is observation. See, observation allow the system to understand who and is saying what to whom or said what to whom. So you can go back to that log and reconstruct the event, the sequence of event after the fact. So that's also very important for accountability. We talked about privacy already. This is just adding, in addition to traditional sense of a content privacy, another sense of metadata privacy as well. And finally, the agent and its control systems or software or applications would have a chance to actually accumulate these data and then use that per context, establish and maintain relationships. So all of that, I think, is enabled because you have trustworthy information available throughout this process. So the Trust over IP AI and Human Trust Working Group, we use the acronym AIM. Currently, it's working on a specification for running AI agent protocols over TSP by generalizing the pattern I just described. So swapping out the MCP to AI agent protocol generically, and we'll definitely talk about some of the more unique features for each. But generally speaking, there will be a good sense to define a common way or pattern that AI agent protocols can use TSP as a very trust-oriented transport layer. Okay, so here is a QR code. I think it's for the working group. Just do a little bit of selling here. We have been working on content authenticity with a white paper about integration with the C2PA and COG. Again, you heard about this earlier today. We currently are working on doing this AI agent protocol over TSP spec. There's also active discussion work going on about autonomous AI agent trust framework and use cases. And then, we have a general scope on supporting AI with trust tasks, but also applying AI for trust challenges. So we would like to you and anyone interested in these topics to join. There's really no specific requirement for joining the working group. We meet on Thursday, every Thursday, 9 a.m. Pacific. So, okay, here is the additional information about the working group on the top, and also open source code, not only for the TSP we use, but also TMCP implementation as well. So the repos and Discord channels are included here. I don't know. So I probably later on will copy this into the chat window as well. But I think once you find us in the Discord or one of the wiki group link, sorry, you should find out the rest of information relatively easy. Okay, so I'm going to stop and then see if I have any questions before I go into demo. And again, if you recall, this is the diagram, and I'm going to get into this demo shortly. Meanwhile, any questions so far? Let me stop sharing.
Just one very quick one, which is, so the last time I saw this presentation, you were talking about TMCP, and now you've said, okay, we're going to evolve that into the AI agent protocol. Did I get that right? That you're saying there's something more powerful than just running MCP over TSP? Or is that just
No, that's what I meant. We're saying the protocol itself can be generalized because it's abstracted as a general transport manager. So it does not have to change the up layer, whether that's MCP, A2A, or AMP, and any kind of a protocol in the future as well. It's just we would not, in the specification, tie that into a particular protocol.
I see. So the specification would just say, this is how you layer them.
Exactly. And that's all you need because
Yes.
the rest are software implementations that that would happen within, each individual community. So MCP would implement in certain way, and A2A would implement in a different way potentially. But for your server, at least in the lower layer, it's compatible.
Yeah, you have a common layer.
You have a
Exactly.
common layer. But because if you are speaking only MCP, naturally you cannot talk to a A2A server.
Yeah.
That's a separate issue, and I think that's in higher layer. But in a lower layer, we are saying that, hey, we have a more clean way to define how we do agent protocols over TSP. And that will be our working group's spec will be do exactly that.
Got
We
it.
will then provide MCP, maybe A2A as examples.
Yeah, that sounds great. Okay, that clarifies that. Thanks very
Yeah.
much.
Yeah. All right. So let's do the demo then, and jump in anytime if you have questions. So I'm going to need, I think, 2 windows again. So I'm going to put into the screen share. All right. So I have learned my lesson to simplify my demo. So on the right side, I have a MCP server. This server is DuckDuckGo. So it is an MCP server that interfaces with a DuckDuckGo search engine. Okay. And if you look at it, we use this as a TSP's wallet, and it's already, so if I run the server, it's going to start. You can see this will be its bits, and it's running on some HTTP session. Okay, so that's the server that's running. It's again a search engine server. Over here, we have a agent. It's also known as fast agent. So the agent is containing one or more clients in it. Also has a large language model embedded or integrated with it. Since we have only one server, it's going to have one agent here too. Let me see. Did this change? Okay. So the DID is simply provided as where that agent is, and if you have more than one, we simply list them in a list. But here, I'm just going to run one. By default, turn on verbose mode. So this is just printing out the lots of messages. So this is the client and the server talking MCP over TSP, and the TSP messages are showing in this color-coded thing. And you can see there's a lot of messages going back and forth, right? Quite a bit of it. So I'm going to take the very last one and just go over this again. The red portion is simply the protocol tag. And it signifies it's a TSP. And then we have one vid, I think I'm also using did web VH. Yeah, it is a did web VH. So this is the did right here on the right side. You will see it right here. Okay, so the blue is the second address. You can sender, receiver. This is the encrypted payload, and finally a signature. Okay, so for demonstration and testing, you also see how the message itself will show up in the receiver side as well. Okay, so I'm gonna then maybe ask a question. Let me try to ask a question that it does not require web search. So let's say what is the inverse of phi? Okay, if you pay attention, I should have typed a few. There's no message here because the agent naturally can answer this question without going to do a search. Okay, so let me try to ask a question that will require fresh information. Oh, sorry. I have a typo there, but let's see what it says.
Yeah, I thought from LS. Where's that?
Okay. Well, it does say I typed it wrong, but I think it knows it's LA.
That's one of those things about AI agents. They can actually figure out from context. That's cool.
Yes. And so now you can see it, the agent in this case, essentially, right? You think of this as a chatbot. It's a piece of software. You type in, and the chatbot mostly simply turn that around as a prompt to the LM, and then decide whether to look for outside information or not. And in this case, the LM decides, yeah, we need to go search. So that information then gets transferred over here on the right side to the server over TSP relationship. This then comes back with return information. So I think this is a send. Yeah, so this is a sending. So this message is actually what the return is. And then that return information goes back to the LM and then summarize it in some way and then reply it back to the UI, which we then see as printed answers. And so that's a very quick demo. Let me see. So I think I did a simple demo and finished on time. I'm going to give the rest of 12 minutes for questions if anybody has any. Or anything you want to see.
So I'll start out Wenjing with a simple question. So that communication with that agent you were talking to was communicated through a TSP tunnel, so that you have the verification that that agent was that it was a verified relationship with that particular agent. What else, or was it also secured, or the metadata privacy? In other words, was any particular feature of that particular demo that you wanted to point out?
Yes. Well, the particular feature I think is in two sense. One is that use of a decentralized identifier. So in this case, did web VH in the server as well as in the client. The agent manages this per server or per relationship, right? So the this also delineates, so both of the, so you can see that the client has its own DIT, the server has its DIT, and if the LM is remote, for example, you're using a API, etc., you could put that over a TSP session or TSP relationship as well, but that's not what I'm demoing here. So this allows you to establish or manage that relationship.
So that's actually where I was going with the question. In your earlier session, you talked about how TSP enables the party to set up these long-term relationships. And if you're going to be dealing, especially like an individual dealing with an AI agent where you want it to, have memory, to remember things, to build that body of knowledge, you're saying now that you can have that identifier on both sides, and you know that you're talking to the same,
same entity. This is even if, for instance, right, the client or the server can move. If they are moving from one URL to another, the same relationship stays, and you have a portable identity. If you want to go back and do accountability or logging, all you need to do is log the key events, right? So you log the key events as these are, like, for instance, I'm not doing anything, but you could say, hey, I want you to do something for uh, uh, more critical operation. Let's say a software upgrade for the server, for instance, right? You would want to do a key event. The event could be, for instance, something goes, the server will go down, it will come back with a new software image, and that image will have a certificate of some kind, and then you verify this is, still you, and your software version is correct. All of that is really embedded into this. I'm not demoing it, but that would be, a interesting functionality you can now add in a straightforward way. I think that's the key thing that the TSP does, is that give you a simple way of implementing very powerful features.
That makes total sense. And then my last question related to sort of personal AI agents is, there's also now the talk with loyal agents and this new human context protocol, right? HCP. And I guess this is a softball question, but there wouldn't be any reason not that you couldn't run HCP also over it could be also run over the agent AI agent protocol.
Yeah. So all of that. Remember, you are still running MCP.
Right.
You simply have more information and more control now.
That makes sense. So it's just
Yeah.
another kind of
So
protocol.
all the additional sort of or TSP try not to, again, we're trying to minimize. A lot of people want to add more and more for protocols. I think that's a wrong approach. I want to minimize to as little as possible. It's really difficult to do less. Doing less allows us to have a clear separation of functions, the separation of concerns. We want the agents, etc., to do the very minimum so that applications can shine. So you can have your relationships to your customers. You don't want the TSP to know all your customers, right? You want you be the one. So for first person project, for human context protocol, you want to be the one managing human context. Yes, but the TSP give you the foundation to do that. It will be extremely difficult to do so-called context without a foundational layer. You are almost guaranteed to reinvent most of the things we're working on right now, so that the layered approach is really a collaboration, right? Someone does the foundation really well, so you could build houses the way you want it. And I don't want to sort of go into presuppose how you're going to manage personal relationships versus, like agents I've been talking about enterprises and businesses and transactions, etc., or equipments, hardware. They are very different domains. And I don't answer questions for each of those domains, but I provide hopefully a hard foundation so that if you are focused on health, you will know how to do for patient-doctor relationship, for example. That alone is a very challenging job. You don't have to worry about the lower layer.
Absolutely. That makes a lot of sense, and I think it's it's a very strong. So this now, just to clarify, is going to become the spec for the AI agent protocol, become a spec from the AI and Human Trust Working Group. Yeah.
Yes. So the specification would be current, ongoing. It is a ongoing work item in the AIM working group. We very much welcome your participation. Questions or just learning or probing are fine too. Very much welcome. And for folks who would like to get it, hands-on, please join us in the software project. There will be a lot of MCP MCP servers and agents to run. We've implemented many servers. The demo just use a search engine. There's a Gmail server. There's a Git server. There are many things that we can do with this basic setup. So I think it's a very powerful scheme. We're working with the MCP community on integrating that into the mainline MCP distribution. So hopefully that should happen soon. And you don't need to know too much about TSP. You do need to know agents and applications, the application you want to build. That will be awesome, I think, to see more to join our effort and check out. Great. We still have 11 people remaining for the last session. So maybe if you haven't talked at all today, feel free to jump in and, hey, ask question or just say hi. And Thomas, thank you for hosting us, and John.
Sure. Thank you so much, Wenjing. Thanks for everybody for joining as well. Yeah, it was a marathon session, right? I see our live YouTube stream. It says started streaming 11 hours ago. So there we go. It's a bit of a sense how long it took. Okay. I think Drummond will say a couple of words to wrap it up, and also invite everybody to join us tomorrow as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And two others of our steering committee are also, I see them right here, Wenjing and John. All of us. I don't know anyone else super happy. We'll give a brief recap of this when we start up tomorrow. But my favorite thing about today is that we intentionally had these half an hour long talks, each of which is going to be independently cut and recorded and onto our YouTube channel. So we'll have this whole library of current content. And for the many folks that I've already even gotten multiple, probably 5 or 6 pings today from my LinkedIn post saying, "Oh, I couldn't come. Is it going to be recorded? Is it going to be recorded?" Answer is yes. That's fantastic. But tomorrow we have some workshops that are going to be more interactive. Wenjing gives great, live demos here. We had a couple earlier, but tomorrow those workshops, we're gonna get, we have the Utah. I believe it's the privacy commissioner from Utah, I'm not sure of his title, but anyway, Christopher Bramwell, together with Steve McCown and Sam Smith, talking about SETI, the whole that you heard about today. Hank Von Kahn, I'm gonna help him, but it's mostly gonna be Hank and his team giving a hands-on workshop on SpecUpT as this powerful glossary, markdown glossary editing tool. Then Riza Rasul is going to give a whole thing on building decentralized AI infrastructure with the Quai project. And lastly, we're going to close with a panel called the Human Stack, which has I'm going to moderate a panel with 7 folks on that, including Wenjing. He's one of them, to discuss how we're going to really use leverage a TrustRP stack, everything we've talked about today, for human agency in the age of AI. A really fascinating and deep topic, which I think Wenjing just showed you part of where it's going on a technical side, but we're also going to talk about where it's going on a call it business and governance side, the whole human side of that. So I want to thank everyone who came today, and both John and Wenjing. Again, key pieces of the stack, both the view of it and the protocol at the heart of it. And thank you, Tamaz. You've been a fantastic facilitator all day, and we have another great set of sessions tomorrow.
Great. Thank you so much, Drummond, and thank you, John and Wenjing, and everybody presented, and thank you everybody for joining. And as Drummond said, please join us tomorrow. We're gonna have a really cool sessions as well. Thank you, and have a good night or good day if you're in Australia. Sorry, John.
No worries, Thomas. Thank you, everybody. Well done.
All right.
Thank you, guys. Well done.
Bye, everyone.
Thanks, all.